Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the award-winning bank app and suite of basic banking features that can help you organize your financial life. With Chime Secure Credit Card, you can start improving your credit score right away. Get started today at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred. Chime feels like progress. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. SpotMe eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Terms and conditions apply. Go to chime.com/disclosures for details. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 301. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, I've never seen you in a Yankees hat before, I don't think. And yeah, I like it.
I made a point when we were in New York to try and find a Yankee hat, and I didn't find one the entire time somehow. And then as I was leaving, I found one in around Grand Central.
Nice.
As I was on my way out, it was serendipitous. I was like, okay, I'll grab
like at
one.
a street vendor or like one of those tourist stores?
Yeah, just at like a street vendor. And I was like, oh man, because I was thinking, I was like, man, I used to have Yankee hats all the time, like when I was a kid, obviously, because it's just like a default. Like Yankees is such a default brand over there, especially like at the time that I was a kid. I don't even think you needed to necessarily care at all about baseball to have like some kind of jacket or some kind of jersey. I think I had a Jeter jersey at some point, and I had no idea what it meant. And I remember just realizing like, oh, I don't have a Yankee hat anymore. That's strange. I should fix that because I have so many fucking hats.
You do.
And
thank God it's not a Mets hat.
I got one. Yeah, no, I would never. I hate those colors specifically. But yeah, no, we're all set. We're all Yankeed up over here. So I feel good.
Great. I'm trying to find. It's too late. There's like a division in. Especially on Facebook, because I joined Facebook. I don't really use it anymore at all, actually, but I joined Facebook in 2004. And then around 2009, 2010, you see this, like my pictures are posted. And then you see this move where like I'm wearing a Yankee hat in every picture. And then suddenly I'm not wearing it anymore. And I had like in my life, 2 lucky Yankee hats. One my grandfather gave me that I wore for middle school and high school. And then one I wore in college for years and years after that too. And it was just part of my fashion thing, you know, like, you know how I don't think people really do it anymore, but in the early 2000s, it would be like a very hard for a white guy like me, a very hard bend on the brim with the brim frayed, like starting to fray. You would almost like rub it against brick to try to like get it to cut off and stuff like that. It was a weird style choice. And then the hat would become so saturated with sun and chemicals and all the things. It would just become like that. Yankee hats turn into this wet looking, light looking thing after a few years. So
yeah,
like it's like looking in a mirror. You're more handsome.
I think what put me off for a long time was I remember this kid in high school who was like obsessed with the Yankees. And I remember being like, oh my God, it's 2009. There's no reason for you to be obsessed with the Yankees. This isn't like pre-millennium, you know, where it made at least a little bit of sense. So like, I think that put me off for a while. I was like, okay, I'm not wearing this hat anymore. But I forgot about that.
Referring, of course, to the Yankees' prodigious 90s, winning in 96, 98, 99, 2000. Going to the World Series 2001, 2003, but losing. We also had the Diamondbacks in 2001, the Marlins in 2003, I think.
Yeah, something like that. I know about that is such a, like, even I know that, you know? Like, I have no reason to know that the Yankees were doing really well at that point because I could give less of a fuck.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 World Series.
But it was like osmosis, like cultural osmosis living in New York. You just kind of knew. It's like, oh, they're doing well.
Those 90s World Series,
they're doing well.
Those 90s World Series were like high school for me. And then I was in Boston during the early 2000s and into the mid 2000s. And you probably wouldn't remember this, but that's the famous 2004 ALCS American League Championship Series where the Yankees were up 3-0 in the series in a best of 7 against the Red Sox and then lost that series 4-3 to the Red Sox. And the Red Sox went on to win the World Series. It's like an iconic, probably one of the most iconic moments in sports, but I wanted to cry. And a friend of mine actually has this picture of me we were in my friend Abby's, who comes up all the time, and watching it, and they were all running. We lived by Fenway, so they all ran down to like celebrate. And there's a picture of me just sitting Indian style, or like with my knees in front of the TV, like, and it's my back, just watching it by myself after the Yankees lost. And it's a great, with my Yankee hat on, it's a great shot. That was a painful moment for me, but I'm no longer an active Yankees fan anyway, so it doesn't matter. Dustin Furman, executive producer. You have any other secrets you want to tell us?
Secrets?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so.
So you pretty much cleared your plate of all the secrets you were holding?
Yeah. I think so. Where's the secret thing coming from? Did I do something mysterious here? The magician?
Yeah, you didn't tell us your wife was pregnant for 5 months. So
you're still on about this. Very okay. Yeah, sure. Geez. So 3 times last episode. Let's see if we can get to 4 this time, Colin. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you have anything else you want to put on the table, or?
No, I think I'm good.
Fair enough. You keep your cards close to the chest. How are you?
Oh yeah. Well, we're having twins. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God.
That would be.
I actually would love for that to happen for me if I were to have a kid right away, because then I'd be like, oh, awesome.
Efficiency.
Yeah, like let's just do it. Yeah. Let's just do this, and not have to carry on and on and on and on. Plus, they'll have it's like why I bought treble for Rush, so they have someone to play with. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It would be efficient. I would be so scared as a first parent immediately having, 2 kids. That just sounds, it's already horrifying in a lot of ways to have one. But the question is, if you want 3 kids, is triplets the way to go? That's like peak efficiency.
No, I would say twins plus 1.
Twins plus 1. Or 1 plus twins. Then you get the experience round 1, and then you can kind of wrap things up later.
I gotta say, I don't like. I know that it's accurate verbiage, but the fact that you said you bought treble for Rush seems like there's something about that feels wrong.
Right, it is wrong.
I bought a dog. It's like, yeah, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, some people, I've had people get mad at me, Chris. It's funny because people are like, "Why would you ever?" Because I got both dogs from a breeder. And they're like, why don't you go adopt a dog? I'm like, that's totally reasonable. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret, because I think that's a valuable thing. Like, you go adopt dogs, abandoned dogs, puppies, whatever. Boston Terriers are extremely rare. And you almost never, ever, ever find them in those adoption situations. So trust me, I looked. I tried.
Yeah. I
think I said on the show that I gave money to a statewide Boston Terrier rescue in order to jump the line. To get to the top, towards the top, and there's no dice even at the top of the line,
That's they're rare.
Yeah, they're not a common breed at all. And think about it, they're very I don't want to say they're uncommon, but you don't see them.
I feel like for some reason they're the most common type of dog that I have experienced more than once. Because you had one previously, now you have 2. Mm-hmm. Although I don't think I've met.
Yeah, you haven't met the other 2, but yeah, I had Lola, and you met her, and she loved you.
And yeah, and Ian and Anissa had a dog that had the same kind of dog that passed away, and now they have a new one. So it's the one I see. For whatever reason, my friends have this dog more than other types of dogs. I've seen maybe 2 golden retrievers in my life, in person.
You haven't been in the suburbs.
Poodles, I guess, are common. No, I have definitely not.
Oh, Comet was the dog, the golden retriever in Full House, if you guys remember, and and that was the iconic 90s upper middle class white person dog.
We had in our neighborhood, we had what is that Lassie dog? What is that called?
Lassie.
Is that a golden retriever? Let me look. What? What kind of dog is Lassie?
Yeah. I think it's a collie.
Rough collie. Yep.
Rough collie.
Yeah. We had one of those in our neighborhood who would I think she belonged to some farm, but she would just wander. And she would just come to the front steps of our building and just it was like a cat situation where she would just kind of sit there, and then I'd come outside. It was once a week she would show up on some random day, and then I would come outside, give her food. We'd throw a stick, and then she would go get it 3 times or something exactly. It was always exact. And then she would go to the next house. Strange. That dog was weird. I don't know. It was cool though. Having a neighborhood dog that you didn't have to take care of.
It's very weird. I feel like there are dogs out there. There's that one that goes and rides the bus every day at 8 a.m. Goes, hits the stock market. All kinds of stuff. Is home by 5 for dinner.
Right.
And I feel like with my dog, she's just. there's literally nothing going on in her brain at all. She couldn't, she can barely know what time it is for dinner, let alone get to the bus.
Yeah,
I just don't understand this discrepancy between dogs.
Because you have a small dog, right? I would imagine.
Small dog, small brain.
Exactly.
That's
the trade-off. That's the trade-off, is that they have a longer life, but it's exceedingly full of ignorance, and they can't do anything on their own. It's like, okay, well, like you'll live for like 15, maybe even 20 years, but you're going to be a fucking invalid when it comes to literally anything beyond waking up, shitting, and eating. But, it's always the big dogs that you see, like, kind of wandering aimlessly and just kind of like, I'm in the stock market and I'll be home by fucking 12 or whatever. And it's like, what the fuck? What are you?
They've been cursed. They're not quite yet conscious where they understand that they're going to die, but they know like something bad's going to happen. So they're just kind of wandering around trying to find meaning.
Exactly.
Whereas these little dogs, I mean, they kind of got it good. Their brain's the size of a walnut. They don't know shit. Everyone feeds them and takes care of them. And then they don't even know when they die.
And they're totally unnatural too. That's the funniest part. Like,
yeah, they're just an experiment. They're completely content with their inadequacy.
They are, especially when they get as small as your dogs. Like Rush and Treble are Boston's, which is itself a deeply manipulated breed, but not anywhere on the remote, like getting them 5 or 6 pounds or whatever. It's like, that's some deep level of you shouldn't exist energy.
Right.
And yet you obviously do. It's funny you guys say this because, and I don't know if you do this, Dustin. I mean, Mike and I are crazy. We always say to each other, we're feral, right? We have entire stories that we've erected about what Treble and Rush do with their lives and like the things that they're interested in, all that. And one of the next time we're on Constellation together, we've decided that we're going to do a topic where we discuss like the entire story of Rush and Treble and like the things like this fan fiction we've written about them, as because like we don't see them and then we encounter them, and so it's like. It's just so like we Rush owns, or in our mythology, Rush owns the Raising Cane's down the street from us, but never goes to work or whatever, and does like we have like these whole weird,
I love that,
mythologies about them, and so we're going to talk about like what we glean. Like Rush is very stupid, and Treble is also really stupid, but we in our mythology she's actually really the smart one, and so God bless the situation.
Yeah. I don't think I have that extensive of lore. Like we don't have a timeline for Frisk's fantasy life, but we do make up things that she says and thinks all the time. And that's probably like level 1 or maybe 2, where we talk about how she, all she does is lay around inside. But then at nighttime, she'll be like, well, actually, I'm an outside dog and I could live free if I wanted to. And I think that's actually what I'll do. And then she ends up inside still. So we have all these different things that she claims to be. She talks about how her wolves were ancestral wolves, and that she'd be fine outside. She wants to be an outside dog and stuff. So we're halfway there, but I like this idea. The Raising Cane's specifically, I've never been to one of those.
Me neither. They just opened one like in our neighborhood, which is where this is the next part of the mythology. I mean, we're so deep into the mythology at this point. We've roped in a lot of the neighborhood cats, which we call the sewer cats, because they all like jump in and out of the sewers or whatever, that they're like his associates, and so on and so forth. So
that's a normal thing to do, I think, though.
Yeah,
you got to find something to do with animals that can't say anything to you. You know what I mean? If that's a primary component of what makes up your day-to-day company. Like my friend has a dog, and he lives like a block away from me, and I come over there every so often, and I have a thing in my head where he just refuses to speak up about his position on Roe v. Wade because he's a coward.
Yeah, he wants to be private.
Yeah. But it's fun. It's fun to just make shit up about animals that, what are they going to say? What are they going to say? That's not true.
Right.
Yeah, they're not going to say anything. But then there's that dog that researcher raised. I can't remember his name, but you guys might have heard of him, where he knows like thousands of words. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like,
what, the buttons?
It's animals. It's stuffed animals, or toys. And each toy has a name. There are thousands of them, literally thousands of them. And so it's like I have this diamond shaped squeaker toy. This is Billy. Throws it in a pile of 1,000 toys. Go get Billy. And it like digs through it and finds that one and brings it back. It's like, what? And then you look at Rush and Treble and you're like, you guys are operating on a level that's like not even anywhere on this guy's level. Like you're not even barely the same species at this point. This thing is an inch away from speaking the English language, basically. He knows it. He knows what you're saying. He can't speak it back. It's like when you're talking to a Japanese man at TGS. He understands what you're saying a lot of the time, but he's too embarrassed to speak English back, so he speaks to a translator. But the translator never translates what you're saying.
Yeah.
Only what
Japanese men are dogs, quote Colin Moriarty.
Oh, boy.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
301.
I
Good
walked
run.
into that one. Yeah,
Good
we have
run.
it's a long slog now, to 400. And it starts now. All right, my friends. It's good to be here with you guys. Good to see you both. You look well. You look healthy. Dustin, you sure you have nothing else you want to say?
I'm extra healthy.
Okay.
I'm beyond healthy.
Oh, good. Okay.
And, Colin, I know you don't like the secret, but I'm the only one here that can really prove that I'm not a virgin.
Ah, it's true.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't prove it?
That's true.
I mean, technically right now I got to wait till the baby's born, and I guess you could have to say, DNA test.
Yeah,
but
I'll have to do a DNA test.
if he looks
You
like
are
me,
not the father. And then you come out, you fucking pound Maury when he comes on the stage. Yeah.
Did you guys see this? Oh, I'm so sad I didn't save it because now that I think about it, you specifically, Colin, would have got a kick out of this. It was like this guy on Maury or Jerry Springer or something, and it was something like underneath the ticker under the ticker, it said like paternity test, and it was a kid. It was a picture of the kid next to the guy, and it was so obviously his. It was just some guy going like, "Dude, stop wasting everybody's time."
Dude,
it was like it was a spitting image. It was like it was ridiculous.
It's so funny, man. I love it. I love when Maury's he's still alive, but the show's over, and it's endlessly funny because what older people or younger people don't remember, although you guys are old enough, I think, to remember this, is that Maury was at one time, Maury Povich was like a talk show with different topics. Like, I see I'm a psychic medium, or I'm having problems in my relationship, whatever. And then suddenly it only became paternity tests. Let's see. We have an image here from Chris.
I found it.
Yeah, this was from one of the court shows. It looks like paternity court. Yeah.
It wasn't more. It was that.
Stop wasting everyone's time. I know that's dead to rights right there. That's the kind of shit why I always wondered. Actually, Game of Thrones does this a little bit, but in real life, like especially royalty and nobility would often acknowledge their bastard children and even enter them into like their lineage or whatever. And it's like, that's so interesting. Why would you do that? And it's because of shit like that. It's like the kid is going to look just like you. Like, who are you fooling? You might as well just do it now. That's where a lot of the false king claims also came from in history, where there's like in Russia, there's a thing called the false Dimitris, where there were like multiple people claiming to be Tsar Dmitri. And a lot of it, I think, was rooted in like this bastard children thing where these guys looked like them. And so strange. We can just prove it now. I mean, imagine committing a crime in the 70s and be like, I'm getting away with this shit. Yeah. And then like the Golden State Killer, great example. And then they were probably sweating bullets during like the early 90s when it was like, oh, we're mapping the genome and we can figure out anything about you. So just give us a lick of your blood and a little bit of drop of your semen, Dustin. And
plenty of that.
And we'll figure out
That was definitely an intrusive thing. That was definitely like a thought. Like, it's like, that's a funny thing to say. And then you said it.
I did. Yeah.
You were like, no guardrails.
No going back. I've been in a silly mood. I was on Jaffe's show a couple of days ago and I was laughing hysterically on that show too. I'm in a strange mood. I feel good. I never felt good in my life, but I feel okay. And I'm glad to be here with you guys.
Better than average.
Right. Yeah. I'm fine.
Personal average. Like
when people say like, how are you? I'm like, I'm fine. That sounds like kind of neutral or mediocre. And I'm like, that's about as good as I can ask for. I think.
No, yeah. Fine is brilliant.
Right.
Fine is like, I would kill to be fine.
Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode 301. So it's good to be here with you guys. We're climbing again. 100 weeks from now will be episode 400. Should we all survive? Mm-hmm. Remember, you get early ad-free access to all episodes of Sacred Symbols, as well as many other podcasts in the Last Stand Media Patreon network. So Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast done by Mr. Matty Plays and Lord Cognito. We have Punching Up, hosted by Dustin with my wife, Micah. And Dagan's no longer on the show, though he'll be back. He has a work conflict. If he ever has that day off again, I'm sure he'll come back into the fold. And Gene Park, of course, is on that as well. We have Summon Sign, our game conversation every week, moderated by Brad Ellis, Knockback, so on and so forth. Constellation, lots of different shows. $5 a month gets you early ad-free access to all of them. That's it, $5 a month. It's the best value on the internet, period. Ad-free podcasts, early access, all the rest. Submit your inquiries on the news feed and the various threads that go live there for the shows. You'll get Discord access. You'll get RSS links to use in your RSS feed or Spotify if you want, because there's also Spotify functionality and so much more. Jared R. wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, can I just say how much I appreciate your consistency and quality here at LSM? Seriously, it's the reason I'll always support you at the $10 tier. So the $10 tier gets you an extra monthly Q&A in addition to all the other perks. There's other outlets with more production value, quote in quotes, more clout, and hell, maybe even more charismatic personalities. Excuse me? But when it comes to the actual content and output, they all pale in comparison to you guys. The amount of missed weeks or just obviously half-assed content some of these companies put out is disgraceful. You'd think the content wasn't their livelihood or that they're just, for some reason, owed something for showing up. LSM, on the other hand, is always consistent, always on schedule, and always at a level of quality that has me looking forward to seeing you in my feed rather than wondering why I'm wasting my time. Sorry to be such an ass, kids, but seriously, you're all miles ahead of the other creators in the space. Keep being awesome. Thank you. I know. Also, I feel like consistency is everything. It's so easy to just be consistent. Now, I take a little bit of umbrage, maybe even more charismatic personalities. Who's more charismatic than me?
What
You know,
does it truly mean to be charismatic?
the Riz.
Char-
You don't know what charisma means?
Oh, man.
Well, I know. I'm just thinking
I'm a
like
little concerned about
specifically.
That sounded really upsetting coming from you for some reason.
Yeah, I'm a little upset about that.
The
That
Riz.
that was like hearing, I don't know, like Pikachu speak. That's why I couldn't. That's why I couldn't watch. I couldn't do the Detective Pikachu movie. I was just like, this is. I can't abide by this.
There were a whole series of reasons I couldn't do that film, and that was certainly one of them. You know, I feel like we have a decent level of charisma. You know,
I think it's undercut by the misery that permeates.
Yeah. True.
I think that's probably underselling us.
Hey guys, want to talk about video games? Don't you love them? God, oh my God! I would rather just become a fucking nun. I'm gonna become a woman. I'm gonna go to a convent, and I'm gonna become a nun.
Top 10 reasons why Yoshi is autistic. Number 1. Just skips to 1 immediately. I don't know. Look, I think there are people who might have a little bit more of a focus on, and you know what? I think there's a difference between podcasts and just content in general. You know, like I think because when I do like video stuff on the rare occasion that I do it these days, it's a very different type of performance going on. Like we've talked on the show about how like this is technically performative, like we're technically performing, although this is a lot closer to like I would imagine like what we are like than I would imagine, you know, Jesus Christ, if I was anything like I was in videos of mine, I would probably kill me. But
yeah,
this is fine.
I'm much more sardonic on the show than I am in real life, but I'm very much like my Uncle Mike, who is like a real hero of mine in my life, where he is almost never serious, like truly serious. Even in the most ridiculous situations, he's not truly serious. And I take a lot from that, where I'm like...
It's like Patch Adams.
Right. Maybe not so serious, though. R.I.P. Robin. We miss you very much. The world's greatest Zelda fan.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't leverage that more. Like he would do the commercials for them, like the VO for the commercials, but like he named his daughter Zelda and shit. Like you would think that they would, like we would know more. Like I feel like no one was really talking about Robin Williams' Nintendo fandom until he was dead. And I'm like, that's a real shame because we knew a little bit, but it's like, why didn't we embrace this more? Why wasn't he at like the Smash Brothers World Championships and shit?
He did an ad for the 3DS, I think.
Well, that's what I was saying. He did ads for them, like VO for it.
I guess, okay, so having him at the event.
Well, yeah, just like leveraging that. That's so interesting. Like Robin Williams being like a Nintendo mega fan to the point of naming his daughter Zelda. Like that's a pretty interesting.
Well, to be fair, he was, I think he was just a Zelda fan primarily, right? Like, I don't think, like, there's no way he was like playing Melee.
He was playing Wario's Woods.
Yeah.
Yoshi's Cookie.
Let's see here. There's an article on Variety about his love for video games overall. Williams often talked about his love for video games, which began with Zelda and included fantasy fare like World of Warcraft, Portal, Half-Life, Call of Duty. So
What? Half-Life?
This dude went hard.
Robin Williams? Yeah. That's really jarring to
That's
hear
what I'm saying.
for some reason.
It's too bad we didn't know that. Or know more about that. I guess we could have known that if we wanted to know it, but it wasn't like something that was in the consciousness.
It wasn't like a public. Yeah, I didn't know that at all. I was always under the assumption that he was like a Zelda guy. That's why he was like, oh yeah, this is Zelda, because he did the Zelda commercial. He did the commercial for the 3DS, and I think it was a Zelda oriented commercial. I'm pretty sure. So like, or at least from what I remember, there was that one commercial they did with his daughter, right? Like he did.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Zelda.
That was a Zelda commercial, I think. Yeah.
And like, I don't know, Half-Life. That's. Imagining Robin Williams in front of a mouse and keyboard playing Half-Life is really difficult to conjure for some reason.
It's surprising.
I don't know why.
It is truly like strange. But isn't it surprising that like he never was in a game? I don't think. I'm surprised. Like you would have felt like, I would have felt like he would have been one of the like at the phalanx like of people that wanted, because there's all sorts of people that knew about games and wanted, like Willem Dafoe, right? Like being in, what was that, Beyond Two Souls or whatever? Like that was
Beyond
strange,
Souls,
but that's a dude identifying and knowing what time it is and experimenting. And it's surprising that he didn't do something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He did anime fans dirty though in 1 Hour Photo. Did you guys see that movie?
Right. Oh, Evangelion or whatever.
He's like Evangelion or something. He says it's slightly weird. And I think I'm trying to remember. He's like, this guy's a hero. That character, not a hero, helps kill not kill, but ruin humanity, we'll say.
Spoilers.
You're spoiling both Evangelion and 1 Hour Photo.
And 1 Hour Photo.
That he has a toy in it. Big spoiler.
The 1 Hour Photo community is going to be up in arms over this. I think...
1 Hour Photo was so... I liked that movie, actually. I think I even had it on DVD. It was like one of those DVD era movies that you would just buy for $10 at Best Buy or whatever. And I remember people being really into it because it was so unusual for him to play a role like that. And it was unsettling. That I remember that. I don't remember specific. I remember what it's about, but I don't remember specifically. But I remember it being very unsettling. And I like movies or TV shows where they take place in like a store, for instance, in that one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Yeah. Which, since I know people will be upset saying a spoiler for that, the movie poster for the movie is a bigger spoiler than that. So
also, it's old. I mean, it's just so old.
Take it easy.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the award-winning bank app and suite of basic banking features that can help you organize your financial life. Learn more now at chime.com/sacred today. Listen, let me just get right into it. If you're smart with credit, you can make it work for you in dynamic ways without ever paying an extra cent. All you need to do is get the right card, zero out your balance whenever you buy anything, and stay on the up and up. And a great credit card to do this with is Chime's Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. With no annual fees and with no credit check to apply, you can use your Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card anywhere credit cards are taken naturally, but you may be asking yourself why? What's the point? Especially if I already have the cash to spend and I'm paying off the balance. My friends, it's all about building your credit score. And the higher that score goes, the more access you'll be given to better home mortgage rates, fairer car loans, and so much more. Heck, potential jobs and apartments often check your credit score to gauge your trustworthiness. And what better way to show how responsible you are than paying off your credit card whenever you use it? I've been doing this for like 2 decades now with my own credit cards, and I have a sky-high credit score as a result. But Chime has more to offer you too. A checking account, a savings account, a debit card, and so much more, all wrapped up into a convenient app-based service used by millions. You know where I stand on finances because we talk about economics so often on Sacred Symbols. You need to treat your hard-earned cash with care. Chime is a longtime sponsor of our show because I believe in financial services access for all, and Chime has you covered completely. With Chime Secure Credit Card, you can start improving your credit score right away. Get started today at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED for your own credit card, debit card, checking account, savings account, and so much more. It's your money, so care for it at chime.com/sacred. Again, that's chime.com/sacred. Chime feels like progress. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank NA or Stride Bank NA, members FDIC. SpotMe eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Terms and conditions apply. Go to chime.com/disclosures for details. What else do we have here? Oh, Sacred Symbols Plus episodes. So that's one of the major perks over at Patreon, Sacred Symbols Plus. We have a new episode every week in video and audio format. So I interviewed Jonathan Blow recently. I interviewed Cliffy B recently. We did a deep dive on emulation and the ethics and legality of it. We did a Helldivers 2 long spoiler cast and review discussion on that. I spoke with my friend Jez about Xbox. We did a revisited episode of Final Fantasy VII Remake since I had all these fucking notes about the game. Why did I do this? What a waste of time. Because I'm playing Rebirth now and I'm just playing it, and it's so nice to just play and not have to stop and be like, oh, that's a good point. I got to write that down and then never even bring it up or whatever. We just did a 3-hour episode about, so many a person have written in. Well, actually, let me read this next letter and I'll explain why I'm bringing this up. Tyler wrote in, and a few people wrote in about this. It said, hey guys, as far as social media goes, I largely stick to Instagram and Reddit. When I listen to this show and others in the LSM family, I hear about supposed drama around games, most recently Stellar Blade and the sexy character model. However, I've legitimately never seen any comments or discussion about this outside of the show. Does this suggest the controversies around games only live on Twitter exclusively? Or does this suggest listeners are writing in about a whole lot of nothing? Maybe we'd all be better off without Twitter. There's no doubt about that. In fact, I got my check mark back randomly yesterday. I have no idea how that happened. And apparently they're just going out to people with lots of followers that had them already, that already had a check mark. And Mike is like, oh, would you pay for it or whatever to get it? I'm like, I refuse to pay for something so demonstrably bad for me. So even if I wanted it, I'm like, I just wouldn't principally do that. So apparently I have my check mark back. I don't know if it really matters anymore, but I agree that we would be better off without Twitter. But this is what I wanted to say, guys. And I don't know if you have anything to say about this. The reason I bring this up is because the next episode, so the episode that will go live the day after this goes live on Patreon, is a 3-hour discussion with me, Rick Hogue, which was great to have him, Gene Park, and my friend Jason Polanski, who's actually been on 2 other episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus. Gene's obviously a journalist. Hogue's obviously a lawyer. Jason is a producer at Atari, and their senior producer. And we wanted to talk about, because so many people have written in about like the DEI, Sweet Baby Inc., whatever kind of shit, isolate it to an episode all about it from multiple perspectives. We have the legal perspective, the business perspective, the economic perspective, the development and production and publishing perspective, and so on and so forth, and just go into it and what we think about all that kind of stuff and alienate it from the main show, because I'm passionate about some of these issues, but I don't want the show to get bogged down in culture war stuff that I feel like doesn't move the needle for me as a creator, where in like creatively, like I just don't get anything out of it. I like to use my political capital on this show where it exists to talk about the economics of video games and where games are made and who's funding them. That's like, if we're going to keep things on the main show and I'm going to use some of my political capital and use some of your guys' patience to be like, okay, Colin wants to talk about this, I want it to be about that. And I don't really want, and I'm not saying that there's not problems and shit. Clearly there are, and we get into all those on the show. But Tyler, you're asking a question that a lot of people have been asking recently, and I think not only in our space, but in many spaces, about the controversy and like, why do we talk about it and where does it come from? And is it really controversial, all of that? And I get this, but I also somewhat reject this. So take this logically, right? Every time, and I'm not trying to be political, I'm using an example. Every time Donald Trump tweeted, it was all over the news for days, right? And it wasn't just isolated to Twitter, because other people take cues from these social media platforms and talk about these things in a deep way. So when you're talking about Stellar Blade, it's like, that is a controversy off of Twitter. Just because you're not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And to reduce like the starting point of some controversies to where they're located on social media assumes that they stay isolated there. And I just simply don't believe that. So I've said before, it's not up to us to make the news. And these things are news. They're not big pieces of news. We've barely talked about Stellar Blade on the show. And we certainly barely talked about the Korean model and everyone's outrage very deeply at all. But it is happening. And if the internet isn't real life, which I somewhat believe, then I guess what I'm saying, and I bring up the Trump example as an extreme, is like, let's take that to the extreme then. I mean, if what's happening online isn't real controversy, then why are we talking about almost anything at this point? Because it's all predicated on what's happening online. So I get what you guys are saying, but this is a show about realism, not about like what we, fucking rainbows and unicorns and clowns, the good kind of clowns. Like I don't want to do a show like that and the only way we would ignore controversies like this is if they were simply not happening anywhere, but they are. I think you can say almost anything is not shared by most people, but that wouldn't reduce it to not being a controversy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm making sense, but I just feel like we have to react to what's going on, and pretending that being selective about what's going on, I think, is not wise. So,
Right.
like that Sweet Baby Inc. detected Steam group. We were talking about it on our conversation that is going to go live on Sacred Symbols Plus, and there's 350,000 people in that group. That's not a lot of people, but like by way of how many people even play core games or PC games, but that's a lot of people. Like it's not a lot of people, but it's a lot of people, if that makes any sense to you. You know, like it's not as small as you think.
Although it's ironically a lot more people than it would have been if they had just left it alone.
Precisely.
Which is the irony of the entire.
We made that argument from the beginning,
situation.
Chris. You and I made that argument from the beginning. That was my argument with the original Gamergate.
Yeah, just leave it alone.
Right. I think that it is worth pointing out from Tyler's perspective that I think there does exist controversies that do exclusively float around on Twitter, particularly in the console war space, where it's almost like a forced controversy where people will try to make a big deal out of something because they know that within that circle of people that support them, or Xbox fans, PlayStation fans, will like push for this one thing. And maybe they do make an actual controversy out of something, but normally it's something stupid like Rise of the Ronin looks bad. It's like, no one cares. It's not a real controversy, and it does remain on those platforms. But I'd like to think, at least as much as we can on this show, the controversies that we'll say exist on Twitter are the ones that go far beyond that. Like the Stellar Blade thing in particular. I know there's that IGN article. I didn't look into that too much. I know it was
IGN France, which is a licensor.
Right.
But yeah, they still said something about how these developers have never seen a woman or whatever. It's like, she's based on a South Korean model, dummy. You know, like, yeah, like a body scan with accentuations, but go look her up. You know, like
I don't understand. I really don't understand I don't understand the strange insistence that hot people don't exist. That is the strangest argument that I've seen come out of this entire thing. It's like, you've never seen a woman. It's like, I've seen many women, and trust me, many look. I'm not like, look, 90% of women don't look like that, but like there's a lot of women who look like that. There's probably like millions of women who look like that,
especially in LA.
But yeah, let's relax, okay? Like, just because I really don't understand it. That's the strangest argument to me ever. There are people who, look, not to be crazy or not to be too off color, but I mean, you know, Ricky Berwick exists. You know, if that guy can exist, surely a hot woman exists. That guy's a pretzel. So like,
you're friendly with him, right?
Yeah.
I've never talked to him before, I don't think, or maybe I did once or whatever. He seems nice.
He's an interesting little guy.
Yeah,
you know?
Little man,
little guy, little feller.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's funny. I was talking about the exact opposite though, also on Chris on the Sacred Symbols Plus episode, which people can check out on Patreon. Which is, I'm also kind of flabbergasted by ugly people not existing. So like, there's this entire argument. It's like, and even if you interpret them as ugly, it's like, why is MJ so ugly? Or like, why is Aloy so ugly? It's like, why does Aloy have to be good looking? I don't think she's ugly, by the way, at all. I think people are overestimating that. MJ definitely some sort of downgrade, but still like a normal looking person. It's like, why wouldn't we have normal looking people?
Exactly. Yeah. To me, it always comes down to, for this kind of conversation or this kind of issue, it always comes down to like, this is art, right? This is art intersecting with, you know, product, and whatever that means for you is whatever it means to you. But like, art ultimately insists upon the creators doing what they want to do with it. And as long as they're not being forced in some way to do the opposite of what they want to do, which ultimately is happening on some grander level than just character design and all this stuff, like whether or not, like, you know, microtransactions, all that stuff, like there's publisher impositions on that. And I get that. But as far as like the artistic expression of like what you want, it's like, all right, I want this character to be, you know, relatively normal looking. That's fine. I want this character to be hideous. Okay, good. You're an artist. Go do it. Oh, I want this character to be I want this character to be so hot it's unreal. Cool. It's like, it's artistic expression. Just do it. Like, it's fine. My issue always comes in. It's like if someone's, and I remember this was a story a long time ago, although probably like on a much lower level, and who knows if it's even real. I can't even remember the specifics of it, but they're like, oh, we had this character design and it was like deemed too salacious, so we had to, you know, kind of censor it up, and that's what we ended up in the final game. It's like, well, that kind of sucks. It's not the end of the world, but it is lame to have, like, even if it is like just horny design for no other reason than just that, it's like, dude, just, I don't know, let people make their art is where I come, is ultimately my stance on it. It's like,
if you want to make a weird looking chick in Fable,
people,
make her. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, are you kidding me? You see some of these fucking Tekken or these like fighting game custom characters or these like wrestling game custom characters. There's tons of room for, oh my God, Pal World. All the ugly fucking creatures crawling around that fucking wasteland. It's fun. It is fun to make ugly characters. Arguably way more, like that was I think that's what got me into some of the Souls games, actually. It was like watching people create these gross, like pale skinned fucking hammerhead shark looking motherfuckers walking through like gothic medieval castles. It's fun. It's cool. But the opposite is cool too. I don't get it.
One thing that still comes up with me and my wife, which you guys will appreciate, is the whole controversy around why MJ looks like one of the writing interns from Insomniac. You guys remember that? And I'm like, she definitely does, but I was like, it can't be, right? Like that can't be. And Michael like won't let it go. She's like, how can that be? Like, how can that be a coincidence that this chick is a dead ringer for MJ in the game? It's weird. You know, like it's so weird. I'm like, that is weird. I know how games work, and so I know that
it
can't be, you know, but maybe
it's obviously not. It's obviously not how it works. But I've seen some other pictures of that lady also, and I will say they did cherry pick a really dead ringer photo as opposed to like I don't know. I get this a lot sometimes too, where like I look like a different person in a lot of photos depending on like the angle, and it kind of freaks me out because I'm like, oh, what the fuck. And that's kind of what's going on here, where it's like that in that photo, she happens to look a lot like MJ, but I've seen other photos where it's like, that looks nothing. Mary Jane Watson in Spider-Man 2 looks quite frankly, like uncomfortably like Tim Minchin, the Australian musical comedian. I don't know why, but it's very strange. And there are very specific screenshots where that's true. But yeah, I don't know.
I noticed that with us, I'll get tweets or people will post like, holy shit, this guy looks just like Colin. That's Chris picked up. He's now the coach for the Dolphins. So that's the most common one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime I see that, I would say 95% of the time, I do not see it.
No, me neither.
At all. They're always dead wrong.
Dude,
every once in a while you get one though.
I've told you this though. Many times I've said this on the show over the years. The person who people used to tell me I looked like the most in real life was Anthony Bourdain. And I got this from like a bunch of different people that didn't know each other. And I'd be like, what are you fucking talking about? No, I love Anthony Bourdain. Kitchen Confidential is like R.I.P. and peace. But Kitchen Confidential is iconic book. Well, absolutely amazing book.
You don't look like Anthony Bourdain at all.
I don't think so either.
You look more like fucking Piccolo than you look like Anthony Bourdain. It's ridiculous.
I wonder
if
it's
a young picture.
You guys didn't know me in the beardless like era, right? Where Dustin knew of me, I guess, in that point. Mm-hmm. That one in my 20s, but I never saw it ever. So I'm just saying, like, people throw these things out all the time, but I was always flabbergasted by the unrelated nature, as if it was a joke or something that people kept like playing a game of telephone and getting to me. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, Anthony Bourdain's got a wild chin on him.
Yeah, I just don't see it. You know, I wasn't offended by it. I don't think he's a bad looking. Oh, I'm sorry.
I could see it a little bit in this young photo that I sent, but I wouldn't be me like, oh, that's Colin Moriarty right there. You know, it's just not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
if you say so. And there was no offense to Anthony Bourdain. He's a perfectly good looking man. And obviously everyone wanted to be Anthony Bourdain basically at some point. Not when he was a line cook getting fucking toasted. I'm saying like when he became famous.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What else is going on here? Merch. Lastdaymedia.store. We're only 40 minutes in, so I'm still introducing everything. Doug, A bear wrote in and said, hey, CDC, I'm about a week and some change late, but Colin was seen wearing a stand down hoodie at the Sacred 300 celebration. Is there any chance this will make it to the merch store? This would be an instant day one purchase for me. That came from a buddy of mine. It's actually the person that makes our shirts custom for us. I think is the same person that made those, right? We didn't get that from a separate person.
No, that's from him. Yeah.
Right. So
yeah,
would people buy that? Like I do wear that unironically.
They would. Can I tell you something? Yes, they would.
It's going to happen because I think I teased this either a few weeks ago that we're working on a solution because, as you guys know, the merch comes out of Colin's house. We have to buy everything in advance. So it's tough when you have these shirts that people will definitely be interested in, but we don't necessarily want to stock them. We have a solution that is actively being worked on, and I'm maybe ready decently soon. So it's all bad now.
So we're going to be ready soon. It's the final solution.
It is. You could say that. I mean, you're not wrong.
Right.
It is. I don't know if it's the final solution, but it is a near final. I don't think that's the line, though.
Near final sounds so much more ominous for some reason.
We're figuring it out.
It's like we have so much more evil to commit.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, good. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we're gonna have more merch to sell. You and I actually met before the show started to talk about a piece of merch that I think we're gonna do this year. That's like a special, not even wearable. I mean, you could wear it, I guess, if you want to, but I think it would be weird. So a lot more to say about that soon. But yeah, maybe that hoodie will be coming in some sort of special way. Doug, I love that sweatshirt. It was sent to me by that guy, and I think you have one of. Didn't I give a couple? And I have, I think, two of them, where it was just like, this is what we could do, and it's like, yeah, this is good, but we already store sweatshirts. We have the Sacred Symbol sweatshirt, and it sells pretty briskly, but these take up a lot of room. Sweatshirts take up, like, I would say, literally like 7 or 8 times more room than a t-shirt, just by the way they fold.
Yeah.
So it's like,
dude,
we have a Harry Potter closet in between our garage and our kitchen, where it's like a long, thin closet. It's like a utility closet. It's like where you put your cable box and all your like your camera and all the like equipment and all that kind of shit.
Where you put your orphan.
Where you put your orphan with the lightning bolt on his head. And it's just full of merch. And then my garage is full of merch. And then a corner in our kitchen, because we have this nook in our kitchen that's supposed to be like where you put a desk or a table or something, and that's just full of merch. So absorbing stand down sweatshirts is like the least I can consider right now, unfortunately, but we'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
And I'm glad that you have interest in that. Mark Melton wrote into us. Said, hey, Sacred Crew, I just recently went to Universal Studios theme park, and of course I wore my Sacred Symbol shirt, hoping I would bump into a fellow listener. I went all day with no one saying anything about my shirt until at the very end of the day, a crew member asked if I'm wearing Sacred Symbols. We just exchanged fist bumps and acknowledged the show, and that was it. It was the perfect way to end the day. Us fans of the show are out there, and it's truly amazing to connect with each other, even how small the interaction may be. Thanks for all that you guys do, and keep up the great content. Happy to hear that, Mark. It's wonderful to hear. I'm sorry that you went all day. The thing is that I'm sure someone recognized it, but not everyone's going to come up to you. I'm the kind of guy, like, I can't resist. When I see like someone in an Islanders shirt or hat, which is so rare down here. If you're not on Long Island, it's incredibly rare. We walked by a person in New York City, and I said it. I was like, that guy's an Islanders hat on. Even in New York City, I was like, that's so strange. I often come up and say, I was at a play for my nephew a few weeks ago, and a guy had a Jets sweatshirt on, and I had to go up to him and talk to him. But not everyone's like me, you know. So I'm sure someone noticed.
Yeah,
don't feel too
people
bad.
at Universal. People at Universal are. I remember getting recognized there specifically a lot. There's a lot of people who are like very, very online, very, very aware of like just content and games media stuff over there. So it wouldn't surprise me if you had a lot of people notice and just not come up to you.
I was recognized at the airport on the way home from the show in New York.
I was recognized at the airport on the way to the show, but I had like gone the whole day without sleeping so I could sleep on the plane. So it was like the worst possible. Like just before, if you're listening to this, I'm sorry if I seemed super fucking tired, but I was. Because he came up to me, he was like, "Hey, I'm going to the show," and I'm like, "Oh, I'm fading."
Yeah,
but
I wonder if this person, he mentions it's a crew member, someone that is a crew member from Universal, talked to me on Instagram the other day. I wonder if this was this person. If it's you,
small world.
I don't know, can't remember your name exactly. Let me know. That's kind of an interesting connection. I told you guys about, maybe it was on this show, maybe it was on Constellation. I wore my Sacred hoodie last time I was at Cedar Point, and when I was getting a drink, the guy was like, "Oh, nice hoodie." I said, "Oh, do you listen?" He's like, "No, I just know it's PlayStation." And then this other guy, just a normal guy, not a guy that worked there, was like, oh, yeah, that's Colin Moriarty's show. I was like, that, yeah, it is. He's like, man, I don't know what happened with him and Kind of Funny. They really fucked up. I'm like, yep. He's like, but yeah, his new show is great. I listen to it all the time. I was like, nice. Me too. And then that was it. That was the whole interaction. So,
oh yeah, that's true. I wonder also like how many people just listen and wouldn't recognize you necessarily. Like wouldn't recognize you by your face from the show.
There are podcasts I honestly listen to with like an ensemble cast where like a 4 or 5 people where I'm like, I've listened to this show for years and I'm not even sure who's talking. Like where I know I like what you guys say, but like if you put like names and next to voices, like I'm not even sure who that is. You know? Like,
yeah.
I just like this show or whatever it is. So I'm sure there are people like that. Plenty of them. But yeah, nothing will be more strange. When I first moved to Santa Monica, this dude from Sweden just ran up to me and hugged me.
Oh,
like, literally like it happened in a second. And I was like, oh, you must not know me that well. But nice to meet you nonetheless. Yeah, wear your merch loud and proud out there, my friends. Go ahead, Dustin. You had something to say?
I was going to say, when we were at New York, we were at the Barcade the first night, and someone came up to Brad and recognized him.
Oh, cool.
Like, oh, yeah, I listen to Easy Allies. I love you guys. Yeah. And Brad did not have the heart to tell him that he wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
He was just like, oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was fun. And Chris got recognized on the street when we were walking somewhere. I was like, man, it's important. What I tell people is like, yeah, there's someone who's actually famous on our crew, and that's Chris, and maybe Gene to some extent. But we're like micro niche internet celebrities.
That's what I tell Dagan all the time. I'm always like, Dagan, we're not that famous. Don't like not he doesn't. We're not that famous. He doesn't think that at all. He thinks like I'm more famous than I am. I'm like, I'm not that famous. Yeah.
That was the strangest interaction though, because we were all walking as a unit, and we were obviously coming from a place where like a lot of people are in town to see us. So like I was stopped with you guys, and I was like, I turned, I was like, oh wait, what is this? Like, who's being stopped exactly? Because I thought, like, am I going to be stopped? And then he's going to see me, and then he's going to see Dustin, and he's going to see everybody else. And is this going to be like a whole thing that kind of subsumes this group of people? And it was just me. He had no idea that I was even doing a show, which is like, okay. So, like, it's just me. But now, like, you guys were just kind of around. It was like, just go, I'll catch up with you. And I sprinted. Yeah. I talked to him for a little bit, and then I sprinted back to you guys. But that was a strange bit of social math I had to do where it's like, oh man, what is the equation here of like, who's going to be recognized? How long do I owe? Like what time do I owe to this individual? Who am I keeping? It was weird. It was strange. It was a lot in like 3 seconds.
Did I ever tell you guys the I think I might have told you guys the story like that really gave me pause about like socializing in public, I guess. And let me tell you what I'm saying before I even get into it. So there's a bar in San Francisco called Soda Popinski's. I don't know if it actually exists anymore, but it was basically like a dive bar, and they had like an NES and like an SNES and all sorts of shit in the back, but it wasn't really a gaming bar. It was just like a dive bar. And I went there with my ex, and we were just hanging out, and I was playing Dr. Mario, which is like one of my very favorite games on NES. And this dude came up to me, like it was just a full bar or whatever, and people were hanging out. And this dude came up to me, he's like, oh, you mind if I play? And I was like, yeah, sure. So we played against each other, and we were talking back and forth. And we talked for like a half an hour. I'm like, oh, this guy's friendly. And we were, hanging out. And then I was going to go get a beer and just kind of hang out with my girlfriend or whatever, my friends. And he was like, he didn't do anything wrong, but he's like, oh, by the way, I'm a big fan. And I'm like, fuck, like, in my mind, I was like, I thought we were having an authentic, not that it meant anything to me. It was like, it was just a nice moment. I was like, oh, but this guy knew who I was the whole time, but didn't tell me that. And that made me feel really unsettled because I wasn't crazy. I feel like that's an imbalance that strangers don't usually have with each other. And yeah, ever since then, so this was in like 2015 or 2016. Ever since then, I've been like much more guarded about that and just like skeptical, even though I'm not recognized or like vocally or visibly recognized very often. I get recognized around in Virginia once in a while, but I actually think that there are people like there are people that live in my neighborhood that listen to the show. I know that.
Oh,
and
whoa! I didn't know that.
like in my area, like in that, like, in the division I live or whatever.
Sure.
And people like often tell me they're like, I know the Walmart you're talking about. I know this, or because I don't give a fuck. It's Hull Street. I don't give a fuck. Like but like I think the people that are in my area, and one of the guys that I know lives around here told me this. He's like, I think people. It's like it's like a very small example of that, but it's like when a movie star lives in a town and people just leave them alone or whatever, or like don't acknowledge them to a much smaller extent. I feel like people have done me that kindness, knowing that it would unsettle me greatly if I was walking down the street with my dogs and they said something to me. But in San Francisco, I used to get recognized quite often, especially with Greg. We had multiple times where like the waiter of our table at a restaurant would like know us or whatever. But I would always acknowledge and be kind, and I love that kind of stuff. It's fun to meet people. But the only time that it would be weird is if I was in my neighborhood in the Sunset. I would often hear someone yelling my name from a car or like walking by, and I would always ignore it.
Because
I'm like, unless they were like right on top of me, but if they were like across the street, like yelling as the car was going by, I would act like I wasn't even me, so that no one knew exactly where I was.
Yeah, the car. I've had the car yell more than any other interaction, I think, outside of like being at a convention where you're meeting like 100 people in a row, which is, I think, doesn't really count because you're there to do that. But like, I've been yelled at from cars many, many times. And it's usually something like upload or something like where's the video or something. And I kind of don't mind that, because to me, it's like they're stuck in a car. Like they're not going to get out of their car and come to me and have a conversation with me. Like they are locked into some degree of like you gotta obey traffic laws and stuff. It's illegal for you to talk to me, really. It's kind of how I feel about it.
Unless they're insane, then they will come to you.
Well, then I'll sprint. Then I'll run. If anybody gets out of their car in the middle of the street to come talk to me, I'm sprinting the fuck away. That is such a bad sign.
They just drive and try to hit you. Maybe.
Just drive. Oh, maybe I'll just dive in front of it.
One thing, do you guys get this? Like,
thanks.
Especially you, Chris. You're more famous than both of us combined. But
I mean, let's relax.
I often know when someone recognizes me and doesn't say something. Like someone staring at you.
Yeah, like, you can tell.
Yeah, I'm like, I just kind of keep going. Like I've had that. I've definitely had that awkward. Like they might not even know why they recognize you. They're looking at you like, who is that?
Right, exactly.
Where have I seen this person? I do that all the time. I try not to let them know, but I see people every once in a while. I'm like, is that? And it never is. Why would anyone be in Central Virginia?
Is that Dean Cain?
Is that Dean? Yeah,
I think
it could be Dean Cain in Central Virginia. Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, no, I know. It reminds me of those memes of Tobey Maguire at the airport. You ever seen those? Like whenever he's in some crowded area and then he just turns like directly to the camera from like a mile away or whatever. It's like he knows.
Yeah. When we were in New York, we saw someone famous, not someone I knew. We were getting coffee, and someone from Succession was in the coffee shop.
Oh yeah, like one of the main characters?
Board members, the CFO maybe. I'm trying to remember. Ben and Emily recognized him immediately, but they were just hanging out in the coffee shop. I was like, cool. Yeah, we were trying not to stare him down.
I saw a picture there was a picture going around of this girl sitting at a cafe, and Margot Robbie was there with like another like of her friends, just like at one of the normal tables. And I'm like, that's so interesting. Like no one that's confident. She didn't. It looked like her. It wasn't like when you have like the baseball cap on and the hair up and like the glasses on. It was like it's straight up her. And I was like, that's so interesting. I like when people try to retain their normalcy as much as possible in that sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know how we got onto this, but it's time to get into the show. I said that with a heavy heart for some reason. I have no idea why. Oh, postscript. This has been on my. He didn't write in this week, but this has been here for a while, and I've been meaning to talk about this on my computer. Just posted this here. There's a guy named Hector that listens to the show, and I know because he writes into the show. And I think Hector wrote in no fewer than 15 times with the same inquiry. Like just copied and pasted every week or every other week. And Hector, it wasn't going to happen for that particular inquiry. I can respect giving it a second try if you really feel like you got something like a nice piece of gold there, but I was surprised. And then ironically, I'm bringing it up this week, but he didn't write in this week. Are you okay? Because now I'm worried about you. Because you didn't write in with the same inquiry for the 16th week in a row. Hector, let me know if you're okay.
There is something I've been asked before if we play favorites with write-ins, if there's any kind of preferential treatment for higher tiers patrons, which I
can't even see that unless you go into each name. So no, there is not a preference for that.
Because people get mad that the same people get selected, but it's usually because those people write really well written and poignant questions.
Yeah.
So
it's I do think that some people get chosen like repeatedly, but the funny thing is that I have a bias towards names I don't recognize. If I have one bias in going through the inquiries, it's names I don't know. So like if names that are coming up are still coming up, it's because they're still writing better things than, it's funny. Like I never even thought about the tier thing. So to give people a view of it, it's like, I can't see that. I have to click on your name and go into like your information to even see your tier. We don't have like a special backend. The way Patreon looks for you as a user is basically the way it looks for us. We just have like extra little links to click on for data and all that. So no, there is no bias towards like level because I can't see it without going in. I'm not going to do that for 150 or 200 people every time there's a thread.
Yeah.
And I actually have a bias for it. So I have a few biases. I try not to pick. I sometimes do, but the inquiries that go first are often the same names, and I try not to really pick from them very often because those are recognizable names that I know people will look at. So it's funny, the biases people think we have are actually all not the biases I have. The biases I have are towards getting new names. And I don't keep track of the names. I just try to remember who's been chosen and not. I also honestly have a bias towards female listeners. If like on the rare occasion that one writes in, I try to choose them too, because we have it's like 1 in 20 listeners is a woman. I wish that it was different, but I can understand as a male oriented show. I also frankly completely insist that this idea that gaming is half women and half men is nonsense, and that's just not materially true at all. But I have a bias to, at least in the core space, I would say it's probably 90-10 or something like that. So yeah, those are the biases I have. None of the ones you think I did. Thank you for writing in. No one wrote in, I don't think, actually, on that.
Yeah. We're slowly going insane.
Yeah. All right, let's get into some inquiries and start. By the way, there's no big news items this week, so there's just a bunch of small news items, but we'll get into those earnestly after these few inquiries. Then we'll get into what we're playing. Then we'll wrap things up with some more inquiries from the audience. But Miggy Azalea wrote into us and said, hello, El Padre, the Ray Sun, and the Holy Weeb. RPM issue 3, the unofficial retro PlayStation magazine, is available. While it is already well over its required funding, there's also the ability to get all previous issues with this one for anyone looking to catch up. Shall we use this opportunity to shout out Sandeep's work? Keep it up, boys. Duh. Here it is. The third issue of RPM, the official retro PlayStation magazine, done by my friend Sandeep Rai, coordinated by him. He's too old for gaming, so 2 underscore, like number 2, old underscore 4, the number 4 underscore gaming. You can find him on Twitter. And this stuff is all available on, I think he has like an Etsy shop, but also kickstarts the things as well as they come out. So you can buy the back catalogs. Dude, this shit's really good. I'm telling you guys, it's really, really good. And there's just like, so in this one, it's like a look back at the PSP launch lineup, the making of Medieval with one of the guys that worked on it. Sony at E3, 1996. Crash Team Racing retrospective. Saying Goodbye to London Studio, Vagrant Story retrospective, catching up on the Mana series. It's pretty cool, you know. Next time, what's next in issue 4? Who's that? Who's that boy? That's a Helgen, my friends. Oh yeah, go support Sandeep Rai. Sandeep Rai is one of those names that I keep in my mind. Like I have these contingency plans. Like, all right, so what if Chris doesn't want to do the show anymore? What if Dustin doesn't want to do the show anymore? Like, what would we do? And I have like these names in my mind where I'm like, these are the people I would probably tap to ask if they wanted to come onto the show, and he's one of them for sure. Mm-hmm. Sandeep Rai is one of them.
That makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Mystic Ryan would maybe be one, although I think that he is happy in the YouTube space, and he's so good at it. He's good on podcasts too, but he's like the premier PlayStation YouTuber. You know, why would you want to? Maybe you don't want to fuck around with that too much. But hopefully we never go anywhere. I want to die first.
Oh. Well, I mean, chronologically that would happen.
Yeah, I would assume so. Like if you look at the actuary table, I would indeed go first. Did you see the actuary table about Joe Biden? It's like 47% chance he dies before the end of his second term. Just like that's the baseline, you know.
My assumption is even higher for like I don't know, man. I hate even thinking about the fact that we have so many old people in these strange positions,
dude.
Where they
sucks.
just really should not be.
It's crazy, both of them. They're both way too old. I heard a great point on a podcast I was listening to. I think it was the All In podcast, which is a really great podcast I like, where they were like, "What Fortune 500 company is run by an 80-year-old?" Or even like 70-year-olds or 60-year-olds. A lot of these people are 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. We need the agility of the mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to run for president. It's going to be an uphill battle, though. I'm not in any of the...
Will you still be able to do the show?
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to actually campaign. You know?
Yeah.
When I say run, campaign. I mean it figuratively. You know? I'm going to do it like...
figuratively run for president.
Right. Like, I think...
Well, isn't that just what running for president is?
Yeah, sure. That is figurative. Yeah. But I'm entering my name into the election for that would be the more literal way to say it, I guess. But I'm going to be like William McKinley. Like William McKinley, when he ran for president in the 1890s, he would just come out of his house and speak from his porch. And then if anyone was there to listen, they would basically just record it and, you know, jot it down and report on it. So I'm going to do something like that probably. So yeah, I'll be available for the show.
Good.
All right. Please don't leave the show, either of you, because I don't know what I'm going to do if it's just too much to think about. Cormac wrote in and said, "Hello, big boys and Chris. Recently, a couple of images from Sacred 300 caught my attention. And said pictures were an extremely red pair of pants Chris was wearing. I feel like we need to discuss this. Where did he get them? What made him wear them? Should they be banned in the future? And most importantly, could we somehow find a way to sack him for this offense?" Oh, well, you must. What? Oh, you are from the UK. Okay, so I am, of course, messing, but seriously, Chris, sort it out. They were outrageous. Look forward to your future visit to the UK. Cormac from Ireland. Sacking is like such a uniquely British thing to say.
Yeah, it is.
Chris, what was going? Do you feel the need to defend the red pants? Do you feel the need to expand on the red pants? Do you feel what do you think?
I'm just confused by the idea that they're extremely red. I feel like they were like a reasonably because I had an extremely red pair of pants like a long time. I think I've actually mentioned them. I think I have a picture here. I don't know if this will load for you guys. It's a kind of 50-50 chance whether or not these will load. This is for a Back to the Future party.
It worked.
And
yeah, those are red.
Those are extremely red.
Those are very red pants. Yeah.
What I was wearing, like they were like kind of like dull, like kind of dark, almost dark orange corduroy pants. Like I don't know. I like they're comfortable pants. So I wore them to the show because I felt like I wanted to be comfortable as comfortable as I could be on stage without wearing sweatpants, because you can't wear sweatpants on a stage with a bunch of lights on you because people will see things that they should not see. So, you know, I don't know. I understand that the acceptability of like what you're allowed to wear is like, oh, okay, blue jeans, black jeans, and that's it. But like, I don't know. I like to have a little bit of variety. I have gray jeans. I have the dark red corduroy pants.
Gray jeans are a good look. I like gray jeans.
I do like gray jeans. But the thing is, like, I understand, like, it's like, okay, black and blue kind of just goes with most things. So you don't have to, like, coordinate. You don't look like a fucking psycho if you wear them. But, like, I don't know. I like to have some color. When I moved to LA specifically, I remember looking at my wardrobe and realizing that it was all gray, which is, or just all black, which is very East Coast. It's very New York to just kind of, and very, like, East Coast in general to just kind of have this, like, kind of monochromatic kind of wardrobe. And I remember just being like, I don't know, it just kind of looks a little depressing. So I just, I don't know. I like to, I have white pants too.
Oh, that's dangerous.
But like, those are dangerous. Those are like really special occasions. I had to own them because that's a very Caribbean thing. You have to, I think the second you turn 40, you have to wear white pants exclusively. white pants, sunglasses. You have to printer ink your hair jet black, and then you're well on your way to being my Uncle Lucho. But I think, I don't know. I like having variety in my clothes, even though I'm not really like a fashion guy. Like it just helps me feel like I'm not in a rut, you know? Because at least I could change the way I look on a day-to-day basis.
Couple more observations about this. I'm sorry, Dustin, what you were going to say? Go ahead.
I was just gonna this write-in. I feel the need to defend you here, just because when we saw you outside,
were they crazy red?
No, I didn't even think twice about them, to be honest.
No, and here's the thing: when we first gathered outside of the theater before we got in, for sure Holly and I think Emily too. So 2 married women in our group immediately complimented you on these pants. So I think you looked great. I thought you looked absolutely amazing.
I appreciate that.
So, I mean, stand down to this write-in through and through. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Now, that's coming from a guy who only wears black pants for years. My black pants are like Colin's earrings. It's just not going to change. I've been wearing them so long. I got to keep the post-hardcore look up. I can't change.
Dude,
so
I got my passport photo taken the other day, and the guy was like, okay, so take your earrings out. And I'm like, no, they don't come out. They were in my last passport for sure. So, and he's like, all right. And then that was the end of that. I'm like, I'm not even sure how to take them out. Like, they haven't come out. These have been in my ear for 22 years. 22 years they've been in my ears.
That's scary.
You know?
That's a scary amount of time to have something jutting inside you.
They're just there. They're just like no feel, like part of my body, you know?
I get it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think also too, what really instigated that change in wardrobe specifically was like, especially when I moved to LA, it was so hot and the sun is always out, and like you can't wear, like I was a black pants person too, but you can't. You get
the swamp ass.
Black jeans in Los Angeles will kill you. So like I had to be just like, all right, but I didn't like shorts either. So I was like, okay, well, what can I do to mitigate? How can I mitigate the fucking solar absorption that I am partaking in right now? And it was just like, the answer was like, you know, white, gray, any other color other than black.
Sure.
I have some light blue pants. I don't know, man. Get out there, experiment a little more, because like Justin said, I got compliments on my pants, likely because they weren't black or blue. So maybe go.
Wait a minute.
Try some other colors out.
Wait a minute.
Do it.
Were your pants corduroy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I complimented you about them on the stage. Yeah, in fact.
Yeah. Yeah, they're good pants.
Interesting. Now let's rewind a minute, because let's keep this in mind about who wrote in Cormac. If the name didn't give it away, he's Irish.
Right.
Like anything with color is going to be so bright. It's like when a man lives, it's like a dwarf living in a cavern and just seeing nothing but rocks and minerals, and then coming out or they're even better, like they're just hammering away and suddenly there's a ruby in the sediment, you know? And I feel like that's kind of his experience. It probably rains 335 days a year there. All they eat is potatoes. And they've been ensnared by the British for hundreds of years at this point, you know?
Yeah, there's no room for color in Ireland.
They're gonna get so mad about that last part because obviously they're independent. Yeah. I'm Irish by heritage, but I don't. I got to be honest with you. Respect to Ireland, and also my family definitely doesn't agree with this sentiment. My dad especially, but I don't really give a shit. It's like I'm so like, what does it mean to be Irish American? It's like my great grandfather, I think, came over in the 1850s, and that makes me Irish.
Yeah,
I don't fucking know what that. Like, I'm much more deeply connected with the Italian side. Like, my grandparents' generation were from Italy, you know, so that's like a more.
You got to pick and choose ultimately at a certain point, because like my family's kind of a similar thing. It's like where it's Puerto Rican primarily, but then there's there's a Native American part of it too. And I'm just like, I was so ingratiated in the Hispanic part for so long that like by the time I even learned about that other thing, I was like, well, it's too late. It's too late.
Yeah,
it's too late.
No,
I'm not gonna
go.
That. I'm not gonna hang up a dream catcher and go to powwows and stuff. It's too late.
Do a little rain dance. How deeply?
I can say that. By the way. That's
fine.
You
are. Yeah. Totally.
But like it's wild. Because like my mom's like really into that stuff specifically. She's like, she identifies a lot with that. I mean, she's still Puerto Rican, obviously, but like that's a big important thing for her because that was her father, where he came from. So it was like, I get it, but like, you spend too much time teaching me Spanish and all this stuff. So it's like you got me into this thing. I can't switch. I can't play baseball and football. All right, at the same time. Like I gotta pick one.
Right.
Let's relax.
Yeah, I totally hear that, and I'm just so happy that we're able to showcase a person of color here on Sacred Symbols.
Whoa, be careful. Be careful. People are gonna get so mad at that specific thing. Yeah, whatever.
Vincent Valenzuela wrote in and said, "Greetings, Sacred Crew. Me and my girlfriend are moving in together for the first time. We get along great, and I can easily say she's my best friend and the love of my life. But everyone talks about how difficult it can be when you first move in with your partner. So I'm definitely trying to be as cognizant as possible of the fact that there will be growing pains and annoyances that will affect both of us. Any recommendations on how to best navigate this new journey of ours? Thanks, and I hope you all had a very lovely Easter. Eating crackers and eggs. What does that mean?
What the fuck?
Who are eating crackers and eggs on Easter? Ironically, I was eating crackers, like the townhouse crackers, the rectangular ones. I was eating those. They were out as like an hors d'oeuvre.
The Venezuelans are eating crackers and eggs.
Oh, very
Easter,
well.
I guess.
All right. Any advice about living with a significant other? I've lived with several of my girlfriends leading up to getting married, and it's always different and kind of an adventure. But I found that the living together thing wasn't that difficult for me. It was more of like, are we just generally compatible with each other at all? Which I guess you're going to learn quickly.
That's how you find out.
Right. Exactly. And I would just say my only earnest advice, this is a very silly show, of course, but my only earnest advice is like to just keep your own space. Like you need to have your own schedule. You need to like be your own person. You can't be in this codependent situation that sometimes living with a person leads to. Like you need to live independently and then come together, not live together and then leave and go independently. It doesn't work very well, in my opinion. I'm very much, I need my own space and time person though. Like if you're not down with that, we can't be together. I don't want people up my ass and I don't want to be up other people's asses, but this is going to be the furthest up in someone's ass you've ever been. So, but it is, but you might learn that it's easy peasy. Again, it wasn't the living together parts that were not fine with me and exes, so I don't think it's as difficult as people make it out to be either.
Yeah. Earnestly, that's good advice, actually. And I also think primarily like a big key is just communicate. I mean, this is key in like any part of being a person really, but communication is like super important. If something's bothering you, just say it. Like don't hold on to it. Don't like it doesn't, it's not worth it to just suffer in silence. Just address it. Because I remember like when I first moved to LA, I lived with a girlfriend for I think 8 or 10 months, something like that. And it was a real problem because we had completely different schedules and not a lot of space. So like my office was my bedroom, but she would go to sleep at like 7 p.m. And I'm just like, I can't work. I literally, but I remember I was just like, well, okay. And I was just like, I didn't say anything about it. And it just festered for so long that I was just like, eventually I just exploded. I was like, I can't, this is not, get out of here. So like it's, you gotta, if something's bothering you even a little bit, and not trivial, not something like really trivial, but like even, although I guess what is trivial depends on the person. But just even something simple is like, hey, when you do the dishes and you put them here, don't put them there. Leave the dirty dishes in the sink, clean them, and then put them on the rack. Don't like clean them and put them on the side or on the counter. Like little things like that. Just communicate all of that stuff because that'll drive all that stuff adds up and it'll drive you fucking crazy. It will, straight up.
Yeah. Well, that's what I guess. I'm trying to figure out. I think that we're somewhat compatible in our advice, but maybe a little different. Because I was going to say, learn what battles are worth picking, because at the same time, like, for example, you're sleeping in an office situation. That's absolutely something that needs to be resolved. But as you live with someone, they're going to do things that you find annoying. And some of those might be worth living with if they do not matter, because you don't want to constantly nitpick everything that person does.
Right.
Especially if it's just something super small, right? There's a lot of things Holly and I had to learn about each other that's like, okay, she does this. It really doesn't affect me, or I do this and it doesn't really affect her. And so that's okay. You don't want to be too crazy. So I get somewhere in the middle here. Like,
yeah,
obviously certain things, if you let it fester, you don't want to one day just like snap and explode over something this person had no idea about. That's also, I mean, really bad.
Yeah, I think ultimately, but that's the thing. It's like you learn to pick your battles. That's good. But like also, I think communication shouldn't be a battle. Like if you just say like, hey, this is kind of bothering me or like this is annoying, like that shouldn't really necessarily be like a problem. It shouldn't, ideally. I understand in practice, like it's a whole thing. But like I've always been like super receptive to that. So like I don't understand why people can't also be receptive to it. This is like, oh, okay, yeah, I won't do that anymore. Cool. Or it's just like, yeah, I can't not do that. So like this, yeah. But instead you get like the half promise where it's like, oh yeah, okay.
Right. It gets better for a minute.
Yeah, it gets like one day.
All right.
Good luck.
Other things here. Well, it's time to get into games here. Terry Tip wrote in and said, hello, gents. This question is for Colin. Did you work at IGN around the time they made that trailer for a Zelda movie? If so, did you guys realize that you guys would make the greatest April Fool's prank of all time? And why didn't you do everything you could to stop them? I was there. That was my second or third year there. And I think it was 2008. And no, we had no idea that, like, we got so many letters from angry people and angry parents. And it was very weird because it was 15 years ago. So it was more than that. So it was a different time for April Fool's jokes on the internet. And yeah. I think the one thing that we experienced at IGN with the April Fool's joke videos were just diminishing returns, because they actually got more and more sophisticated and better and better. Like we did one that was supposed to be like a Law and Order type show, but about the Aurors from Harry Potter, I think they're called, like the magic detectives. And it was like really expensive and well done, but like everyone knew at that point that it was fake. And so we were doing it just for kind of fun. And I think I noted on the show once that I thought this was a fucking great idea, like a really great idea, frankly, like one of my great ideas at IGN, and which is never executed, was why not for April Fools? Everyone always expects we're going to do a video. And the reason they wanted to do a video at some point was because it's shareable and we make money on it and all that. I get it. You can have it sponsored. But I was like, what if you just went to IGN.com and it was skinned like it was like 1990, straight up, like we built a 1990 shell of and so instead of like, you know, at the top it says like PS3, Xbox 360, Wii, like what if it said like NES, you know, SNES, Genesis, Master System, and all those kinds of things. And we wrote a series of stories from that would have been relevant April 1st, 1990, and populated all of these channels with just spoof stories about that. And then there's a way to click through to the real site, but it's like an experiential thing. Like where you go and the April Fool's joke is like, we're earnestly going to make you click at least a few times to realize that this is a fake version of the site. And obviously you would probably know that, but just not even really acknowledge it anywhere. Just be like, this is what the site would have looked like in 1990 before the web even existed and stuff. So that's the kind of stuff I wanted to do, but they didn't want to execute on that. So, and I felt like you could have sold that too. Like you could have found a brand like Konami, I think was the idea I used, where I was like, you could like sell this to a Konami and have them sponsor it. And they can brand themselves then and now. We can have stories about all sorts. I don't know. The video thing is cool, but it was a totally diminishing return thing. I don't even know why you bother anymore at this point. But April Fool's has been of corrupted at this point, I think.
Yeah, there's no, I don't know. I felt this way for a long time, but April Fool's is kind of pointless when everybody's making things up every day anyway. Like, it doesn't really feel... In fact, it feels like the only day of respite where you feel like you can just verifiably not trust anything. You know, where it's like, oh, okay, whatever. It happened on April Fool's. Who cares? It's a good thing that bridge didn't come down on April Fool's. Fucking awkward.
I'll say. All right. Terry, thank you for writing in. Old Tex wrote in and said, look, Fat, with all the hand wringing over how much games cost, I wanted to shout out the PlayStation Store Spring Sale. By the way of mentioning a segment that you, Colin, used to do every so often, you would select 5 or 6 games that could be purchased on sale for the PS Store for $100 or so. And it was a fun way to highlight how far your money can go in one of these sales. To wit, 3 games that you recently recommended are available on sale in aggregate for just over $40, Gravity Circuit, Lords of Exile, and Batboy. The two former I haven't gotten to yet, but Colin was right. Bat Boy is an excellent throwback platformer that is well worth the $10.50 for what it is currently on sale for. And it's got a pretty breezy platinum if you're into that sort of thing. So what about you boys? Anything in the spring sale pique your interest? I wanted to say, like, I've stopped paying attention to sales, I guess is what I would say. It's just it's gotten too crazy where what am I even buying? I don't have time to play any of this shit. So even if I'm getting something for $5 or $10 or something really cheap, it's like, why am I even buying it anyway? There was a time where I would get, during the PS4 era especially, I'd get really sucked into these sales and buy like things, be like, oh my God, this $3.99 for this AAA game and $5. But even that, you kind of realize it's still a waste of money because you never play them. Or at least I don't.
Yeah.
And I don't want to jump around like thing to thing and be like, well, I'm going to play this game now, and then I'm going to play this game now. Like Jaffe always remarks, he never beats games. It's like, I always beat my games. It's unusual when I don't beat a game. Like Banishers recently, me walking away from that game, I was like, that's strange. I usually beat the games I play. So the honest answer is I don't have anything that piques my interest in any of these sales anymore because I'm not looking for value gaming anymore. I'm looking for time sensitive gaming. Even if a game sucks 80 or 100 hours of my life out of it, which is fine, but that's more what it's about for me. So that's why I stopped doing the sales exercises, because I don't even want to convince anyone that they should be buying these things when they probably don't have time to play them anyway. You should in my opinion, $70 on a game that you were really looking forward to and will spend time with is better spent money than $20 on 3 games on sale that you don't really even care about and are just buying it because it's on sale. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's my stance.
That makes sense. I think I don't know. I'm looking through some of these, and I will say It Takes Two for PS4 and PS5 at $9 is crazy. So I would recommend that actually, because that was my game of the year that came out. Really, really great game. Obviously, co-op experience, so you need somebody else to play it with. But for $9, it's fucking really good. 75% off. It's pretty solid. I have no problem.
I picked up. I'm not sure if it's part of the spring sale, but it is on sale right now. I got Castle Crashers Remastered for $1.99, $2, and that's enough that at some point I'm gonna have some boys over and say, "Oh, let's pick up Castle Crashers," and who knows, maybe I'll never play it, but for $2, I mean, I love that game. I haven't played the remaster,
it's awesome
but
game.
The the OG was so good.
I was so excited when it came to PlayStation because remember it was an Xbox 360 exclusive.
That's right.
And then it came to PS3, and I totally hear you guys. Those are great prices, but I'm trying to be more. It's very similar to why I don't have multiple streaming services anymore, really, because I just don't have the time. It's not about the money. It's like, why waste any of your money?
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying, but also $2 for Castle Crashers and $9 for It Takes Two. Those are just objectively like really good quality games that I think people would get a lot of value out for that amount of money. But I don't know, if those games don't interest you, then don't get them just because they're cheap,
right?
Because that is a waste of money. But if you were curious about either of those, or you maybe like had interest in Castle Crashers and just forgot about it, Castle Crashers is a hard recommend though. Castle Crashers is so fucking so good. I love that studio though, especially from that era.
Is that the Behemoth?
The Behemoth, yeah.
Yeah, Behemoth. They did the Alien Hominid and
Battle Block Theater.
Battle Block Theater and Pit People and
I think their last 2 games never came to PlayStation.
I think that's true.
Battle Block and Pit People, I think Xbox wisely worked with them pretty early. They did identify some really great early indie developers, like Chair was another one of those, although they kind of went in a mobile direction, which I think was really wise for them. With what were their mobile games called? Do you guys remember? Chair did those really famous mobile games. Infinity Blade. That's what it was.
Yeah.
But before that, obviously they did Shadow Complex, and that's one of the greats for me. I love that fucking game. Love it.
Yeah. That was a good period of time for indies and smaller games like that.
And Xbox Live Arcade specifically. I mean, those were all Xbox Live Arcade games. It was specifically a good time for that platform. Again, it's another example of Microsoft kind of being somewhere early and not realizing the value of it, or not 100%. Fully taking advantage of it. Not having to buy these teams wherever, but it's the same thing happened with Bastion. It's like they had them. That was another Xbox 360 timed exclusive, and And then you get Transistor. By the time like every indies really are starting to matter, you get Transistor exclusively on PS4 for a time or whatever.
Yeah.
It's very so they didn't see the forest for the trees, I don't think. But now I must say neither of them really see the forest for the trees. There was an interesting article about how Game Pass money is totally drying up for indie developers, and that's not a huge surprise, of course. And on the other side, you just have Sony not even investing in those games really at all anymore, or smaller style games, when it seems like it was just yesterday that it was the indie, PlayStation loves indies, and they were pimping Mercenary Kings, and they were pimping all sorts of different smaller indie games, but at the same time letting go of that game company, letting go of ultimately Giant Sparrow. Edith Finch was supposed to be a PlayStation exclusive, And do you guys remember when that game was announced, Edith Finch? It was announced, like they announced it without permission, that game, or Giant Sparrow, and then they had to like roll it all back, and it was just called Edith Finch at the time. And they got in trouble with Sony for like just jumping the gun. They wrote like a huge blog post about it. It was interesting.
Weird.
I wasn't a huge fan of that game, to be honest, but I know a lot of people like it. Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, let's begin here. There's new PS5 Pro. Let's begin here at 1 hour and 27 minutes. There's a new report over by Tom Henderson at Insider Gaming. It says exclusive PS5 Pro enhanced requirements detailed. So he says, with the soon to be announced PS5 Pro expected to hit shelves later this year, Insider Gaming has learned of the developer requirements that need to be met to have the PS5 Pro enhanced label. Internally, this is currently called the Trinity Enhanced label, but for the sake of SEO, we'll be referring to it as PS5 Pro Enhanced moving forward. I appreciate your honesty, Tom. So to remind people, there was a similar enhancement kind of branding for PS4 Pro. And so instead of PS5 Pro or PS4 Pro Enhanced, it'll say PS5 Pro Enhanced. And it says here, quote, the Enhanced label first made its introduction into the PlayStation ecosystem following the release of PlayStation 4 Pro, which meant that the game utilized the Pro console's improved hardware to offer improved frame rates and resolutions. For the PS5 Pro PlayStation wants games to offer a PS5 Pro exclusive graphics mode that will combine PSSR to upscale resolutions to 4K, a constant 60 frames, add or increase ray tracing effects. According to documents sent to Insider Gaming, this is possible because of faster RAM and faster GPU. So we went on all this. We already know all this stuff. So how are we feeling about this? We were worried about the frame rate issue. It should be specified that it doesn't mean that a game can't utilize the PS5 Pro's upscale to reach, say, 4K and still stay at 30 frames. It's just to say it can't mark itself or be marked as Trinity Enhanced or PS5 Pro Enhanced. But it looks like they are aiming for 60 frames as a benchmark for this console, which I think should allay some fears. No? I mean, if this is true, and I assume it is, Tom's a reliable reporter. Dustin, what do you think of this from a technical standpoint?
Well, I was trying to figure out whether, because I'm reading here, the exclusive graphics mode that will combine, does it have to hit all three or one of them, a combination? Because I'm thinking of PS4 Pro, when that was enhanced, that definitely did not mean include any kind of upgrade in frame rate, unless that's just a new target. But,
well, I mean, I think that just to answer your question, I think if the verbiage is it will combine resolution to 4K, constant 60 frames, ray tracing increases. So
right,
that to me says that yes, it will be all three. I have this layman theory. I mean, I don't know shit about this stuff, as people know. It's like, is it just possible that it could the PSSR technologies will offload things from the GPU and then could CPU related but like the CPU being used for because this is what you were saying, right, about the bottleneck being with the CPU being kind of used for graphics as well, right? In some sense, in addition to the GPU, like to support it, or like that it's lending some of its bandwidth or whatever to it. So could that be offloaded and then allow the CPU to run a game at 60 frames? I mean, that's just kind of my layman, workaround.
I don't think that would be the case. I feel like that's, you need a blender and an oven, but you can't offload the oven's duties to the blender. They just do two separate things. I think what might be possible, this has been a thing in the PC space, and I heard Digital Foundry talking about it as well. So it's not fully my idea. I want to put that out there, but in the PC space, there's a big thing going on about frame generation, where you can have a game that is under 60 FPS and it uses AI to generate additional frames So internally, a game is running 30, 40 FPS, and then through frame generation, you can push it to 60. That would be really interesting if PS5 Pro does this. And in fact, standard PS5, and I might have said 4, standard PS5 is getting some frame generation stuff through Immortals of Avium. I just saw they're working on a frame generation patch for that game. And that's just with standard PS5 hardware. So that could be the ace in the hole that pushes some of these games if the frame gen is part of it, but it's just currently an unknown.
We're going to get Hybroxia 2 to run at 7,000 frames a second on PS5.
That would look crazy.
Wow, man. 8K.
Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. I think if they can figure out a way, I think we are at a point now where we could probably fake those frames in the same way that like kind of, I mean, this is a very layman explanation, but in the same way that we kind of fake 4K with upscaling, we could theoretically with AI kind of fake 60 frames, but like that, how that looks kind of remains to be seen, or how that would actually look in practice remains to be seen. I don't know if I've played a game that uses that. That's relatively new technology, right, Dustin?
So
like, I don't.
In the PC space, you specifically need a 40 series GPU in order to use frame gen, or on the AMD side, this is what the current PS5 is using for Immortals of Avium. It's using FSR3 for console frame generation. So it could be possible that Sony has their own version for PS5 Pro, along with the PSSR, something like that. But yeah, I'm not sure. The thing with frame generation is that it will take a 30 FPS game and make it look 60 as far as visually, but you're still getting 30 FPS input. So it won't feel quite as good as a 60 FPS game, to my understanding. I don't have a 40 series graphics card, and I've never used FSR3. That's still super new. In fact, I don't know if any games currently have it implemented quite yet, but it could be. What I'm really curious about is if it can take certain games that are 60 FPS and boost them to 120 or higher. Or you think about games like God of War Ragnarok, you could do the 120 hertz mode, and I think it was running 80 frames a lot of the time, if that could push that over the edge. I mean, between that and the upscaling stuff, there's could be a lot of interesting stuff. I think, like I said, I think when we talked a few weeks ago, the news on the surface seems kind of disappointing, particularly in regards to the CPU, but we don't have the full picture yet. So I think that we need to just wait and see before we call the shots on PS5 Pro. It's sounding pretty exciting to me, though.
Yeah, this could also be just generally true, considering a lot of games don't really. I don't know. We were talking about certain CPU bottlenecks in certain big games, like Grand Theft Auto 6 and what was the other one? There was
Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah. We were talking about how that's that is a problem, and that probably won't necessarily. I don't think that's going to be alleviated by the specs that are on this machine, but I do think I don't think they're lying when they say a constant 60 FPS generally across the board for like most games, because most games just aren't CPU intensive in the same way that Dragon's Dogma and GTA 6 are likely going to be. So I don't think it's I don't think they're lying. I just think, at the same time, I'm feeling like what games don't hit 60 now that aren't those CPU bottleneck experiences. Like I don't know if I play anything that doesn't hit 60, or that I'm aware of anything that doesn't hit 60. Oh, I haven't played Rebirth yet, so I don't know.
Rebirth is pretty good. The image quality takes a major hit though when you do the 60 FPS mode.
It's unfortunate. There's
like a sharper mode now, right? That's the default mode for. It looks pretty good to me. I think it looks like a PS4 game, but we'll get into that. Not that it's neither here nor there, but I'd rather it look like a PS4 game and run at 60 frames, which it seems to run pretty stably to me. It's like a lot better than Final Fantasy 16 as an example. It's not as beautiful as Final Fantasy 16 though. Zach Wishnuff wrote into us on Patreon, said, C-Men and Big D, with the PS5 Pro all but confirmed, are we on the precipice of finally receiving the long-awaited first-party blowout event? I think PlayStation can use this moment as a relaunch on the PS5 and create a media supercycle with the new hardware and the unveiling of their first-party heavy hitters. What say you? So there are rumors, I think from multiple sources, that there is going to be a showcase, maybe even like a full blowout kind of level thing in May. I kind of be surprised if they showed the PS5 Pro there. Maybe you would want to acknowledge it. Very similar to, remember when Jim Ryan had that, by the way, where's Jim? He's gone now in the background? He's no longer.
I took him downstairs to show my mother-in-law on Easter.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Like a toy.
He's
like
risen.
Like you're a 3-year-old showing your grandma your toys.
Yeah. She thought it was funny.
Yeah, no, it is. It's very funny indeed. So I think that you don't want to show the PS5 Pro too early, but you might want to acknowledge it like they acknowledge Portal and the new headset and stuff like that, and that Jim Ryan thing where he was like, later this year we'll have, new, because these things like Project whatever they were called and all the things were leaking. So they kind of acknowledge them, but they didn't really have any information, but they do give you a little wink and a nod. And I wonder if they'll do something similar. Maybe Hiroki or someone else will like kind of nod at PS5 Pro, but I actually think it would be a marketing mistake to show it too soon, because unless they really get into the nitty gritty and kind of show that it's going to be a substantially more expensive device than the PS5, then you're going to kind of hurt the PS5 sales. And you're also going to make it seem like there's a lesser than PS5 and a better PS5 when you can really extract probably 4 more solid months of sales out of the PS5 without ever acknowledging the Pro and then acknowledge the Pro. So it's a very markety corporate sort of thing to do, but I would think that they would arrest some of the momentum that PS5 is experiencing by acknowledging the Pro too soon. I would say you'd want to acknowledge it like a month before it came out, and that might even be too soon. That might even be too late, because they're going to be rolling off this summer is when they're going to be produced. So
yeah,
they're going to start leaking.
They're in an awkward kind of position too, because if they go to, they have a machine that is slated for later this year that a lot of us know about, but the general public kind of has no idea about. And if they can't waste an opportunity blowing out games specifically, and they can't ignore it. You know what I mean? Because then people are going to probably buy a bunch of PS5s, and they're going to be like, oh man, I'm excited about all these new games coming. And then suddenly, like in October, they're going to unveil like a new machine, and everybody's going to feel like, well, what the fuck? Why did I buy this thing? So they're in a weirdly precarious situation where you kind of have to. It's kind of a coin toss for me, really. Like I don't know what they're going to do as far as like when they'll acknowledge the Pro or not.
The history on this in terms of how they revealed PS4 Pro was, I'm looking at an article on The Verge on June 10th, 2016, where Andrew House in an interview confirmed that they were working on a upgraded PS4, because I think the rumors were out and E3 was coming. So they wanted to clear the air saying, hey, it's not going to be at E3. We are working on it. And it wasn't officially announced until September 7th and then released November 10th. So we could be looking at a similar timeline, maybe some kind of acknowledgement around the traditional E3 time, even though it's dead, and then a reveal September, out November.
What makes it interesting is that there are certainly games that are going to be centered around it. So both first and third party, or first/second party and third party games, definitely, right? You would imagine Destiny would even be one of these games, or something where you can really showcase something big that you control. But I wonder what the new products will be. And I also wonder if any of the games that we know about are somehow predicated on this thing. Not, in other words, not saying that you need it. That's not all I'm saying at all. I'm saying, look at what we can do with this game, with this machine.
Right.
PS4 Pro, I think, I'm trying to think of the games that they showed to show it off. Because like when PS5 was shown, they were using Spider-Man from PS4 to show it off. I don't really remember exactly what it was, but we'll see. And I wonder if Concord's wrapped up into this. I wonder if Venom and or Wolverine are wrapped up into this. And I do mostly wonder what the unannounced games are wrapped up in this. And knowing that third parties obviously have had this machine proliferated and have been long developing for spec to it, I do wonder what big third party games, is it going to be like Madden or Call of Duty, or it wouldn't be Call of Duty, I guess, at this point. Something, maybe it would have been and not anymore. I don't know. I'm very excited to see it, like what it can do, but I'm also excited to see how they market it and like when they actually say something about it.
Yeah, I'm calling it now. We're going to see a teaser trailer for Hiroki to Tokemon. And it's gonna blow your fucking socks off.
Love it. He invested $2 billion into this.
Yeah, it's just like a blatant ripoff, since that's okay now.
All right. More on PS5 Pro, hopefully sooner rather than later. And I hope that this showcase comes to pass in May. That would be sick.
Yeah, that'd be
we
great.
do need things to talk about, especially like Concord still needs to be shown if it's really coming out this year. I mean, just that alone seems like an obvious thing. I think Wolverine was supposed to be this year, but I think it'll probably be next year. I think we saw that in the Insomniac League. I could be wrong. Anyway, next up, Helldivers 2 got a big patch, and I don't know if you guys care about any of the specifics here. I think the only one worth noting right up front is just the massive level cap increase from 50 to 150. But as I understand it, the game has been caching. If you are maxed out at level, the game has been caching secretly all of your experience that you would have earned and has automatically leveled you up to the new level. So I think that's pretty nice. That would piss me off. I wonder, it seems like a pretty big increase. Why wouldn't you like do it more statically, like 50 to 100, 1 to 150?
I think probably to account for the people who might have been caching a lot. Like, so like you can imagine, you can probably imagine that people who like hit level 50 probably have been playing a lot. And you can imagine that they could they're probably like maybe halfway. Like if they increase it to 100, they might be halfway done with that already. So like maybe this is just to give them like a little bit more runway to land, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. They updated a bunch of the weapons and did all these kind of stuff. The other thing, though, Dustin, I don't know if you've been seeing this. They just continue with hot fixes to add things to the game, which I think are cool. A lot of new things on the automaton planets. There's like an AT-AT like walker now.
Yeah.
And there are like spaceships that come in and swarm you and all this kind of stuff. And I love how they just continue to not really acknowledge any of it, and then they just kind of appear. What do you think? Are you still interested in playing this game? I have kind of fallen off, I got to be honest.
I was actually telling this to Brad and Ben and Brandon the other day. We were playing a game and they were asking about Helldivers. I feel satisfied with what I've played at this point, and I'm just kind of cool with waiting until we get a major content update, which I think these small ones are awesome, particularly for the people that are still engaged. You know, throw you a few things here and there just to spice things up. But I'm good for now on Helldivers. I played too much to the point where the last few times I played, I was starting to feel annoyed and just wasn't. It's not that it was bad; it was me, not Helldivers. So next time, and I'm sure it sounds like they're building up towards like a new faction or something being announced. So I'll definitely be back in when that happens.
Cool. Yeah, it is just occupying too much of my time. It threw my whole schedule off like completely, and I just couldn't. I didn't account for it, and I gave it a lot of time, and I can't give it any more time, or I'm going to fuck my entire schedule up even more. I think I kind of have this fantasy that maybe this summer I'll be able to really jump back into it, and hopefully there'll be some new updates and things at this point. And maybe I'll jump in for a game here and there. But what I've found, because it's a wonderful game, is just when I go in and I'm going to play one game. First of all, the game takes 45 minutes, and then you're like, okay, I guess I'll just play another one. And then it's like an hour and a half, and then your whole night's gone.
It's so good.
Couple of interesting things here that I thought you guys would want to make note of, especially those of you out there that have PlayStation Plus Extra or PlayStation Plus Premium. So not essential, like the base tier. 2 games are entering the PlayStation Plus game catalog in April right away upon their launch onto PlayStation. One of the games has already been available on some other platforms. One of the games is going to be day one on PS Plus as it goes out everywhere. So in order of when they come out, on April 16th, Mint Rocket's beloved Dave the Diver comes to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Actually, I think it might only come to PlayStation 5, but that doesn't really make any sense. We'll probably come to both. Anyway, that game comes finally over on April 16th. Micah played it. I watched her play it pretty extensively. She played it on Switch, and I believe it's also available on PC. Nonetheless, it's coming to PlayStation, and you can buy it a la carte on April 16th. But if you have PlayStation Plus Extra or PlayStation Plus Premium, you can get it as part of the game catalog, free of charge. So as part of your subscription. I really don't like using that terminology, free of charge. It's not free. You are paying for something, but it'll be in there. And then maybe even more tantalizing is that Tales of Kenzera Zhao. So this is the EA published game from Surgent Studios. And it looks like a kind of a side-scrolling action adventure game, maybe a Metroidvania. I'm not really entirely sure. Mm-hmm. This is going into the PlayStation Plus game catalog on April 23rd. So the next week, day one, as part of your subscription cost on PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium. So nice additions here. And it looks like, listen, I'm not really going to ever be compelled by this day one stuff because I just don't play games like that. I'd rather just buy it and take my time with it and not have to worry about when things are available and how I'm using my subscription. Am I getting the most out of it? It's just like, I don't. But it seems like Sony's making some additional, more aggressive moves over time to have something day one to compete with Game Pass. Because I'm not really going to speak on this one way or the other, but one thing I do hear about from multiple different people that write in is when you remove day one, so like the day one access to games, PlayStation Plus's back catalog is actually largely superior to what happens on Game Pass, in that where they're really hurting is in kind of competing more up front. And obviously they're never going to be able to compete with first party and second party day and date games. But this is a nice way forward. And I'm not entirely surprised to see Tales of Kinzera Zao here, because I feel like, respectfully, I remember saying it when the game was announced. I'm like, I feel like this game is just not going to do great compared to a lot of other EA originals. And why not get a bunch of your money up front? No shame in that at all. So, Dustin, anything here for you on PlayStation? You have PlayStation Plus Premium, don't you? Or you
Not
did?
anymore.
No. So now what do you have? Essential?
I just have Essential now. Yeah. So I really want to check out Dave the Diver. I've been wanting to check that out for a long time, but it's just a game that, never is the right place or right time. So having that available will be cool. It feels better suited as a portable game to me than a console game, which if you have a PlayStation Portal, then you're set, at least in your home. But yeah, the thing about this other game, this Tales of Kinzera Zao, is it just me when I'm looking at these GIFs and like the wall jumping? It looks a lot like that Prince of Persia game.
Yeah, it does.
That just came out.
It does.
So I wonder if you're right that the sales maybe won't be so hot, especially if people just played the Prince of Persia game. Maybe they'll skip out on this unless it's available on a service, then free, quote unquote, free to check out. So
cool. Anything for you here, Chris? Do you want to check out either of these games? Do you have PlayStation Plus Extra?
I think I have extra now because I tried to when I tried to re-download Final Fantasy VII, there was like an intergrade thing, and I was just like, I couldn't figure out how to just get it a la carte. So I was like, whatever, I'll get extra until I'm done with this. So I do have it. I could theoretically jump into Dave the Diver. Although I don't know, Dave the Diver I've heard so much about, so it kind of lives in this weird space in my head of like, this is a strangely, not notorious, but like it's a strangely in the conversation game as far as like indie games go. So it has my curiosity peaked on that level. I don't really know much about it. I've had it explained to me a couple times, and it always falls out of my brain the second I'm done listening to it, because it sounds so strange and I can't reconcile those styles or those mechanics working together in any real way. But yeah, I mean, if it's there, I'm definitely gonna check it out. Maybe like in between 7 Remake and Rebirth, as like kind of like a way to space those experiences out a little bit, so I'm not just jumping into 90 hours of Final Fantasy VII in a row. But yeah, I mean, Dave the Diver is the one that I'm most curious about. This Tales of Kinzera Zao games looks interesting too, but when I clicked the link and looked at the trailer, I did actually think it was the Prince of Persia game. Like I thought like maybe the trailer was like wrong or something, because it looks shockingly similar.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Although I didn't play it.
It's obviously coincidental, which is a bummer for the team that goes last. Because I thought the Prince of Persia game, I forgot that came out this year, and then I platinumed it. Like that's a game. It's like it's like April 4th we're recording, and I'm like, oh my god, I've already forgotten about this game. But it was good. I was kind of more disappointed that Ubisoft was disappointed in it when they were like, oh, it underperformed, and then you found out it sold like 500,000 copies or something. It's like, what did you think? Why is that not successful? Like, what is wrong with you people?
Yeah, that's good for a game like that, I would think.
But I remember the credits being, it was like everyone in the entire world worked on that game.
Yeah.
It was actually incredible as it kept going and going and going. I'm like, how is it even possible that this game had, no wonder you guys can't make any money. Because you have fucking 7,500 people making a Prince of Persia side-scrolling game. Okay. Not literally, of course. All right, my friends, over at Video Games Chronicle, they took the bullet and listened to the Jim Ryan interview on the official PlayStation podcast to mark his retirement. I'm glad that I didn't have to listen to it. And who wrote this story? Oh, Jordan Middler, a friend of the show. Jordan Middler wrote this story. So he listened to it. There was not very much of interest set in it. He did say that the PS5 was on kind of a sales arc to be its best-selling console, or its best-performing console in many respects, but maybe not. It's certainly not going to be its best-selling console. And this gets into that a little bit. He says at some point, well, he's asked at some point, what his reflections were on the PlayStation 2 era and kind of the 2000s, the aughts. And he said, I would say 160 million, which is the number of PS2s that we sold, end quote. This is interesting because the numbers of the last reported numbers from Sony about PlayStation 2, which I think were in 2014, were 155 million, but making it the best-selling home console of all time and really the best-selling video game hardware of all time. But this increases the number 5 million, and I'm wondering if that's true. And if it is, that's pretty substantial because it gets really hard to sell millions of more consoles late in its generation and might actually be the differentiator between it and the Switch if those numbers are true. But I don't know if that's been corroborated. Not that it means anything, but I just went to the Wikipedia page for games or for hardware sales numbers, and they have not ingested this number. And I don't know if it's going to be like a citable number, but just wanted to shut that out. 160 million PS2s is amazing. I would say the PS5 is clearly on pace to do more than 100 million, but I don't know that it's going to do much more than that. And the only PlayStation, just for people's edification, the only console, home console that PlayStation sold that didn't reach 100 million was PS3, which petered out around 85 million. So I don't know if this is true or not, but I would assume he would know. That's pretty amazing.
How would you even get the numbers after 2014? Like, were they still selling PS2s, like Sony themselves, after 2014?
I don't know. My assumption is that the sales must have come through emerging markets and third world country markets, but I don't even think it's that. Like Brazil, for instance, had a really long tail market for PS2 and others. And I always thought that the number they announced, especially because it was a very specific number of like 154.3 or whatever, where I was like, that's just how many that's how many PS2s they made. And so they assume those are like the ones that are being sold through various channels. But it could be that there were just millions of consoles sitting around. And then it's very similar to how MPD works, or whatever they call it now, Circana, where games get scanned and then like as part of like, buying it at a register, and then it gets sent in this data form so that when you read the data, there's a bunch of games where there used to be back in the day when I used to we used to get the numbers at IGN where a lot of games sold like 1 copy, 2 copies, 3 copies, 4 copies. And it's very, very granular. And it could be that they just chipped away over the years, the last 10 years, selling 5 million more in that sense. But I feel like they would have known how many they made. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. I don't think, PS5 is definitely not going to hit 160 million.
Oh, no way.
I mean, the PS2 is in such a unique position though at that time, because it really is. I think the DVD player aspect is really kind of like the biggest part, the biggest reason why that console sold as much as it did. There's no real utility outside of just playing games, and I guess some smart TV utilities that are kind of accessible kind of everywhere now, with like modern hardware in comparison to how important a DVD player was in like the 2000s. Where it's like most people who didn't even give a shit about video games would be like, oh yeah, why wouldn't I just buy the PS2?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It just makes a lot of sense. Whereas now it's like you can get a 4K Blu-ray player with your PS5, and you could turn any TV into a smart TV because it has all the apps and stuff, but that's really not as enticing in a world where that's kind of available everywhere anyway. And in Blu-ray is not really, most people stream their media anyway or download their media, or it doesn't have the same insane wide, well, why the fuck not appeal that the PS2 did. And I don't think we're ever going to have that again.
No, I think you're totally right. Completely right. And Turd Ferguson wrote in about this. Says, hey, CDC, Jim Ryan revealed in an interview this week that the PS2 had sold 160 million units. Do you think the PS5 has a shot at reaching these astronomical numbers? With Xbox putting less and less emphasis on hardware sales and Nintendo most likely going with a hybrid model again after this with the Switch 2, the PS5 doesn't seem to have much competition in the home console space for the foreseeable future. What say you? No, I think Chris nailed it. There's just, I don't think the home console space is even big enough to, and I'm not saying to every person that plays home consoles, but just per capita, the home console space is not big enough to even have a raw video game console basically sell 150 million units. I just don't think there's even the market for that. There might be 250 million core gamers, period. So you would suggest that 3/5 of those people would buy a PS5, I think is incredibly naive, because that number is going to be diced and sliced so many different ways. So no, there's no chance. And it's exactly what Chris said. There's no modifier that matters to people. No one gives a fuck about Blu-ray players. This is like turning into a niche thing, really. Like that's just, it's like people that buy their games physically. It's not the way most people think. And so I would not, I hope that it would be wrong, because I love the PS5 and I want them to do well, and I want a lot of people to enjoy it. But I wouldn't be surprised if the number starts to trail up behind PS4 notably as time goes on too. I think it'll reach 100 million, but I think PS4 is going to be like 120, 125 when all said and done, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And I think part of that distraction that it's given to the market has precluded PS5 from selling even better. So no, I just don't see it. Maybe. Who knows? All right. Some people are upset about this. I don't know if you saw this. We reported on this a few weeks ago on the show, but these Google engineers, Andy Wynn and these other guys, they figured out a way to hack the PlayStation Portal, the lovely handheld device that allows you to tether to your PS5. And they got a PSP emulator running on it. And this was really appealing. And we talked about it. And I was wondering, I'm like, what? Actually, I think I said on the show at the time, like, they can't possibly say this publicly and not have already told Sony about this. It just seems like bad business. And it just shows that basically that was true. Andy Wynn tweeted out, "We responsibly reported the issues to PlayStation. Bugs are fixed on patch 2.06. So that's interesting. Well, how do you feel about that, Dustin, about them kind of breaking in and then showing Sony how they broke it? I feel like if they're going to be corporate stewards, that's kind of your responsibility to do that. I know that there's a lot of like gray hat shit going on at corporations where they want to fuck with your things and figure out how to break them, but they don't want to exploit them. I think that that's just bad form and brings about bad corporate karma, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, based on who they were. I mean, I bet you that some of these exploits are done by really smart people at some of these big companies, but they work under like hacker names online when they release stuff just for legalities. But being that they were Google engineers, I think they had to do that. And I get why people are disappointed. But my argument stands from last time that if you are truly interested in an emulation device, then you can do a lot better than a hacked Portal running PSP games. So those devices are out there for you. You just gotta, I mean, in the PC space, there's so many, or even just Steam Deck. So don't be sad. I guess could be a loss of value if you already have a Portal and you were hoping to get something more out of it, but it's really not the ideal situation.
Yeah.
This is like pissing into the wind too when I say this, but because I know that the people that do this stuff don't care, and it's totally fine. I mean, I'm not trying to control your lives really, but I don't want to see this hardware fucked with too deeply, because we've seen now twice that Sony gets nervous and pulls back on handheld hardware when they're cracked open. And PSP was destroyed by hackers, and Vita took a while, but it was destroyed too ultimately. And I'm just not eager for that to happen. Like, I know people are always going to try to break things. I know people are always going to try to do emulation and run ROMs and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not, I get it, again, like pissing in the wind, but it's like, I don't really want that to happen, just because it's like, let the device just do what it's supposed to do. Let's not break it catastrophically, please, so that we can have something nice. Like we could have had trophies on PSP, like I've lamented many times, like all the different things that people fucked up for us. It's like, give it a rest. Thank you, Google engineers. I'm sure someone else will figure out how to break it soon. By the way, they've patched the Portal so many times that it's clear that people are breaking it in all sorts of different ways. So
yeah, that's kind of the problem with these things. It's like if it's buildable, it's breakable. So it's only a matter of time. Like
Vita stood up for a long time. I think people were pretty impressed by how hard it was to crack it. It took 5 years or so, I think, for them to do anything like material on it, which is a long time.
But that power,
and they really did. That's what people don't understand about the memory card situation, especially, was like that was a big piece of the anti-piracy component of the Vita, of like not allowing you to even put an SD card in it at all, not allowing you to put an HDMI cable in it, not allowing you to like do whatever you want, or a USB cable rather, into it. I wonder how much of that would have been mitigated by just charging less for the goodwill of just charging less for that card. Just so people wouldn't have been like, you know what I mean? Like they could have probably been like
comparable to SD,
right? Like, or just at least like put them on par. I don't know. They probably could have. It was greedy. No, they were greedy. Very, very greedy. Yeah, I don't know, man. Probably because the Vita was not being sold for
they weren't making very much money on just selling the hardware. So I think they were just trying to mitigate it. And it was a bad move. I think they know that. I doubt the people that made those decisions work there anymore.
No.
Okay. Wario64 over on Twitter shows Silent Hill 2 Remake's ESRB description from Konami. It's obviously rated M. We know that it's coming sometime this year, but it's described like this, quote, "This is a horror adventure game in which players assume the role of a man returning to a mysterious town while being tormented by his past. From a third-person perspective, players explore the town of Silent Hill, interact with characters, and battle humans and creatures, e.g. Pyramid Head, mannequins, monsters. Players use pistols, shotguns, rifles, and knives to kill enemies. Combat is highlighted by realistic gunfire, cries of pain, and blood splatter effects. Some environments depict large bloodstains and/or intestines or organs on walls, floors, and surrounding bodies. Cutscenes and illustrations depict further instances of violence and/or blood and gore. Characters impaled, a character suffocated to death with a pillow, enemies with body parts sewn together. The game contains some suggestive and sexual material, characters pole dancing in strip club settings, posters of women in revealing outfits, dialogue alluding to sexuality and/or sexual abuse and misconduct. The word shit appears in the game as the final sentence of the ESRB rating. So are we excited about this? I assume that if this PlayStation event is real in May, that this is a obvious inclusion, a game that would be included in that. Yeah. I'm not really too hot on it, though. I've never really been hot on this game because I just don't understand why Konami went for Bloober Team, and I don't know that they're capable of doing much with it. And when we saw it running, like, it was totally functional. Do you know that game Alone in the Dark that came out recently? And it's not doing very well.
Yeah.
It looks fine. I might play it at some point. I don't know. Like, if things slow down and I'm interested in it or whatever, but that's like a functional, like, whatever kind of game. That's Alone in the Dark, an IP that was so unimportant to Atari that they sold it off or whatever. This is Silent Hill, and specifically Silent Hill 2, which is the most beloved game. Why wouldn't Konami try to aim the highest possible degree? Do you have any idea how many companies would have made Silent Hill 2? If you asked them to pitch you on a Silent Hill 2 remake, who you could have attracted other than Bloober Team? So I don't want to be too hard on them, but when we saw the game, and that's why I bring up Alone in the Dark, it looks like a fucking Alone in the Dark. I mean, it just, it deserves more. And I'm just not that excited about it. I hope I'm wrong. And I do know, and we've discussed this, Chris, there's clearly beef between Bloober Team and Konami in some respects.
Yeah.
And they don't seem to be in on the marketing at all on the game. And I think they think that the game is being misrepresented. But I'm like, I look at it and I'm like, well, we're seeing gameplay. I mean, this is actually the most important part. Not like the garnish or the varnish rather you put over a garnish. The varnish you put over a introductory trailer that makes it look optimal. Konami actually maybe even did us a favor. So what are you thinking about Silent Hill 2? Are you excited about it?
No. No, I don't know. That trailer was so weird, and it wasn't even necessarily that it wasn't even the look of it that got me. It was the sound of it. And I think I remember talking about it on the episode where it's just like, wow, these sound like there was a point specifically where the character's shooting guns and the guns sound like, I don't know. It felt like a joke, like joke sound effects, like almost like somebody was going, like it sounded so unreal. I'm just like, this is not good. Like whatever this looks like, it's not good. Like again, trailers can be misleading. Maybe we did get maybe it was like a really, 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 really fucking outdated build and Konami just didn't care to do the dude. I could see that too. That's kind of the situation that we're at here with Silent Hill Remake or Silent Hill 2 Remake is that Bloober Team is not a particularly esteemed studio. They haven't put out amazing stuff. But also Konami's been a terrible steward also. So I don't know exactly what is to blame here. I don't know if they made a bad game and it's being represented accurately by a publisher that doesn't care enough to lie to the public to make it seem better than it is, or if it's a game that is being so uncared for by the publisher that they'll just throw together a trailer of like outdated material and treat it as if it's, you know what I mean? Like, I really don't know what's going on with this game, and it could be kind of either or. I do kind of feel like, because even when I was playing the Medium, which I did not finish, there were aspects of it where I was like, I feel like they could do a good Silent Hill game. Like, I feel like there is aspects of the atmosphere that they do understand. And if they just had like a roadmap of like, hey, this is the story, this is, what the game is. If they had a blueprint of a great game to follow. I feel like all they would have to do is kind of take that atmosphere and just plaster it on top of like an existing framework, and they could probably have a pretty solid game. So but I also don't have a lot of experience with Bloober Team's games outside of the medium. So I don't know how harshly I should judge Bloober Team. I don't know necessarily what state the game is in, but I can say that I'm not excited for it. And that trailer certainly was, regardless of whose fault it is, that's the perception of the game that's out. And I couldn't care less about it as a result of it. And Silent Hill deserves better than that, for sure.
Definitely. That's what's so weird about it is Konami. I don't know. What is there not to understand about investing into your products? I'm not saying you have to make a PlayStation style $200 million game, and you might not want to do that ever, but I don't know. You should play the field a little bit more. You have options. People have a very fond, many game developers, many studio heads have very fond memories of Konami and would love to be part of that pedigree and love to be part of the people that bring it back to form. It makes me nervous for Castlevania because inevitably they're doing something there too. And I just hope that when that's revealed that it's not some disappointment. And again, you're true in the sense that we don't know what the final product's going to be. I am skeptical now. Dustin, what do you think about Silent Hill 2? Silent Hill 2, one of PlayStation 2's most important early games that came to it, that really put it on the map, although it didn't really need to be put on the map. It did help to do that, solidify it. What will this game mean for us on PlayStation 5?
Yeah, the thing with any kind of remake, I mean, the absolute biggest failure that can happen is that after it's out, people tell you to play the original instead of the remake. So
yeah,
it feels like that could be a possibility with this one. And it sucks just because if you want to play the original, your options are playing it on PS2, the original Xbox. There technically is a PC port. And then they did those HD versions that had a ton of problems on 360 and PS3. So not a lot of options as far as a straight port. But one of the most interesting aspects to me about this situation is I think it's the head of Bloober that said that, this trailer they put out doesn't represent the game. So, don't cast judgment too early. It's like, okay, dude, well, if we are to believe you when this game comes out, then the things that this trailer portrays better not be true. So he's kind of putting his word out on the line. Yeah. And I personally, like you were saying, Chris, as far as the things you just literally can see and hear in the trailer aren't looking so hot. And to be fair, maybe it is true that those were way earlier build of the game that shouldn't have been part of a trailer.
No,
hopefully that's true.
I want to say nobody said that, by the way. Like, nobody from the studios come out and said like, "Oh, this is like an older build." It's just or anything like that. That's not been like an official excuse. I just want to clear that up. But like, I also because Konami seems so incompetent.
So dumb.
Like, I wouldn't necessarily like that. Wouldn't surprise me if I had heard that, and it wouldn't surprise me if that's true. So like, I don't know. I'm not going to jump on Silent Hill 2 the second it comes out. I will earnestly wait for, the reception of it and see like how people feel about it. But yeah, man, that trailer's bad. Could be outdated, but it's bad, man. It's so shit. And it's not even just, they focus on the combat, because like that, I kind of didn't really have a problem with that. It's like, yeah, if you're making a remake of a really old game, that even if combat isn't that big of a core part of it, it would be nice to see like how it would be different, or how it might be improved years and years and years and years later with a remake. Like, that makes sense to me to highlight that. It doesn't make sense to me that you would highlight that first. Like, that's a confusing introductory trailer for Silent Hill 2 Remake. But that doesn't bother me. It was really about like what you said, Dustin, and like what we were talking about earlier. It's just like, dude, it looks and sounds like shit. Right. Like, what do you make of that? The gun sounds are hilarious. Go listen to that trailer again and listen to the way the guns sound. It's fucking parody almost.
Yeah, it's not good. And it'll just be funny when the game comes out, and if it is that bad, then it's like, well, you were not right about that to tell us to not cast judgment via that trailer. So just justifying the lack of trust in this IP being given to Bloober Team.
They call it Silent Hill because you got to play it on mute. Because the sound design will kill you.
What's going on at Konami?
What's going on at Konami? Konami.
Konami.
That's how he would say it, I think.
You almost got a spit take out of me. Almost. There's like a drop on my desk there. Almost lost it all.
We'll get him one day.
Konami is one of those. You know how I've talked about it very boldly and brashly, like, listen, I could write a good Star Wars movie. Well, how could it be that hard? To write a good Star Wars movie. How could it be that hard? Well, at this point, it's impossible because it's all fucked up. But
yeah,
give me. You should have let me write episode 7. We'd be in a much better place right now. Episode 7 was actually all right, but let's say episode 8.
Yeah,
I feel like that with Konami too, in a very bold and brash way, where I'm like, guys, what are you doing? It's not that hard. You control, because that Contra game that just came out apparently isn't very good. And like Dagan, who I trust completely with Contra, especially, was playing it on Switch, and he's like, that's not very good. And we've seen the Metal Gear games and the Contra spinoffs and all these different things. It's like, guys, you own the IP. You don't need to worry about anything else if only you find the right partner. It's why it's so interesting when they got together with the guys that, Motion Twin and did the Dead Cells stuff with Castlevania, which was really cool. And I played a lot of it. I was like, don't you understand that now you go to them with a $50 million check or a $25 million check or whatever and be like, do you guys want to make a Castlevania game, like a real Castlevania game? Because you found a partner, you worked with them, it was fruitful. I just don't understand. And Silent Hill, there are myriad talented indie horror studios that could have would have given it all to do that game. You know what I mean? Like, they're not finding the appropriate partners. The Metal Gear Delta is a great example of this. I'm like, I'm skeptical of this. Like, I think it might be a good translation of it, but everything about the way they're doing it and they're talking about it just seems so heartless and weird.
Yeah.
I feel like they own the IP. Like, they could murder it. Just find the right partners, dude. That's it. I'm sorry.
No, I agree. I think, I'm really skeptical of Metal Gear Solid Delta 2. It just kind of looks like if you described Metal Gear Solid 3 to somebody after not having played it for a really long time. Like there's something about it. It looks kind of like a loose interpretation of like a foggy dream of something that like you vaguely remember. It's strange. But yeah, I don't know. Konami's not batting well. I'll say that. Which sucks.
It's just frustrating because I know, like, I just feel it in my balls. Like, let me be the CEO of your gaming division.
Yeah.
And give me like the purse and let me like go find partners. And I promise you will get a great Castlevania game. You will get a great Contra game. We'll go to fucking Yacht Club. We'll go to Way Forward. We'll go to like the appropriate studios to find the talent that is necessary to kind of help you explore these games. And if those guys, as they sometimes don't, deliver, you go find new partners. But it's like, damn, dude, Castlevania, let's give it a $50 million budget and let's go find a true AA steward for it somewhere. And just spend a little, and they don't want to spend. And I don't blame them. In some ways, Konami was like the canary in the coal mine. They got out of this shit way earlier than anyone else. I think it was Metal Gear Solid 5 that was like, oh, no. This is like getting expensive and unpredictable, and we had to fucking spin off some weird game and get it out like 2 years before because we needed to make money. And
yeah,
I think they got scared off like long before it really got to the point it is. And now that they might be interested in getting back in, they're like, now it's preclusive. Can't spend this much money on games. But yeah, I hope that if they don't want to do it right, that they just don't do it at all. Do not fuck around with Castlevania and think you're going to get away with it. Okay?
Sounds like a threat.
Yeah.
It is.
What are you going to
do? Remains to be seen.
I will kill you, I think.
Castlevania.
Oh man, I Can I be serious with you? They're definitely not going to treat Castlevania super well if they're not treating Silent Hill 2 well.
My hope, though, Chris, is that the Castlevania anime has taught them a lesson about how it's done, what it needs to look like, and how it needs to feel. And they stumbled into that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Broken Clock's right twice a day. They found like, was it Adi Shankar and all those guys? And like, they did a really nice job with Castlevania. We need a Castlevania game that looks like that. Dude, oh my God. I would love it so much. Listen, I want like a 2D Castlevania game. Like if they came and were like, we're doing the most expensive looking 2D pixel art Castlevania game you've ever seen in your life, and Yacht Club is doing it or something, I'd be like, oh my God, that would be amazing. But I think Castlevania does belong in 3D. There are good 3D Castlevania games, going all the way back to Castlevania 64, which I thought was incredibly underrated. And just do it the right way. Why are you guys fucking it up so badly? It's not like you're some random company that also doesn't own IP. And if you're not going to do well with the IP, it is your right to squat on it, but I would hope that you would sell it. And I would hope a company like Sony would go and try to extract some of it from you. How much is Castlevania worth, do you think? Like, how would you put a value on that?
I don't know. Today, I don't know.
Like hundreds of millions of dollars, probably, just for the IP, maybe more. The back catalog, like all of it, would be billions, I would assume. Like, so
maybe.
I would wonder, like, if anyone out there, like, what would be the monetary value of the Castlevania back catalog and the IP?
I don't know, but they're gonna probably squat on it forever. Because that's just
ironically, Castlevania is predicated on all as people have beaten the original game, especially it's like it's built on all of the Hollywood tropes of like early vampire films that were in the public domain, and eventually Castlevania itself will be in the public domain. So be a long time from now. Let's see. It's like the 2060s, I think. Castlevania would be in the public domain. So Chris and I will be in the fucking old man's home. Come roll in there. Tell us it's free to go, and we'll do like we'll do the very first Castlevania product from the public domain, like that Winnie the Pooh horror film.
Right, yeah.
Well, we'll do like a Castlevania children's show or something, Yeah,
it'll be just as terrible. I promise. I solemnly swear that we will make a terrible Castlevania show when we're like 70 or whatever the fuck. God willing.
Yeah, God bless. All right. KOTOR. I'm sure Maddie's excited about this over on Defining Duke. Saber Interactive. So we know Saber Interactive was part of Embracer. They got spun off. They're independent now. IGN interviewed Saber's CEO, Matthew Karch, and he was asked about KOTOR. Now, what is KOTOR? Knights of the Old Republic. KOTOR was an Xbox and PC game. It was on Xbox first, I think. In 2003 was the reason I got my Xbox. It's a seminal BioWare role-playing game set in the Star Wars universe, published by Lucas. And it's one of the most beloved Star Wars video games ever. And it's been re-released. I think it's on Switch, right? Strangely, it's not available on PlayStation. So Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic Remake was announced as in development at Saber Interactive in 2021. And you guys might recall that it was some weird second/third party game that Sony was involved in. Sony's branding was on it originally. Sony Computer Entertainment branding was on it. And so Sony was going to publish it presumably as a timed PlayStation 5 exclusive that was still a third party game that would eventually come to everything. So maybe not unlike what's going on with Stalker 2 right now, where that game's coming to PlayStation probably by the end of the year. And so he says, and this is Matthew Karch being asked by IGN, what's going on with KOTOR? Is it still alive? He says, quote, maybe a little passive aggressive here. He says, quote, it's clear and it's obvious that we're working on this. It's been in the press numerous times. What I will say is that the game is alive and well, and we are dedicated to making sure we exceed consumer expectations. So the word, and I remember saying this, I don't think Dustin was on the show yet maybe at this time, but I remember talking to you about this, Chris, I was like, you're going to have like a true remake of the game done by by Saber. It seems kind of strange. Saber is a very capable company. Saber is also a Russian company. So it was a little weird. And then the game kind of disappeared. Sony kind of wasn't in it. And do you have something to say, Dustin? You're making like weird faces.
It didn't start with Saber. It started with Aspire.
Aspire, that's right.
Mac
That's what
Hoarding
I mean.
Studio.
Right.
So I was trying to look to make sure I wasn't crazy because I want to make sure you.
No, that's great. You're absolutely
save
right.
you from the comments.
So it was weird. Yeah, it ended up with Aspire. Aspire's under Saber though.
I don't know.
I'm trying to.
I don't think
can
so.
Look real quick.
I'll just find it. Aspire Wiki. You're right about that though. I don't like when
Right,
you make
and
your
they,
weird faces and don't say anything because it makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. You have to. Yeah. So they're with Aspire was with Saber Interactive.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to blurt out wrong information, Colin. I was actively
But don't
searching.
make the weird. Like, what am I supposed to do? You're talking to someone and they're like, it's like, what do you want me to fucking not notice
literally,
that?
that was just like some eye movement. You're very sensitive to this. The eye. I don't even know how you could see me that clearly over Zencastr.
What am I, fucking
like 6
blind?
pixels. I mean, apparently. I don't know.
Maybe I will be. I looked at the Eclipse in 4th grade without any eye protection and was told that
That's why you can't use PSVR 2.
I like the idea of slowly over time, Colin like is just talking kind of like he's facing.
The key, Colin, is I'm not making the faces for you. I'm trying to save you. Don't you understand, Colin? Colin, listen.
Dude, that's like saying like I'm walking down the street naked and you see me and I'm like, I'm not whipping my dick out for you. You know?
Well, no,
so I notice
that is the worst analogy. That does not even make sense.
Hold on, everybody,
Good try.
Let's not lose our heads here.
Yeah.
I think Dustin had an involuntary reaction because that's kind of, how reacting to things works sometimes. He wore it on his face because that's just what happens. And he tried to save you. And that's
reaction gate.
All good natured.
I'm just not going to say. I'll let I'm letting the comments get you, like you did for me recently.
No. You see, I'm not. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Me. I've had enough.
Oh my god.
I quit.
Fair enough.
What was it like? Maybe not even an hour ago. He's like, "Please, guys, don't leave." And like an hour later, I quit. Perfect.
I'm being targeted.
This is a witch hunt.
I am fearful that people are going to take this seriously now.
Yeah.
And make a new
they
gate
will.
out of it. Yeah.
Well.
Okay. What I was going to say was Aspire was with Saber. So Saber Interactive was always the was always the parent company of the KOTOR remake. Aspire is a company underneath it, or was underneath it, and this is what I was looking up. So Aspire was under Saber Interactive. Saber this entire time with KOTOR since 2021 with KOTOR was under. Saber bought Aspire in 2021, and then Embracer ended up buying Aspire, I think, but not Saber or something like that. I don't know. So anyway, they were connected at some point, but I appreciate the correction because it's important. And I also appreciate the passive aggressive nature of the response from the CEO because it's clear and it's obvious that we are working on this. So I guess he doesn't want to be asked about it anymore. What I'm most interested in is Sony doesn't seem to be involved anymore. They've bailed out, and I don't think that's a good sign for what the quality of it was. I think this kind of speaks to it because they wouldn't have announced it so early if they didn't think it was going to be out probably a couple of years ago. So something's wrong with it, and they're probably going to fix it. But I think they can come through in the end and figure it out entirely. I have no idea though what the nature of it is. Are you guys? I'm so over this too. I've never really wanted a remake of this game. I wasn't that excited about it to begin with. So now I have no interest in it at all. I guess it was an interesting novelty at some point.
I think it's a game that deserves the benefit of a mod, because dude, it's an old game. I played it for the first time a couple of years ago because I just had no experience. I had no interest in Star Wars, and I actually liked it despite a lot of the jank. But I'm very forgiving of old school jank because that's an era that I'm very nostalgic for and have a lot of appreciation for. So you can't be like, oh, KOTOR is one of the best games ever, you should play it to your average person because they're just not going to suffer through that. They're just they shouldn't really. So I do think it deserves a fresh coat of paint. I do think it deserves a modern interpretation, especially because it is so esteemed. It deserves that. However, at the same time, I've heard so much about this game living and dying that it's starting to feel like, I don't know, it's starting to feel like that 19-year-old dog that just kind of hanging on, and the owners are really irresponsibly keeping it. It's he's got an artificial prostate and an iron
isn't he so
lung.
cute? You're he's dead. He's practically dead.
He's yearning for death.
his eyes falling out. Like it's all, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth it at this point. Like, we'll see what this ends up being, but evidently it wasn't good enough for Sony to back or continue to back because the license expired for the music on the trailer, and they had to
deleted a bunch of shit. Well, that's what they claim, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe that might have been just an excuse. I don't know. My gut feeling is that this is going to be in a really bad shape to the point where it defeats the purpose of even existing in the first place. If you're going to give a really esteemed classic title like KOTOR a modern version that lives up to what its legacy is and makes it approachable and playable to modern audiences in a way that makes sense both for controls and narrative and all that stuff, then it's clear that what we're going to be getting is not, it doesn't seem like it's earned that reputation. So like I don't know what the point even is at this point. But that might be like I don't know, maybe that's too cynical, but seems reasonable to me.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
KOTOR Remake.
I think
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think the game will be controversial, and I'm already not looking forward to it. They're going to change the combat, I bet, make it more active, and then there will be a big debate about whether or not they should have changed it. And then when it comes out, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but there will be people like the Silent Hill saying, oh, original's better, the original combat was better, stuff like that.
Well, that kind of happened with 7 Remake, right? Because weren't there people who were like really upset about that? I know it's like a different game technically, but
I think that's true. I think they got away with it because Remake and Rebirth's combat is so good that it was kind of hard for people to be, too bitchy about it. But I don't know. I guess I'm trying to think about Saber, whether or not that they can pull it off. But I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I always get Saber and Certain Affinity mixed up for some reason. I don't know why. In my head, they're like strangely interchangeable, even though
Saber was a Russian studio, and then it had like satellites. Because I think one of its satellites is in Florida, and then I think they extracted. I think as of, I don't know how it went. I thought we even reported on it, but they're like not doing business there at all anymore. I think
in Florida,
probably because it was because I'm sorry.
In Florida?
No, in Russia. I'm sorry.
No, in Russia. Too wild for Florida.
Yeah, too many alligators.
It's an interesting place. Florida's an interesting place to put a studio. That's where the I think the guys that did the GTA ports are too. Grove Street. I think that's a Florida team.
Yikes.
All right. We can blaze through the rest of this stuff pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Capcom announced that Dragon's Dogma 2 has surpassed 2.5 million copies sold. Very respectable. Especially because I don't know. I'm almost surprised that they called it Dragon's Dogma 2 and they just didn't call it Dragon's Dogma and just start again.
Yeah.
Because the original one wasn't very, I don't think that resonant, but what did you say?
So I'm going to talk about it and what we've been playing, but on the start screen of the game, it doesn't say 2 at all.
Oh,
it just says Dragon's Dogma, which I have noticed, and I haven't seen anyone say anything, but and I think I'm trying to remember from the beginning of the game, they might not even say it at the title screen when you start the game. It might not say 2. I remember specifically thinking that was very odd, which is when you said that, I thought, maybe there's something to that.
Very interesting. All right. So congratulations to Capcom, another success story. Unicorn Overlord, 500,000 copies sold, according to Nintendo Life. This was announced in Japan, and they translated it, so we appreciate them over there. This could potentially be the quickest selling game that they've ever made. And so congratulations to them. Micah loves it. Just absolutely loves it. And I think it looks great. I'd like to play it. It's on my list, but I don't know when I'm going to get to it because there's just so many things to get to in between. I still probably have, the way I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I probably still have a solid 60 to 80 hours with that game. And then, because I can't not do everything. I'll get to it, but Gene was so funny because I was recording another show with him and he's like, you are so fucked. When I was telling him like the things I'm doing, I'm like, I know. We'll get to that shortly. So congratulations to Vanillaware and Atlas. So Sega as well. Nice little seller there. They always have little small little bangers. Like, what was that last one? Aegis Rim, right? Wasn't that what the
Aegis Rim? Yeah. Isn't this the one though that has like the really bad translation or something? There was like
it's like supposed to be over localized, which is a bummer. I think that the sad reality, if you care about localization, and I do to an extent, because it obviously it's important, even though it's been like everything else in some way politically corrupted by some people, and so they ruin it for some games. But AI is going to do all this, I imagine, in the coming years, which is a bummer, because people are so against like localization of any kind. I'm like, no, you want your game localized. I mean, what are you talking about? I just don't want them to. This game had extreme differences in its delivery, like where characters came off differently and stuff. And I'm like, that's not acceptable. But you want localization. I mean, that's definitely something you would want you don't want just a straight up translation, ham-fisted nonsense. Okay. Don't think you guys find this interesting. Video Games Chronicle pointed this out. Our friends over there. Hollow Knight Silksong has been rated in South Korea. It's also appeared on the Xbox storefront. You can't do anything with it, but it's like an object on the storefront, and we know it's coming day one to Game Pass. And Sarah Bond also tweeted out a link to it being on the storefront, so she obviously would know that the game is coming. Guys, Hollow Knight Silksong was announced in 2019, and it might finally be that in 2024 we get the sequel. I have no doubt that this game is going to be awesome. I thought Hollow Knight was fucking exceptional when I played it. I think I played it I played it when it came to the PlayStation. It might have been 2019 when I finally played it, or maybe 2018 at the earliest. And I loved it. I didn't platinum it. I thought it was extremely difficult to do a lot of the optional stuff. I would like to sit down, maybe when we have a date and we know it's coming, maybe I'll sit down with the original Hollow Knight and like give it another go. Cause it's one of those games where it's like, you have to play it and it's like Cuphead or something where it's like, you got to play, you can't just jump in. You have to play it from the beginning and kind of like get your legs. And so I never got the platinum. That would have been a fun one to get. So I have no doubt that this game is going to be amazing, but similar to when Shovel Knight inevitably comes back or something like that, it's like, was it worth this much wait? And like, why did you announce it so soon? Like, what was the point of that? And what I'd really like to know is what went wrong? Something went wrong. So are you going to be transparent about that? Because like, you would never have announced that game in 2019 if you didn't expect it in 2021 at the latest. COVID happens, but does that delay your game 4 years? I don't know. I just think it's kind of an interesting story from that perspective. So I hope you learn more about that. It's no disrespect to Team Cherry. They made a ton of money. They can take their time. It's very similar to Yacht Club. Like there's no rush. Like we're good, and I appreciate that. But I'd love to know more about like what changed. Not say what went wrong, but what changed. Yeah, Dustin, you have something to say.
I'm seeing online that I'm trying to remember. I was trying to find a direct source, and I'm only finding people talk on Reddit. But I'm pretty sure it was originally a DLC, that it was supposed to be a smaller, contained experience within Hollow Knight, and then they just went and made it a sequel. So they might have accidentally shot themselves in the foot announcing it, and then
so they announced it as a DLC, or was it?
That's what I'm trying to find.
As a DLC. It's interesting. Yeah.
DLC turned.
Well, it doesn't matter. I can look it up for you as well, but but nonetheless. Well,
and 3 people. Team Cherry is 3 people, so that might be part of it too.
That might make sense. Well, if it's look, man, I hope it's coming out this year, because it's on my draft and I picked it last year and it got delayed. So
eventually, here it is.
It better fucking come out, and it better be. Be really, really fucking good.
I have details. So it was announced February 2019, and eventually it cited their holiday message. So in December 2019, that they scoped it from a DLC pack, which was originally conceived when they announced it, to a full game. So that this decision was made in 2019. And I mean, no disrespect, I'll be excited to play it when it comes out. And yeah, there's only 3 of them, and they sold. So as of, where was it? Yeah, they sold 2.8 million copies of the game by 2020, I think. And if there's 3 of them, congratulations.
There's a strange
tens of millions of dollars each.
Yeah, there's a strange air of mysticism around it too, because it's kind of, it's not exactly Half-Life 3, you know what I mean? But it's kind of one of those. It's one of those mysterious, like, when is that coming out? But not in like a Duke Nukem Forever or like a Beyond Good and Evil way. Like everybody's confident that it's coming, and everybody's been confident that it's coming. It's just taken so long. So I feel like that in and of itself is its own kind of marketing, not necessarily a marketing beat per se, but it's kind of grown this mystique to the point where, you know, I didn't really play the original Hollow Knight too thoroughly, and I didn't really think much about it. But I'm like really keen on figuring what this is going to be, purely because it's taken so fucking long.
Steam DB, Chris, has the game having sold between 5 and 12 million copies on PC alone.
No, they're
by 2021.
Damn, dude.
2.8 million copies cumulatively were sold by February of 2019. That was before it even came to most platforms. So
dang,
they might not have made tens of millions each, because the game's a lot cheaper than I thought. I thought it was a $39.99 game for some reason. It's being sold for $15, so that's a lot cheaper than I remember it being. But they made millions each, obviously, and so there's no reason to rush. I mean, you can't disrespect that. That is I was being hard on them. In fact, if there's only 3 of them, like that's like the Ken Levine ideal way to make a game. Slowly burn the money slowly, and use few people if you can. I dig that.
Yeah,
man, it would be cool as fuck for Lily Mo to have a hit like that one day. I doubt that's going to happen, because I don't think we make the appropriate kind of games, but that would be pretty cool. All right, what else is there to talk about here? We talked about Hollow Knight. Oh, okay, so this has been uploaded in the back end because one of the PlayStation Size Twitter account, one of the scrapers of the PSN, discovered a PlayStation 5 native port of Minecraft, which is incoming apparently at some point. Believe it or not, Minecraft has never been released on PlayStation 5. So please look forward to that. And then 2 other things that I thought I would just throw in here just for fun that I wanted to talk about. The first is reported by our friends over at Push Square, who report that PSP dungeon crawling RPGs Class of Heroes 1 and 2 will come to PlayStation 5 in a collection. And these are not notable games. I have no experience with these games, actually, but they are random PSP role-playing games that people might remember from the era. The first one came out in the West in 2009, and the second one came out in the West, I think, in 2010. They come from a developer called Zero Div, and they were published by Atlas, actually. These games will come together on April 26th to PS4 and PS5. And I just thought it was weird because those are just random PSP games, and they're not even that well regarded. If you go and look, I think the first one has a Metacritic score of like a 6. So that's an interesting thing nonetheless. And finally, just wanted to throw this out there too. Gamatsu had this, our friends over there. They write slice of life convenience store game in Konbini. One store, many stories, announced for PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. I like cozy games and weird atmospheric games, and I thought that this game looked really cute. I don't know if it's going to be any good. It's unclear. I was actually reading some of the comments on the site, like, is this really going to be like one of these weird, surreal, interactive simulations, or is it just like a visual novel? Because if it's just a visual novel, I think it's a little less exciting. But you play as a person who like works at a convenience store, and you're just kind of tending it. So you're pulling up the bottles on the shelves and ringing people up and dealing with ingredients or whatever. And it's got this really peaceful sort of soundtrack. We don't talk about, for a long time, listeners will know that we used to make it a rule that we would say every game that was announced for PlayStation on the show at least one time. And we would just often say them in a list as they were announced every week. We've stopped doing that, mostly because that was just a weird OCD thing that I had. But this is one of those games that would have probably been in that list. Well, definitely would have been in that list. So I wanted to just shout it out. I don't know if it's going to be any good. Inkonbini, Inkonbini. One store, many stories. That's what it's called if you want to go check it out. I thought it looked pretty zen.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get into the games we're playing. Christopher, we'll start with you. You're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, as well as the Stellar Blade demo, which I'm very, very excited to talk to you about as well. So talk to us in any order you'd like.
Yeah, I guess I'll start with Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm on chapter 14. And I think I'm level 20. Oh my God, 26. I just beat. I'm trying to finish up all these side quests in 14 because I've specifically ignored a lot of them up until now, and I feel like I'm having a hard time. I feel like I'm getting my ass kicked because I haven't really grinded or done the appropriate amount of grinding or combat that you normally would go through in doing these side quest. So I'm trying to finish all that up. Just had that fight with the subterranean. Oh my god, what's it called? Like some subterranean menace.
Oh yeah, you go into like the base right underneath or something like that.
Yeah, underneath, and it's the fire demon, and it's a bastard of a fight. But yeah, I just finished that. I'm enjoying it. I'm liking it as I go on. I am realizing as like the more that I play, I'm understanding more of what I like and don't like about these kinds of games. And what it is like I really like. First of all, I've talked about the soundtrack about Final Fantasy VII Remake Final Fantasy VII a million times, but it's so objectively good that it's almost the sole reason that keeps me pushing through certain parts that I don't necessarily care that much about, because it's just like, man, this music is so good. But the combat's really good. I love this combination of real time and menu stuff. Like I wish this was a genre in some way. Like almost like I wish this combat model was like copy pasted into like a million other things, because I really like it. It's like the right mix of strategy and real time. But I am finding it very frustrating that I never get knocked unconscious as I'm playing. Like Tifa's always getting her ass kicked, and it's just like, okay, here's a Phoenix down, and it's always because she's running up because she's a brawler, so she has to be like right up to the guy and just gets swamped and destroyed. And it's a little frustrating to have characters that I'm not in control of die and hinder me.
You must be so under level, dude.
Probably, yeah. No, because I haven't been doing the side quest, so I'm starting now basically. So I'm pretty late into it.
Yeah, and you missed a bunch of them too by this point. Like you can't go back to a lot of them.
Yeah, you can't go back to a lot of them. So I'm just grinding a lot, but it's fun. I'm liking it a lot. Ultimately, like it's a really minor nitpick. It's not that big of a deal. I'm ultimately able to finish everything. Like I've died like maybe 3 times, so it's not like crazy. But it's I'm learning that I like to have control over my characters in the game. I almost wish I could tell them to like stand. Like I almost wish that I could give them like rudimentary commands, like maybe like stand back or like dodge more often or something like that. Like almost like the way you would do it in like XCOM, but I get that wouldn't make any sense. But I'm enjoying Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think I've got only like 4 chapters left, I think, if I'm not mistaken. There's 18, right, in Remake?
Yeah, there's 18 in the first one. There's 14 in the second one, I believe.
Yeah, so I'm on 14, so I'm pretty much all the way. I'm pretty there at this point. Like, there's no reason for me not to finish it. I'm further. I think I'm a little bit further than I was last time I put it down, so just gonna knock it out. Been playing it on the Steam Deck also.
Cool.
With that stream thing, and it's so oh man, it's a really good in bed game. But last time I talked about it, I wasn't nearly as far as I am now, and I'm enjoying it. But Stellar Blade, I jumped into the Stellar Blade demo because why wouldn't I? It's the talk of the town.
Mm-hmm.
And did you play it at all, Colin? Have you?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to spoil it. I'll just play it when it comes out.
Yeah, man, it's really good. It's a lot better than I was expecting it to be, both from like a presentation and from a gameplay perspective, where it's just like, oh man, this is actually, the parry is tricky though. It reminds me almost of oh my god, Lies of P, in the sense that like I'm not exactly sure where the parry window is, but I will say this is a Souls game. This is a Souls-like game. And I don't say that in the sense that it's hard. It's not necessarily what I mean. It's clearly borrowing a lot of elements just from movement and from combat and dodging and attacking and you know, stamina gauges and staggering and all that stuff. It plays a lot slower than you would expect it to. Like I was expecting, like I think we even talked on the show that I was expecting a little bit more of like Devil May Cry or something like that, and it's very much not Devil May Cry. It's more, I almost feel like it's more like Sekiro than Devil May Cry or anything like that, where it's a little bit slower, it's a little bit more methodical. You have like really cool, you have some abilities that kind of venture into Devil May Cry territory, like some specials that are not in games like Sekiro or Dark Souls or anything like that. Like you have like special, almost like Final Fantasy VII Remake, like braver type animations that kind of build up over time. But the core combat is very very Souls inspired. But it feels really good. It feels really good to move around. It feels really good to play. There's a suit that is basically a naked suit that makes it hard that I did use. And I forgot that the character was even naked at a certain point because the game itself
it reduces her armor class or whatever.
Yeah, like her armor is she basically has no shield, so you have to like really pay attention, which is interesting because it kind of brought a key point into focus where it's like, man, this is like I don't even really realize that like it's clearly a naked character model, right? And it's meant to be distracting, I guess, in some way, or meant to get your eyes to it's meant to be eye-catching. But like it's so challenging with that suit on that it almost doesn't even register that that's even happening. A lot of the time, like I totally forgot what I was even looking at, which is good, by the way. It means that there's more to the game than just the fact that it's like, oh, it's got like a hot protagonist or whatever, which is what a lot of the conversation has been. It's just like, oh, it's so I only see people talking about how hot the character is. And it's like, yeah, it's because it's the easiest thing to convey, but it is actually like a really solid game underneath it. If there was no solid game underneath it, no one would care about this. It would be like a Leisure Suit Larry, like, oh, look at how horny this game is, and no one would give a shit. It wouldn't be in the conversation.
Chris, can I also ask you though, like, I don't know if you feel the same way, but the horniness only goes so far with video games. It's not that realistic. And I'm not playing, like, things can be suggestive, but like, are people really getting like, oh my God, this is so fucking hot? Like there's a difference between that and being
never underestimate,
in some sense.
Never underestimate the degeneracy of the internet. I will say that.
Yeah, that's true. It's just so surprising to me because like, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
It's overplayed. I think it's almost like the Helldivers democracy thing where it's like people are kind of like leaning into it just because it's so easy to lean into, where it's like, oh, look, she's naked. Isn't that hot? But it's like, I don't know, man. You don't, in my experience, I just haven't thought about it once as I was playing, really. Like, it's just like, okay, this suit's naked. It makes it harder. Okay, let me fight. And it's just, the combat is really, really, it's a really solid game. It's like way better than I expected it to be. It plays really well. It runs really smoothly, at least from the demo. Who the fuck knows? Maybe they'll pull like some bait and switch where it runs at like 10 frames a second and it's terrible all of a sudden after the demo, but I doubt it.
The demo has 3 different performance modes too. Like baked in the demo, there's a 30, there's a 60 that dips down into the 50. So if you have a VRR display, it's fine.
Right,
and then there's like a straight 61.
I think I just had it on performance and it looked really good to me. It didn't look like there was any huge trade-off. It's not open world, at least not from, although early on in the game, like they probably wouldn't show that to you if it is. No, it is open world. There's some aspects of it. I think that we learned from like some of the trailers. Early on, it's very linear, obviously, to get you to kind of learn things. But yeah, dude, it's really good. It's got me really excited to play this. I think it's what is it? April 20 something. I think it comes out.
Yeah, April 26th. I think is the day.
April 26th. Yeah, I almost considered. It's very rare that I do this, but like I almost considered pre-ordering it because I was just like, well, I'm gonna play it anyway. But I'm just like, you know, I'll wait. I'll be safe. Just in case there's any game-breaking thing that I should be aware of in the review period, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for that because that's possible now. You can't trust games anymore. But
that's true.
From what I've played of the demo, man, like it's a really solid. We're starting to get these games now that are like really Souls inspired, but like really nail it. And I wouldn't say that it's so Souls inspired to be alienating to people who don't like Souls games. I think it's still very action and it's still very over the top. But don't go in expecting like you're going to be sprinting across battle. You're not going to be like running at 100 miles an hour and doing like crazy backflips all the fucking time. And it's surprisingly focused in that sense. But yeah, super good, really good experience. I had a weird moment though because Stellar Blade and Final Fantasy VII Remake are both. They're not the same kind of game, but they're like similar enough to the point where like jumping back into Final Fantasy VII Remake after the demo was like really jarring to me because it feels so similar because you got the sword and you got the third person camera and it's somewhat of a similar attack style. So it's just like, oh man, this is strange. But outside of that, yeah, good experiences with both of these so far. Looking forward to Rebirth. Looking forward to Stellar Blade. Although I might do Stellar Blade after Remake. That might actually be like a better way to space time out between Remake and Rebirth. But Yeah.
None of us are playing Rise of the Ronin either, which is interesting. Like, I think I will get to it at some point, at least try it, because people are telling me it's a little more accessible than I thought, but none of us are really interested in it, I don't think, which is strange.
Yeah.
No one's
I
riding
was
with it.
I was curious about it before it came out, but then like I don't know, I just didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything more about it, and then the more I saw of it, the less I kind of wanted to play it. Strange. It does seem like something that I would want to get to eventually, though, because I don't think it's bad. I don't think anybody's saying that it's terrible, right? It's just kind of like not a must play.
Yeah.
So.
No, yeah, I don't think anyone's saying it's terrible at all. I think like Dustin said earlier, I think people are saying like it's ugly, which is I'm like that's questionable. It doesn't look ugly. Again, very similar to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It looks like a last gen game in a lot of sense, but that's fine, I guess. I don't know. I'm not that much of an aesthetics whore. It would be ideal to have prettier games, I suppose. Pumpkinhead wrote in and said, "Hi guys, on average, how many occasions does your wife need to stumble upon you playing the Stellar Blade demo before she initiates divorce proceedings? Thanks in advance for any wisdom imparted." I wonder if this game's going to cause problems for people out there. Not for me.
If you're weird about it.
Yeah.
You gotta be so straight. You gotta be so maladjusted for this game to trigger anything in you at all. I think you have to be like a genuine porn addict.
Yeah.
And I mean like sincerely, like in the morning you're jelking. Morning, afternoon, and night. You can't. Black lights are out of the question for you. Like that's the kind of person that you would have to be for this game to really cause any problems for you, because it's really it really is not that crazy. That one suit is pretty revealing, and it's like ooh salacious, but it's like it so quickly loses any novelty like 5 seconds in, where you're like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, this is what it is.
It's interesting that the skin suit that makes you look naked makes the game harder.
Yeah. Haha.
All right.
Bricked up.
Oh boy. Joey Fortunato wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Crew. I just wanted to take a moment to give Chris props for what I think is a brilliant strategy for video games that blew my mind. I can't believe I never thought of doing it before. When talking about Final Fantasy VII Remake, he mentioned being out of the game for so long that he thought he might need to start over from start his older save over, but to avoid wasting all the hours he already put in, he just replayed the first few hours, got familiar with the game, and then jumped back into his old save. This is revolutionary for me. I generally play longer single-player games that have a lot of moving pieces, and with my game ADD, I tend to jump from game to game only to return to older games months or years later. Generally speaking, I start these games over to get reacclimated to the systems I forgot. I just did this with Cyberpunk, foregoing 40 hours from a year ago to start over. So I thought his strategy was brilliant, and I am going to start employing it. Just wanted to mention how smart I thought it was. Thanks for all you guys do. You make a long commute far more tolerable. Thank you, Joey. So there you go. Your props.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's the efficacy of that strategy varies, I think, from game to game. Some games are a little bit more demanding than others, but I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is a game that I've started and stopped so many times that like I had a lot of the story kind of like in my head already. It's really just the gameplay systems and mechanics. I did kind of screw myself over though in some way, so it's not entirely the best strategy, because by the time I kind of got my bearings in the opening chapters and I went back to my previous save, I mean, there's side quests that I can't do anymore because I missed them. So I'm kind of having a harder time now. But, generally speaking, I think it's a good way to save time, but a lot of people in my experience are just going to end up playing from their original, like either from their original save, or they're going to start over and just continue from that because it's just a more coherent or a more cohesive through line from beginning to end. People don't necessarily like to fracture their experiences like that. I don't either. But for some games, I think it works. And for this game, I think it worked more than it didn't for me. So.
Very well. Yeah. I often restart games if I don't get back to them. I don't know. It's not more about time, but about the experience where I just don't know what the hell's going on. Even from not just from a gameplay perspective, but I just don't remember anything about it. I'm really glad I replayed Final Fantasy VII Remake before I played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think it gave me a lot of important texture going right into it. So I guess I'll go now, and then Dustin can go because he's playing a lot of games, including Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But I am playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I put about 20 hours into it over the last week. And Anton K wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, now that Colin has said he started Rebirth, what are your initial impressions? I was surprised how much the visual quality was downgraded from Rebirth and especially Final Fantasy 16. Sometimes The characters don't look like themselves in game. The story, characters, development, and gameplay were fantastic, though. Thanks and have a great weekend. Yeah, I think this might have been. I didn't get to the game until recently, so it was already patched with this third mode that didn't exist for the first month or so that the game was on the market, which is like this sharper performance mode. And there are times where I'm like, ugh. It reminds me a little bit of the episode of Seinfeld where he dates the girl that looks different in all the different lights.
Oh yeah, the Two-Face.
And sometimes you look at Tifa and you're like, oof. You know, like she's like, it's like mega low res and like awful or whatever. And then you see her and she looks beautiful or whatever in these high res cutscenes. But so Rebirth. Okay, yes. Here I am playing it. I really like it. I think it's great. I do think it looks like a PlayStation 4 game. And I don't really have a huge problem with that. But it doesn't look necessarily modern. Though I think it has a lot of modern trappings. I think the UI is pretty remarkable, actually. I love the way in the different places you play and the different territories that you come to, the way that the game shows you what you need to do and how much you've done. There's like a lot of bars and dots and all these different things. It's very aesthetically pleasing. It's very readable. I like little things like that. I think it's important because Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think, is taking itself very literally, and I don't know if I'm reading it right, and it's just, it could be one of those lit class interpretations of it that are totally wrong, but this is the point in Final Fantasy VII's story where the game opens up, where you actually have some options and at least the trappings of an open world, although you really don't have an open world, it's still linear.
Yeah.
And it's leaving Midgar, right? And to me, the game seems like a meta on that, where it's like, oh yes, it's really open now.
Yeah.
The game you played, Final Fantasy VII Remake, was very constrained. Even chapters like 5 and 14, I think you're in now, Chris, where you have a bunch of shit to do. There's one of the later chapters, 16 or 17, that's like insanely long. So it's not that it's paced or whatever, but that there's really nowhere to go. It's a chapter by chapter approach. Now, Rebirth has that chapter by chapter approach, but it's much more organic. And I feel like the game is playing that up intentionally as a product. Saying like, now we are the antithesis of Final Fantasy VII Remake. No more Final Fantasy 13 style hallways and shit like that. Now you have these tethered, almost Tales-like open worlds, little pockets of them with tons of things to do in them. So I dig that. I was saying to Mike, I was like, it's like a Ubisoft game. If Ubisoft was cuter and if the gameplay was just radically different, like Far Cry to this or whatever. But it's funny how Western role-playing games have infiltrated even Final Fantasy at this point. And I obviously think that began with 12, but I mean, in an obvious way, it began with 12. I think specifically with MMOs had a big, like MMO UI and everything, I think had a big role to play in that game. And I think that was incorporated, especially with their experience from 11. But I think what's funny about this game is it's impressively adorable and cute, yet believable. Everyone is perky, or I don't want to say everyone, but like your characters are like perky and excited and kind, and there's not much to dislike about it. There's not a lot of tension, so you can kind of just enjoy it for whatever ride it is. Now I'm in chapter 4 and after 20 hours, so I have a long ways to go. And I will say that I am doing everything as I encounter it. Like the second I encounter it, it's done. So when I was in the original section of the game, I don't want to spoil too much because I don't know how what is a spoiler and what isn't, but in like the first part of the game, like the first open world you come to, they give you like a series of 25 tasks or whatever. You don't have to do any of them, but it's like, do these 4 side quests, play these games of cards, go to these towers, fight these enemies, whatever. And I was like, I did literally every one of those things before I moved on with the story. And I don't know if that like is the intention, because the game kind of keeps the parts of the game segregated until you do certain things in the maps to make them accessible from each other. So if you want to go back to a previous part, you can, but you need to do it. You need to like hoof it all the way back through like tunnels and all these like stages and shit like that until you find like a specific way to get back there automatically. So it feels like you're supposed to do it that way, in my opinion. Like you're supposed to be like, I'm taking this all in this is Junon. I'm taking Junon, all of it in my arms right now. And I'm going to figure out everything here. And then I'm going to move on with the linear story that brings me to these non-linear sections. It doesn't sound that notable and it really isn't, but it's cool. And I really like it. I like Cloud. He annoys me with the girls, as I've said many times. But he's a great character. And I like Red 13. I think he's great. Tifa and Aerith are obviously great. Barrett's great. Yuffie is adorable. I love how she comes into this game specifically. I think it's really funny. And she's just funny. And that's what I'm saying is that I was reading some people saying like this game is much lighter than the first game, which is weird because usually the middle arc in a tragedy, which is what this ultimately like, well, depending on, I guess, the direction it goes, is the darkest part. And I'm waiting for that because I feel like that has to be. I also know the story really well of Final Fantasy VII, so I'm interested to see where it goes, like in how they interpret things. There are already things that are different in this version of the game, and I think that that's really cool. And we know that it's going to be. I don't want to spoil the end of the game, but the last game, so it doesn't matter. I won't say what I was going to say. So, right. I guess those are kind of all my thoughts for the time being. I think the combat system is congruent with the last one. I love the materia system. The materia system is more dynamic. Chadley is really annoying. He has that chick now version of himself, May, but he like hates her. So like he doesn't let her talk and all that kind of stuff and cuts her off. It's very interesting. So you do see a lot of Chadley. I can see the anti-Chadley contingent being upset with this game. They really include him a lot more than you would ever see him in the original. And I'm trying to think, oh yeah, Queen's Blood. Is that what the game's called? Is that right?
That's correct.
I've played and beaten everyone I've encountered so far in that. I'm good at it, and I realize like it's not a game of aggression. You have to let your enemy come towards you and then occupy those squares at the right time so they have nowhere to move, and then you can kind of overpower them that way. So from every perspective, I'm enjoying it. I think this is a one-of-a-kind, ballsy way to remake and reapproach a game that is classic. I don't think you can do something like this with every game. We were talking about Silent Hill earlier and all that kind of stuff. Like,
yeah,
this is reinventing the wheel. And you shouldn't do this with most things, but somehow they've really threaded the needle in a very effective way. And I'm really excited to see more. I'm going to be done in the second area of the games tonight because there's just a few other side quests I need to do or whatever. And then I can finally move on with the story and see what happens next, which is exciting. And I'm eager to run into Vincent. I'm eager to do all the things that I know happens in this part of the game. Cosmo Canyon, presumably. Gold Saucer, obviously. Now, the mini games. Oh my God. There are so many. I haven't even gone to Gold Saucer yet, so I'm sure it gets out of control once you get there. But there are so many mini games. I was making Gene laugh because I'm like, dude, I'm sitting here playing the fucking piano for like an hour, trying to like nail this song for the star rating or whatever. And then I'm chocobo racing, and it's hysterical. There's just all sorts of. There's a lot of thought put in this game. It's pretty surprising that they made it so quick. I think because they had the bones and they knew what to do. And it seems like a lot of different teams then went in their own directions and made their own little things and brought them together.
Can I say one thing that Please. I forgot to mention? You said mini games. And I know this isn't technically a mini game. It's just something that happens when you're crossing through the tunnels in 7 Remake. But this fucking giant hand that picks up containers.
Oh yeah, it sucks.
I don't think I've ever hated anything so deeply. Like when I was going through this, I was like, oh my God.
What's so annoying, dude, is that in the original game, it's just like it's a pre-rendered background. I think that you
just
like interact. You don't do anything with it. It's a beautiful, like memorable shot, but they like made it into a thing in the game, which is cool, but it's not fun. No.
It's the least fun I had the entire, like, because they did that with the train sequence too. Like the train sequence in the original game is, if I remember correctly, this is the one thing I remember from the original game, was that like that was just like a screen that you would kind of like walk through. You'd go across the trains or whatever, and then you'd be like kind of out. But there's a whole thing.
You never got to like be about on the trains really. There were cutscenes on it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was cool. I liked the train part, but like, dude, that hand, I was like, oh my God, this is so infuriating. And I don't even know why. It's not because it's not hard at all. It's just so tedious and uninteresting compared to everything else in the game. But you said the UI is better. Because one thing that I'm not the biggest on. Specifically, this upgrading the weapons thing. This whole galaxy map.
Yeah, I'm
thing
not
that you have to
crazy
go
about
through,
it either.
I really hate it. Is
There are
that
too
in
many
Rebirth?
things. Too many things.
Is that like in Rebirth still, like the galaxy map? I think I heard that no, but like I don't know if
there
I don't know if I
are
dreamed
like
that or something.
interpretations that there's even more to do now in this new one. You're like transmuting items and creating armor, and I think you're right about that. I'm glad you brought that up. And in my opinion, that is something that maybe the remake and Rebirth lose sight of, is like the simplicity. Like, it doesn't have to be so complicated. There doesn't need to be 7 ways for me to upgrade my character. I don't even want that. The thing that Final Fantasy VII did that was dramatic compared to the original 6 Final Fantasy games was how much it reduced your equipment load. No longer were you wearing like a helmet and, gauntlets and an armor piece and all of these different things, and had a shield and a sword. Now it was just like your weapon, your armor, like, which is usually a gauntlet, like visually, and an accessory. As opposed to like in Final Fantasy VI, it was like left hand, right hand, body, arms, legs, shield, 2 relics. And so like that was a level of simplicity that I thought was really cool. And then they embrace more complexity in the materia system, but they kind of do go overboard and I think it gets even worse in Rebirth, in my opinion. It's like, come on, man. Like this isn't, now I'm collecting material to make items. It's cool in premise. And now you have a world level and a character relationship and all. It's like,
but the materia system is more dynamic, right? You said? Because that's I'm excited, because I actually like really click. I think this is the first time that I clicked with the materia system.
There are unique forms of materia that have never been seen in this game that you immediately find. It's not really a spoiler. I don't think it's a spoiler to say like there's a materia that combines materia basically, which makes it really interesting because it gives you more room. So like there's fire and ice materia that allows you to fuck with both spells. And then you don't have to occupy one spell with fire and one spell with ice,
Yeah, I because that's my favorite system, I think, in this whole thing. As I'm playing through Remake anyway, it's just like, because I think I went through an embarrassingly long time before realizing that you could link, or that there were certain things that certain materials that were linked. I just didn't pay. I don't know. I just wasn't paying attention long enough. And once I figured that out, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, you have to have like the appropriate equipment that draws the 2 materia and those slots together. Yeah,
it's super sick. The second I found that, I was like, oh, okay, this is. I'm vibing here. I like this.
I dig the materia system, but my favorite is still the Esper system from 6, which was it was similar in that you equipped Espers to yourself, and each Esper had, so like you would equip Esper X, and or you would equip Ramu, and that's the lightning Esper. So he would teach you like Bolt 2, and like 2 other spells, and each one would have a percentage next to them. So like it would say like Bolt 3%, and that meant that, or 3x rather, or something like that. And then it would mean that when you got AP for winning battles, it would be multiplied by that. And once you got to 100%, your character would know the spell permanently. And then once you knew all those spells, you can unequip Ramu, and you would still know all of the spells. And then you would equip the next one. And I loved that. That worked for me really well. Materia took it to the point where the materia itself is equipable and transferable based on like its current power level, which is cool in and of itself, but it makes it more complicated. And then so there are new materia now in this one where like if you attach them in one of those lines to a piece of materia for one of your unused characters, they'll use that spell without you having to tell them. There's like new materia, like, so it gets a little bit more dynamic from that sense too. But
cool.
Yeah. Anyway, Dustin, we haven't heard from you in what feels like 7 years. I'm sorry about that. That's my fault.
That was me. I interjected a lot. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I was also just talking because people have been asking me about Rebirth, and I know that people have been eager, so I wanted to give them a rundown of how I feel about it. Now, by the way, Summon Sign, you're going to be on that, right? For Summon Sign about Final.
Well, I thought we were doing Sacred Plus for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
I don't know what the format is.
Oh, yeah, whatever it is. Yeah. That's right. It's going to be a Sacred Plus. We're going to have Brad or Dustin, whoever wants to host it. I'm not going to be ready to go, but these guys have been waiting. And we'll have a Sacred Plus totally dedicated to it and like kind of an info dump about it. So that will be coming soon. And then maybe I'll do something on my own. I have no idea. I'm not going to be ready for a while. So with that said, okay, go ahead. You've been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yeah, I'm all done with it now. I obviously didn't do everything in the game, but I hit the credits and I'm moving on for now. And like you said, Colin, we are doing a spoiler cast very soon, so I will save all of that for when the time comes. I will just say it's awesome. My thoughts didn't really, the end didn't drastically change my thoughts on the game. I thought that it was fantastic through and through. I'm so impressed with how they were able to make this game and how big all of the open world stuff is, and how even if you didn't do any of it, this would still be a very big game between the main story, side quests, and mini games. So yeah, can't recommend it enough. And we'll be talking about that very soon. So I have 3 other games that I've been playing since I had played Rebirth for a month straight. I was very desperate to check out some new things. And so first thing is Dragon's Dogma 2, which I'm playing on PC. And yes, there are definitely performance issues even on PC, but they are presented in a way that doesn't bother me that much. Particularly when you are in towns, even if you have a pretty decent PC, your frame rate's gonna dip. You're not doing combat in towns, so it doesn't really bother. It's just when I'm going into a town, I brace myself. This is gonna look a little gross for a bit, and then when I go back in the open world, it is significantly better. I wouldn't call it locked 60 plus or anything, and I don't know what the PlayStation version's like, but I'm assuming it's much worse. And I think I have, what does my Steam say here? I have a decent amount of hours into it so far, and I don't know if I get it. I have 4.8 hours, so nearly 5 hours into this game. I think I'm going to give it at least 10. And I don't really care about the story, and the world isn't really that intriguing to me. And I'm wondering if I saw that YouTube channel Fextra Life put out a video. I didn't get to watch it yet, that said something like you're playing Dragon's Dogma 2 wrong, which I always hate when videos say stuff like that. But I kind of see it in that as I'm playing it, I don't know if I am playing it quite the right way or if I'm not having the right expectation, because currently I'm kind of just going out, doing small missions, and then coming back. And what's interesting about it is that there's no fast travel, so you have to walk everywhere, and that's fine if that's part of the design of the game and it's fun, and so far that hasn't been bothersome. But it's a game where as you take damage, you can only heal so much of it, so you are incentivized to either camp or find inns, because eventually your health bar is going to be too fucked up that you can't go and really adventure anymore. So there's a little bit of planning.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah. And of course there's the whole pawn system, which is back from, I mean, that's really the core of the game, is the pawn system, which for those of you who don't know, it's basically a single player multiplayer-esque experience where you have this party around you that you can have a spellcaster, an archer, or an assassin type character, and you can kind of put these different characters, put out their different builds, their abilities and stuff, and it kind of feels like you're playing a multiplayer game, but all of your pawns are NPCs, so they're not actual people, and you can't play the multiplayer, you have to play it single player. And so the most fun I've had in this game so far is some of these random events that have happened to me as I'm going to do another quest, where there's this giant Yeti type monster who I'm like, okay, I can do this. I think I can kill this guy, until you realize he has 3 health bars. And so one of the other big mechanics of the game is you can jump onto creatures. So I eventually just figured out, I was like climbing on his head, stabbing him in the face, having a pretty good time doing that. But it's a very different game. I've never played a game quite like it, other than what I played of the original. It still has a lot of the jank of the original that kind of put me off, but I'm not out yet on it. And I need to watch that video, because I do actually think I respect games that demand you to play them in a certain way, as annoying as a headline is telling you that you're playing a game wrong. That was my experience with Sekiro, is that I was playing it wrong. And then when I learned what the game really wanted from me, it became much more fun. So yeah, I'm going to give that some more time. The next game, this was a game that was free on Steam for one day. Really interesting marketing strategy. This is from the team that did Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, that game Tabs.
Oh, totally accurate battle. That's the same people?
Yes, I believe so.
That's
From
cool.
Landfall Public. Okay, so maybe it's the same publisher. Anyway,
Right.
they put it on free for Steam one day, and then now it's $8. So if you were there on April Fool's Day to get it, you've got it. And I think the point was, this is a game that is designed around clips that you can share. So it's called Content Warning, and it's very much in the lieu of Lethal Company, which I talked about a bit last year, where you and up to 3 other people, you're in this overworld, and the goal is to get a camera, and you go down to this spooky underworld, and you film YouTube videos. They're 1.5 minute long videos, and then you bring them back and upload them to try to go viral. So one person has the camera, and you can buy different gadgets like sound effects things or like a boom mic and stuff like that. And so when you're down in this underworld, you're trying to film these different spooky monsters without dying. And sometimes they are very, very lethal. Other times they're just kind of more annoying. But the really cute and fun part of this is that once you go and you film 1.5 minutes of footage, you escape back to the overworld, and you can rewatch what you filmed. So if you're curious about what this looks like, I've posted 2 tweets where I posted the videos, because it actually lets you save them to your desktop so you can go back and watch them later. And it is really quite fun and cute and very funny too if you get the right shots recorded. It's clearly not done yet, and it needs a lot of work. So it's hard for me to even recommend buying right now at $8, unless for $8 you'll probably get 3 or 4 hours out of it before you kind of hit a wall where you feel like you've done and seen everything. But it has a very interesting feature, I think. And if they continue to update this game, I think it's going to be an even bigger hit. So I'm having fun with that. Me and the boys. Last thing, this is very important. I have seen the light, Colin. We talked about this game a few weeks ago. I had some harsh words for poker. But
Do you want me to explain it to you again?
Please no.
Yes.
That might reverse things, and I don't want that to happen.
Fair enough.
I've played Balatro, and this game fucking rules. This game is awesome. $15, I cannot recommend it enough. The way that I got in, so I have Steam Share set up with Ben, and he had it. So I installed it on my Steam Deck to check it out. When I was playing it last night, I had a friend of the show, Brandon, over for dinner, and Holly was there. And I'm like, you guys know how to play poker. You can show me, even though you've never played this game, you can kind of, I'm sure you'll pick it up quickly. And so we played it for about an hour where they were just kind of explaining to me different hands and stuff. And immediately it clicked. And then I stayed up till 2 a.m. playing it last night. And then this morning I played it for probably an additional hour and a half. And rare moment on Sacred here, Colin. You're going to love this game, Colin.
I've heard people have told me this. Yeah. Tell me. Talk to me.
Simply based on the fact that you love poker and you love Slay the Spire.
Mm-hmm.
That's really it. I can imagine this game maybe holding off till NFL season starts. This will be the absolute perfect Portal game for you to play during that season. It basically, to sum it up as best as I can and concisely as I can, you're making poker hands, but it's a roguelike. So each time you play, you can get different cards and upgrades in order to make yourself better. So there's jokers, and each joker will do a different thing and add different multipliers to the different types of cards that you play. So one of them will just spit out a random multiplier. One joker will make it so that when you play a straight, you can skip a number and it will still work. Stuff like that. But you can also open packs to modify and add different cards to your deck. So maybe you have a holographic card, and I think that those add different multipliers to your final hand, stuff like that. You can pick up a card that is a special type of queen that it doesn't matter what suit it is. It could be whatever. So there's a lot of different variables. And then in addition, the other modifiers are you can level up specific hands. So I played around today where I went hard on doubles to the point where if I was playing doubles, I was getting insane points, and I got fucked because I did a boss level where doubles did not count. So I totally based my strategy around this one thing and then totally ate it because of it.
When you say doubles, you're talking about pairs?
Pairs.
Yeah.
Pairs, correct. Yeah, sorry. I'm still getting fresh. I'm not casino ready.
No, it's all good. I just
yet.
didn't know. I wanted to make sure I was understanding. And also to protect you, my little boy.
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to hurt my little boy.
Right. So I have, in a very short amount of time, it hasn't even been 24 hours yet since I played this game for the first time. I cannot recommend this game enough. I'm going to lose so many hours to this game. It is so incredibly addictive. Even at 2 a.m. last night, which is much later than I normally stay up, I lost. I was this close to hit and play again because it's just one of those games where you're like, I can do better. I can do better. So, and there's still so many things I'm learning about the game too. Like, instead of, what is it called when you throw cards away? Like you
fold.
When you fold,
or discard, you're discarding cards.
When you discard cards, instead, if you have a hand, you can add additional cards that you're maybe not going to use, and then that will discard them. So you can save your discard if you have a different hand lined up.
Right.
Stuff like that.
Right.
There's still so much for me to learn about the game. It's very, very good. You'll absolutely love it, Colin. Chris, maybe check it out too. I don't know if you're into roguelike card games, but
yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a lot. Like it's been staring at me in Steam quite a bit because I've played poker before. I'm not like a poker fiend or anything. Like I used to play poker with like my dad and my uncles.
Explain the rules to Dustin.
I don't remember. I could pick them up immediately, but like I there's no chance in hell I'm gonna remember like off the top of my head like what the rules are. After like 10 minutes, I'll be back into it. You know what I mean? But I think it's more for me. It's just the aspect of playing a card game in a video game that there's like a disconnect there for me that I don't know why it's there necessarily, but it is. And I always feel like I would just rather do this in like almost if there was like a Balatro physical card game, like I would somehow.
It would never work in person though.
Yeah. No,
it's like, yeah, it just wouldn't work. I mean, you're getting the multipliers in this game are so crazy, and that's what's kind of fun. I was watching a really good YouTube channel called Game Maker's Toolkit, and basically there's a design decision that when you select a hand, it will not tell you the projected score. They specifically made it that through your different jokers and modifier cards, that you're basically setting like is it a Rube Goldberg machine? Is that Rube or
that's right?
It's a Rube,
you know a Rube Goldberg machine. So you could stop and count all your modifiers and figure out what it's going to be, but you really shouldn't play it like that. You're kind of not that you're flying blind, but you've kind of got like this gut instinct of what you've got going on, how this is going to work. So yeah, you wouldn't be able to play it in person, but what you should do, Chris, on Steam Deck, because that's where I've played a lot of it, is Steam, that refund system that they have. You can download it, and as long as you play it under 2 hours, if you don't like it, you can refund it, and that's totally kosher in their policy. So you can always just try it that way. And if you don't like it,
now let me ask you: after 2 hours, do you think I would know?
I knew within 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I knew. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I knew within like 5 seconds of Death Stranding that I loved it. You know what I mean? Like, I think there has to be with these kinds of games where they're very niche and they're very specific. I think I know myself well enough to know that these are games that I have to get to when I am in a period where I am not playing anything and I'm open to that kind of thing. Like, I understand myself well enough to know that like there are certain games that are probably very, very good and very, very well designed and very, very probably could be for me that at this moment in time I will not be receptive to. And I've been cognizant enough about that where it's like right now, no chance. I'm in the middle of Final Fantasy VII, which is already kind of like a departure for me in some ways. And I'm getting actually like really into it to the point where like I kind of don't want to cut that momentum in half by anything that's too dissimilar from it. And also just the time aspect that I do think this is a game that I will get to for sure, because it just seems to, it's one of those things that's there and it's always staring at me. I'm always hearing about it. My curiosity will get the better of me, but I think at this point in time when there's so much to play, there's 7, I have Rebirth immediately after, and then in between 7 and Rebirth, I have Intergrade that I have to finish. And then I'm still obviously Stellar Blade. I gotta wait for a lull, and I understand that this is one of those games that you could play like before bed or whatever. But like I also have to be open to it, and I just know that I'm so closed off to anything that isn't what I'm currently playing right now.
It is interesting in that I'm curious about the release strategy because it's out on Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, PC, but this clearly could have been a phone game first. And I wonder if that was kind of part of the strategy, is that a lot of times phone games feel like a dime a dozen and they just come and go. But the fact that they made it a console game first, and then because apparently they're working on a phone version, and dude, it's over for me when there's a phone version. It'll be too, not that I very rarely like playing games on phones, but this immediately will get installed on my phone. And
it makes sense as a phone game, I think, like from what I've seen. Yeah, that's a smart strategy too, because it gives it this kind of sense of premiere. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, well, this is like a premiere product that's coming to mobile, as opposed to like, if it was like the reverse, it would be just like, what is this piece of shit doing on the console market? You know what I mean? It's actually a smart way to do mobile releases, get some hype going among like hardcore people, so that way you get some good word of mouth, and then hand it off to everybody who's going to, you know, drunkenly buy it at 2 a.m. anyway because they're fucking carrying their phones, waiting for the bus. You know, makes sense.
Yeah. I feel like a $15 roguelike card game on iOS is DOA at that price point. Yeah, but people would be much more receptive to it on a console. So then, I mean, now immediately when it comes out on phones, it's going to be a bestseller immediately, and no one will question the $15 price point on a phone at all. And maybe sometimes they do cheaper for the platform, which is odd to me, but
maybe 10,
but yeah, check this game out. I have seen the light. I am the Danny DeVito meme. I get it now. Okay. I get it. I was wrong. I need to go back to the tweet where I said online, like, no one understands poker, and if they say they do, they're lying. No,
it's just so not complicated as far as card games go that it serves.
We like to do a little trolling.
Yeah.
We like to do a little trolling.
We do a little trolling over there. Ballatro.
It would be so funny if he actually played like core video games. Like that was like something that he was known to do, you know?
Dude, it's such a like him being knowledgeable about games is hilarious to me. Like there's nothing funnier than the prospect of him going like the indomitable Hideo Kojima, like, and that he knows what that means.
Dragon's Dogma, frame rate, not so good.
We're really looking forward to that FSSR on the new PS5 Pro. Looking to get it for my little Baron. He's a big Baron now. He's so tall. He's freakishly tall. We say, wow, he's so tall. That kid's fucking tall.
Yeah, he is.
Like, to the point where it like it's a little concerning. You know? It's scary how tall that kid is. He's like a siren head or something.
It's like there's like some disease that Abraham Lincoln had too.
Marfan syndrome?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stretched out. I think that's the medical terminology.
Your son's there's my son, my stretched out son.
Laffy Taffy, stretched out.
Laffy Taffy. Put him in a taffy puller when he's 6, so he gets the maximum.
Like Willy Wonka.
Yeah,
Baron,
exactly.
Baron asks, "Where's Killzone?" You know,
where's Killzone? I don't see it. I miss it dearly. That's okay.
That was the best part about what was that show? House of Cards. Was that Sony?
PS Vita.
Yeah, there's PS3 and Vita on it, and I think PS4 as well. Because I think, like it's part of the character that he's like he's like a PlayStation gamer. Because there are scenes where he's playing Killzone. There are scenes with the Vita. I think there are multiple scenes with Killzone, I want to say, where it's like hysterical to think Frank Underwood is going home and fucking getting nuts in Killzone 2. You know,
the idea of him interacting with the PlayStation ecosystem at all is
like he's signing, like Frank Underwood signed in the PlayStation Network.
Yeah, he's like, now I don't know what they're doing with this premium tier, but it is my firm political opinion that we need to get more classics on this here store.
Dude, the Vita product placement is so obvious because it's like he's talking to that senator guy in season 1. He's like, it's on his like coffee table. He's like, oh, is that a PS Vita?
Yeah.
Oh, and then like, what games does he got for it? And he's like, I don't know, all of them. Oh, I need to get one of these for the car.
Yeah.
And then they move on to pure political talk.
They should have him do. They should just have him do all the advertising for all future in question, like him doing like an ad for the Portal or the PSVR 2, like now, because he's probably so cheap. You know,
He's been vindicated,
it'd be
too,
worth
right?
the PR hit.
Isn't that the thing? Like he's been vindicated, I think.
I don't know about vindicated. No,
well, like the law. What I will say legally, I think the lawsuit against him was like he won that lawsuit. I think.
Right.
Yeah. It's
Can we
it's one of those things
the
where
last season of House of Cards and get him back in it? You think? And fix that whole House of Cards.
Not. I gotta tell you, this foveated rendering is something else.
Dude, see, it's so. First of all, you do a great impression of him, but second of all,
Nice.
you could see a reality where Sony, because he was like, first of all, he plays that character in other things, like even after everything went down, like that weird Frank Underwood, like it would have been funny as hell if before everything went down with him, if Sony was like, can we like use Frank Underwood as like a PlayStation spokesman? It would be so funny, you know, to do that with that voice and that tenor, like, because he is, he knows what a Vita is by sight. He's logging in 2011. He's logging into PlayStation Network on his PlayStation 3 and playing Killzone 2. That's pretty.
Fat Princess. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. It is a really amusing idea of him just being in that ecosystem. It's strange.
He's got to be in the game with like the Helldivers game as well. Like we get him in the rotation. Fake president.
He should have been in PlayStation All-Stars.
Yeah. Calling in a hell bomb. All right.
Calling in a hell bomb. I do declare. Hell bomb. All right. Fuck are we doing?
I don't know. Balatro, it is very much on my radar. I know it's one of those games that I just can't do it right now.
You will lose everything to it.
It's just the last thing I need right now, you know? It is. I do need a companion game during the NFL season. I don't know if I'll wait that long, but we'll talk a little bit about the Portal shortly. But that was a nice, robust what we're playing section, I think.
Yeah, it was good.
Let's see. We started 49 minutes into this recording.
So almost
an hour.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Not bad. All right. So no proper news this week. There really hasn't been anything big happening. We're waiting. We're in wait and see approach. I feel it, though, coming. I can feel it. All right. That was a horrible impression.
Who is
Let's
that?
get into 6 listener
It had
inquiries.
like a Creed quality.
Sound like a bad cover of it, you know?
Yeah.
6 inquiries, questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. Over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. In the news feed, I put up a thread each week. All of the shows do this. You answer those specific threads to get your inquiry in. We read them. We pull them out. 6 random ones end up at the end of the show, although you have heard them interspersed throughout up to this point. John begins us. He says, hey, CDC Wrecking Crew. Short one this week. Do you guys read all collectibles and codex and lore entries in games? I find that I start off every game with the best of intentions to read everything, both to fully immerse myself in the world building and scratch my completionist itch, but a lot of games have way too many text documents and a lot of it isn't very interesting at all. This question is more for Dustin and Colin, as it is a well-known fact that Chris is illiterate. John, that's not very nice.
That's not very nice at all. Just because I didn't know you could kill the salamanders and Shadow of the Colossus to increase your stamina until I beat the game doesn't mean I'm illiterate. Only a fool would suggest.
I declare.
I do declare. I've never seen that show, by the way.
That's amazing because you're doing an amazing impression of him.
I just know him. It's just from that creepy YouTube video. That's like, and the scene where he kills the dog in the first, because I watched the first episode like 12,000 times and it just never hooked me. I was just like, all right,
I loved it. I loved it.
This is not for me. But I take umbrage with this. I like lore a lot, but I will say I don't. This might just be a personal thing, but I prefer, and I write a lot like this too, but like I prefer reading physical. I don't know. I'm more receptive to physical media when it comes to reading. Like I have Destiny lore books physically, like in my apartment right now. I've not read them online at all. I've just heard about them through like YouTube videos or stuff like that. But I like that stuff. I just don't like to necessarily interrupt the flow of gameplay to indulge in it. It's almost like an extra, like when I'm done with the game, then I'll kind of get into it. But yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Dustin? Where are you on this codices and lore? Are you reading it? Are you listening to it? Are you absorbing it?
Sometimes I think that there are games we've talked about control being out of control with the amount of lore. And it sucks because it dilutes it in that some of those lore documents in Control were really cool and interesting. And then some of them, I don't even know what you're talking about. This means nothing to me because, I mean, that game is so out of control, crazy and weird that it's hard to put things together. But there was way too many for me in that. And then I think I'm trying to think, like last game, Persona 3 Reload had very sparingly at the end of large sections, you would get this little lore dump of stuff that happened in the past. And I would always read those because those added a lot and they were short. But for the most part, when it comes to collectibles and stuff like that, I don't normally read those. It really just depends on the game. We bring up BioShock all the time, and I know those aren't collectibles per se, but I think you get a feel early on when you read those or you listen to them or whatever, how important they are. And how long they are is a big thing too, just because I get it. Sometimes when I play a game, I'm going to have to read stuff, but I don't want to be taking large 45-second, a minute long chunk to read every 5 minutes. I hate that. So at games like that, just no, I'm out.
That's the brilliance of BioShock, I think, is how they had the audio logs specifically, so they didn't interrupt the gameplay at all. Although it's imperfect because sometimes like the audio log will get interrupted by like a key point of dialogue that will have to happen at that point.
Right.
That was kind of, I was experiencing that. I didn't put in what we're playing because it's obvious, but like I played BioShock I finished or almost finished BioShock 1 on the plane. And that was happening a lot towards the end where there's like a lot of story happening. But I think I've read a lot in Alan Wake 2. I think I remember reading a lot in Alan Wake 2. I'm trying to, man. Yeah, I don't know. I Control was crazy. Control was too much.
Well,
yeah.
For me, it really just depends on the game, and so there are games where the lore, there's not much of it, and so you like absorb every bit of it. I think of it The Last of Us or The Last of Us Part 2, where there's just not very much to read. A lot of the lore is just in the world building, and if you're like astute enough to just see things as opposed to collecting an item and reading it, but you get a little bit of that. Like Ish famously in the original Last of Us was like a big through line with the collectible documents. And then there are games that, like I think of Mass Effect, where I was that was one of the first games I remember being in love with the in-game lore, like to the point where I was reading all the codices. You could get lost in that for hours. You can read that stuff literally. And when you would go to the planet map and read about all the fictional planets and all the fictional history of the planets and all the fictional things that are happening at the planets,
that was cool.
It was like, it didn't feel overwhelming. So it wasn't a big deal. And then there are games like Fallout 3, where I remember encountering, there's so much lore in that game. Like there is so much, but you have to read the computer terminals and find all these random documents. And I don't think I did any of that. Like you can, almost every computer terminal you encounter in Fallout 3, which there are hundreds of them, you can read like many unique things on them typically. And I never really did that beyond like what you needed to do for the various quests. So you can get, and I'm sure that would almost be easier to digest on like the Fallout wiki or something, where it's like someone did all that work for you and now you can just read the stories about what they're trying to tell you about all these different things. Control is a great example where in preparation for the podcast we did way back in the day, Chris and I, in 2019 about it, I sat down for hours and read all of the documents, and I was like, this is insane, to the point where you're right, or I'm like, I'm not even really sure what you're trying to say or tell me, or like what's the relevance of a lot of this stuff.
It's so much information that it ends up kind of being nothing. I don't mean to say that as a way of like, because it's all cool. Like I actually understand it now a lot more because of Alan Wake 2 than I ever did playing Control. But like, so there's a lot of interesting stuff there. But like, yeah, dude, it's so much and it's so intentionally cryptic to the point where it's just like, all right, well, look, I'm trying to engage with you. Meet me halfway here a little bit. Shout out while we're talking about this, by the way, to Final Fantasy 16's active time lore thing that they had.
Good shit.
Because that was really, really good. And to the point where I still think about it, and I haven't thought about anything else about Final Fantasy 16 in a while. But like that was some next level shit, and I want everybody to copy it.
Yeah,
if they can.
There's that's a game that dares you to not understand what's happening. Like anything you don't understand in the game, which could be many things, you could ameliorate that by simply sitting there and reading about it. I understand that that's not why a lot of people play games, which is cool. And there are games that don't do it well or do it ham-fistedly. So I put a bunch of lore in Twin Breaker, which is our brick breaking game, and I did that because I thought it was funny. Like everything about the game was supposed to be ironic or weird, but it was still serious lore, like letters that the Pope wrote and like all these weird like things that I put in there that were funny. And I think it's a way to just, for those that care, which are very few people ever cared about Twin Breaker's story. But like for those that are there, it's like, or that care, it's there to like immerse yourself in, and it's not very intrusive. It doesn't take a lot of room up. You know, it's not like bloating the size of a file or doing anything. So, but there are games too where it's like, damn, dude, this is so well. Actually, Rebirth is a great example where it's so well done. Where I love that they pepper you with different things. So like every time you assess an enemy, you can learn about that enemy right away on the screen. But then you're unlocking all of these tendrils to the story, and then you can really just sit there and almost reward yourself by reading it. And that's what I'm planning on doing. Once I unlock everything in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I already kind of know the main story anyway, and I want to just sit there and read like all of the shit I've unlocked at just one night, maybe. And that'll be fun. So yeah, shout out to lore and text documents and audio documents. And I know that BioShock wasn't the first game to do the audio diary, but it is the game that popularized it with a lot of people. And it doesn't really make any sense when you think about it, but it's such a game-centric way to deliver messages without interrupting while you're there. And it's probably the best way to do it, even if it is weird that you're going around Colombia listening to record players that you carry with you or whatever the fuck it is. You know, it's like, it doesn't...
Yeah, it's a conceit of what you're engaging with, you know, not to sacrifice the experience for something that is just going to hinder it in some way. I think it's smart, even if it doesn't. There's a rule of cool to it too, I think, that I don't think it's necessarily always bad to follow just what the rule of cool is, if it is in service of making what is substantive about the game more impactful. If that makes sense?
Yeah,
because it is just cool to have monologues from all these like interesting characters, even if it doesn't really make a whole lot of in-universe sense, or like sense at all.
Right. Well,
but it is cool, and it fleshes out the world, and it makes everything more impactful. So I think that's like a worthy sacrifice. I think it makes perfect sense to sacrifice realism at the altar of impact.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think it gets into this almost idea of like forms of narration where you're watching a TV show. Why is there a camera viewing this private conversation? You don't think of it as a camera, and it's not a camera in world, but you're getting a view into something that you shouldn't. It's a suspension of disbelief. Even if something's like very, very serious, it doesn't really make any sense. That's what's so interesting about novels, is like you're gleaming whatever information the author wants you to have. There's no rhyme or reason to it at all, other than just telling you whatever they want you to know. So I can dig it from that point of view. And it is a game-centric way to deal with it. And I can't wait to see Judas. And I'm talking to Ken. We're going to do a Sacred Symbols Plus in May. And maybe at that point, I will have to concede and look at things to have better questions to ask and all of that. Although I don't think we want to talk about the game too much. I want to talk about other things. But man, I'm excited to see how that game deals with it.
Yeah, I couldn't shield my eyes from it. I was just too eager. I'm pretty stoked about it.
I told Ken a couple times ago that I talked to him, I'm like, if you want to read some of those audio diaries, I'll throw my hat into the ring just to have an imprint on some random ass game like that. Would be so funny.
Yeah,
you like go into some random laboratory or something, and it's just like an audio diary, and it's me.
Dude, if I could just be a guy screaming off camera, dying, that would be amazing. In anything that I cared about,
that'd be so funny. All right, let's see who's next. Josh Harris. Howdy, sacred fellas. On several LSM podcasts recently, I've heard, quote, "This will make me sound like a hater," end quote. What's wrong with shitting on things that are bad? Bad things are bad, and it's fine to call them that. It shouldn't change your take on it just because Maddie doesn't like it. The three of you are my favorite haters. Keep drinking the haterade. It's an interesting comment. Before I even say anything, I'm curious. I don't even want to set the tenor. Dustin, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's tough. And the thing that I always try to ignore is that I'm very tuned in with comments and discussion around the show. And one of the number one things that I hate seeing is people commenting and saying, this is a bad take because an opinion can objectively be bad, of course. Something like that. It's stupid.
Yeah.
And I try to ignore that in the back of my mind, but there is this little thing sometimes in the back of your mind where you want to say something, it might not be popular, but our job here is to give you our thoughts on things. And so I think that there is a bit of a small self-defense mechanism that kicks in of just acknowledging that some people might not like this, and it's really not a necessary thing to say because you're listening to this to hear what we think. Sometimes you're going to like it, sometimes you're not. And that's good for overall discussion and criticism around games. But the key is not letting those, is this going to be a bad take, infect your mind. So I think that that's just kind of a coping thing, is to just acknowledge it. And I don't know, maybe we should get over it and not say this will make me sound like a hater or people won't like this or whatever. But it is one of those gut things that I think just comes out every once in a while.
What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. I think people talk about like the idea of like being a hater. I don't think it flows well from this question, because it's like, what's wrong with shitting on things that are bad? I don't think that makes you a hater. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think, I think it's, being a hater is like, I don't know, like you're seeing somebody like have a good time with, like, let's say you're over at a friend's house and they're like playing some game that you don't particularly care for, and they're having a good time with it. And you're like, this sucks, right? Like, you're just being a hater for no reason. Because it's just like, dude, like, you don't have to like it. It's not, you're in somebody else's house. Like, it's so fucking, and I've seen that happen before, by the way. This isn't like some like anecdote, like some.
Totally. I've seen that.
No,
too.
it is an anecdote. And it's just like, I think people do get a bit of a kick out of feeling like they're above certain things because when other people like them. And that's, I know that's an attitude that people have. And I think that's lame, honestly. Like, I think if you have a good reason for not liking something, or if you're talking about something with the express intent of like discussing it on a deeper level, I don't think there's anything wrong with criticizing or having negative, even if they're exceedingly negative and really harsh interpretations or views on certain things, whether it be media or politics or whatever. But like, that's very different from intentionally kind of looking to elevate your own sensibilities by kind of putting somebody else's down in a direct way. Like, I think that's what being a hater is. And I wouldn't classify any of us as haters, really. And
if we do, it's joking.
Yeah.
We like to do a little trolling.
Yeah. I don't actually, I don't actually like sit and stare at a picture of Sora with like searing hatred in my eyes at night. Like, it's not.
You're just a hater, Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. I don't love Kingdom Hearts. It's not my type of game, but like, I don't give a shit if people like it. Like, it's fine. Like, it's perfectly reasonable. There's plenty of shit that I like that makes no sense to people. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel about it. So, I don't know.
I think you guys have had interesting takes. I think mine would be something along the lines of, I just think the nature of talking about things for a living, like literally discussing items, being too praiseworthy comes off as propagandistic. And I think people inherently know that, like creators across the spectrum. And so criticism becomes inherently or mostly negative in tenor. And so it is sad that we often, that's why I wanted to gush about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth earlier and Helldivers before that and the other games that we love. It's important to do that because I do want to bring some sort of balance, because it's easy to criticize things. It's harder to, if something like is agreeable with you, it might not even be easy to understand or articulate why. And it's much easier to be aghast at something and explain why you don't like it. And I think that just tends towards the negative. But I think I have hater energy, I'm sure, with certain things, but I think it's because certain things come up. So a great example of that is Star Wars. It's like people, I think I bring up Star Wars to hate on it. And it's like, no, it comes up because it's Star Wars and it's like the biggest fictional license in the history of humankind. I mean, that's why it comes up. And then because it comes up, it scratches this negativity in me that I know is there, that I feel like I I want to restrain better just because I know for the audience that you don't always want to hear people being negative, especially about the things you like. And I think that that's something I'm somewhat immune to because you might feel the same way, Chris, like being on the internet for so long is like, I am used to not feeling anything about people not liking the things I like. Now, not liking me or liking my content, that's different. That hits a deeper level, of course. You have to get over that too. But the entire idea that I give a shit what anyone likes is like so far from my mind in reality that these things only have to situationally come up. Otherwise, they wouldn't come up organically. So Star Wars is a great example of that. I don't bring it
Marvel
up because
also.
I'm sorry?
Marvel also.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like, where it's like,
I mean, these are two great examples. I would hate anything that was that in my face. Really, I would.
And it only ever really, and it does only ever really come up in the context of it being brought up, or like, hey, we're talking about hey, this is a PlayStation podcast, so we're going to be talking about PlayStation stuff. Oh, a new Marvel game's coming out. Oh, Wolverine's coming out. Oh, Insomniac's going to be making Marvel games for the next thousand years. You know, like that's obviously going to spur a conversation about Marvel and
and how you feel about it.
And if we're honest, and we're not being. Honesty kind of demands that negativity in that aspect, because it's just like, I don't feel particularly positively towards it, and I'm not going to pretend to not, but also I'm not going to go out of my way to talk about Marvel if it's not relevant to the conversation that I'm having. I almost never bring it up ever in person or in conversation. I don't think I've ever had a conversation about Marvel with anybody that isn't Sweeney, and that's because he's a Marvel guy. He's like a comic book person. And then it comes up. But like, I'm not just on the street being like with a picket sign, like Marvel sucks.
Yeah, I'm disciplined enough, generally speaking, to just stay away from the things I don't like. And this goes actually back in somewhat well into what we've said about even commentary on people and like the way people hate other things or other people. And I think this is what Josh is talking about in some sense. It's like, I don't really have that kind of energy. Like I do care. There's a lot of things I don't like and a lot of things I hate in the world and in life and in games and whatever. I try to like directionally put that towards the things that matter most. So as offensive as I find someone's fandom of a game I think is shitty on like an artistic level, it's like, I don't really care. I mean, don't really care at all. So I understand what he's saying though. I think personally for me, I want to speak for others. Like I do need to be mindful of that with certain commentary, just because I do get how it comes off and that would be grating. Like I get it. It's not like one of these things that people say often to me that I just don't understand and don't agree with about our content. I do understand how you can it's not about optimism. It's just about like spreading the field. And unfortunately, we're in an industry that so often coalesces around these two IP or other very popular IP that it's like, how can you help but talk about it? This is what we were saying earlier in the show too, about making the news. Like, stop releasing Star Wars games and we'll stop talking about them, I guess. Yeah. But it is what it is in the meantime. And so haters are going to hate and lovers are going to love.
Mm-hmm.
You know? All right.
Wisdom.
That's that was Chappelle, right? Well, that's not Chappelle. I mean, that inversion of his haters are going to hate, lovers going to love. I don't even want none of the above. I want to piss on you. That was from Chappelle when he does that. Anyway, people know I'm talking about out there. I think it's season 2. All right. Let's see. Where are we? Cody Hengesbach. By the way, in 24 minutes, I have a meeting, not a meeting. It's like a short call with my lawyer that I have to take because I already delayed it once because the show went over. So if we're not done by that point, I'm just going to fade to the background for a while. We'll see what happens. Cody Hengesbach wrote in, said, "Hey, CDC, why haven't we seen more coverage of the fantastic piece of hardware that is the PlayStation Portal? Just got mine after months of searching, and it has changed how I play. The ability to play Helldivers and other recent games while in bed, watching hockey or dumb reality TV shows with my wife has been incredible, especially as a parent with baby number 2 on the way. Curious why you think we haven't heard much about it and how much you used yours in the past month or so. This needs to be reiterated because I love talking about the Portal because I think it's awesome. But here's a really important point. You can't find one still. If you go to PlayStation Direct right now, it is sold out, currently unavailable. You can buy the Backbone. You can also buy the media remote and the access remote. Every kind of console with all sorts of different colors and controllers and audio options, but no PlayStation Portal. And I think that is really restricting the ability of new evangelists to come on board, because I think that there's a group of people out there that listen to this show and would assume, oh, of course Colin likes it. Like, I could say whatever I want about it, and they're going to assume that it's in some way biased. I really do believe it's an amazing machine. They need to hear it from like some other people, and those other people are not able to get their hands on it. And so there's no organic conversation to be had because there's just so few of them. I'd really be curious to know how many they've even sold. Like, this thing is continuously just sold out.
Yeah.
So it sucks because I think it's a bummer, man. I wish they understood more what they had, and they obviously hadn't planned to have manufactured so many of them, and it's stymieing not only its ability to sell, but its ability to even be talked about at all because so few people have one comparable to who want them. So I think that's the answer. But it is an amazing thing. Have you guys used wait, so who has one? Do either of you have one? Neither of you have one, right?
We have Steam Decks.
Right, that's right.
Oh.
So you use those. And for me, the Portal, I've said this recently, maybe even on this very show, but certainly on a recent episode of Sacred Symbols, where it's like, there's just no use case for it right now for me. It's in my bedroom. The problem I have, it's not really a problem, it's a problem I choose to have, is that I have multiple PlayStation 5s in the house, and my core one, like my main one, is the one in the living room. And I use that as a media station to play like Sunday Ticket for NFL or ESPN Plus or whatever. And I just like using it. I like using that interface. So to have proper fidelity for PS Portal, I need to wire my upstairs PlayStation by running an Ethernet cable up the stairs to the console, which is fine. Like, I don't give a shit. And like right now, I'm connected with the very Ethernet cable that we use that for, which I connect when we do shows. Otherwise, I just use wireless. And it's just like an extra to do so that I can use both PlayStations at the same time. So it would be more convenient for me if I just tethered the PS Portal to the main PS5, but then I would not be able to use it as a media player, and I would have to use the smart TV functionality, which I just hate. Like, I don't understand. This is a big conundrum with a lot of our audience, but it's like, I don't understand why you would ever want to use the smart TV functionality with a remote control when you can use the PlayStation 5's controller. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just...
Yeah, it's terrible.
No, it's like night and day.
It's really terrible.
You know? And I have nice TVs, and I'm sure a lot of people out there do too, and they work fine. I use the smart TV functionality in my bedroom, but it is night and day, like the way I'm searching for things on YouTube or like how long I'm waiting for things. And it's like, man, this sucks. I wish I just had my PS5. So that's the reason I do that. Yeah. And I wonder if people even really know how good it works as a media station. Cause I think some people are so flippantly like, oh, why would you do that? It's like, have you ever tried it? It's pretty cool, you know? Yeah. And to just be able to bounce back and forth between things is cool as well. So that's my long-winded answer is why I think the PlayStation Portal is not part of the conversation. What do you think, Dustin?
Well, I don't feel like it doesn't lend itself to coverage. It's not a device that has its own games. It's not going to get new features. It does and it's designed to do one thing. And the reviews were out. The fact it's sold out, I think, adds to it too, Colin, like you were saying. But I don't know what kind of coverage there would be for the Portal other than every few months, kind of like we're doing now, checking in and Colin saying, yep, it's good. And Chris and I saying, we don't need it because we have a device that does the same thing. And that's kind of really all there is to say about it. And unless they were to go and add a firmware update that adds different streaming capabilities, like maybe directly from their cloud to the Portal, and then absolutely we would cover it. But I don't really think there's anything else for us to say about the Portal and really anyone else unless they change something. So it's not been forgotten. Clearly it's selling out all the time. So there's people that still want it, but there's just not much else to say.
I think it's so mysterious why it's so difficult for them to solve this production problem. It's not a complicated, nothing in this device should be rare at this point.
Maybe they don't want to.
But why?
Yeah, maybe because I don't know, because they just had what is it? Google just broke it open. Maybe they are still a little bit skittish about even with something like the Portal, which isn't even really tethered in any real meaningful way. Maybe there is some hesitancy with handheld tech from them at all, where it's like, look, we'll throw out a couple of these in the wild. It's a luxury piece of equipment on top of luxury, on top of the PS5. You know, so it's already kind of a very niche product in some way, where it's like, I understand that, like, I use the streaming functionality on the PlayStation. Dustin uses the streaming functionality for the Steam Deck. Probably. I don't even know if that's true. Like, do you? Have you ever fucked around with it, Chiaki, or like since you talked about it with me?
I used it a lot when I was replaying Remake, but Rebirth was just a game that felt like it deserved to be on my big TV. So I haven't used it recently. I used it a bit for Persona 3, but it's really just an as needed.
Right, exactly.
I mean, much like Colin uses it too. It's an as needed situation, and recently that has not been very much.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because I know that they're learning the opposite lesson with the PSVR, right? Where they're just like, oh fuck, we have a lot of these. No one cares. What do we do exactly with this? And maybe they're just trying to play it smart. They're trying to avoid the same mistake before they have like millions of unwanted portals. Because it is a very specific use case for it is a very specific sell. Like kids aren't going to be getting this. Like if they have a PS5, like I doubt a kid's going to want this at all.
Yeah, this is a super user kind of millennial,
right.
I don't know, Gen X kind of device, maybe. I don't know. But it is interesting that it stays sold out. I'd love to know how many they've sold. Like how many have you actually sold? It would be so interesting to know what its penetration has been. Oh. But I don't, you're right, Dustin. It's like, how much more do you want me to say? I love it. I really do think that what I said, though, is salient, that people have heard it all now. It's either you believe it or you need to hear it from someone else that hasn't been able to get access to it to believe it. Yeah. And so it is what it is. But it's fucking awesome. It really is. It's really, really dope. You have to have the right connection, though. You have to have a wired connection or like some insane wireless connection. But I don't know that that's even.
Colin.
Yeah.
Why don't you just wire? Why don't you just wire everything?
What do you mean?
Like, why do you have to have one Ethernet connection that you have to kind of
because so this is a really annoying and complicated issue. It's not really that complicated.
Okay.
It's just
all right.
So, well, I'll explain it. It'll take 1 minute. The Harry Potter closet that I was talking about. So my house is new. My house was built in 2020. So it's wired. Like there are Ethernet ports in my house. Like you can just plug in Ethernet cable to like these ports, just like if you had like a phone line or something, which is cool. But to feed it, you need to have your router in this Harry Potter closet connected to like the primary thing that sends the signal out to everything, which would be fine. But we rent this device from Comcast or whatever, like the all-in-one modem. And if we put it in there, it doesn't feel like the wireless is like so weak because it's like just immediately in like a closet, like it's in a box basically.
Oh.
And we don't want to separate them out because if we do that, like they have like no rental options. And if you do that, then like you have to like run your own router basically. And you can't do certain things. Like I can't use the app with Comcast. There's like all these like downstream effects. And I'm just not smart enough to not have the base functionality for this internet stuff in case anything goes wrong. So that is the reason why. So we have these ports, but none of them are alive because we would have to put the combined router modem into this room that would darken its signal. And I'm just not like what you were supposed to do is put a router or a modem in the room and then have it snake out to the living room into one of those Ethernet ports and then have your router connected to that Ethernet port. But separating them apparently is like, that's like, I'm not saying it's technologically advanced. It's just like not something like people that go to like Best Buy and buy their own router. Like it's not something I do. I don't know what the fuck to do. So this is just the path of least resistance, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah. Because I had my builder friend that built these shelves and does a bunch of stuff around the house. He's like, do you want me to just like hook this up for you? And I'm like, it's not a matter of that. It's just a matter of me renting this stupid thing from Comcast and them saying like, oh, you don't have to rent it. You can go buy your own. And then you have to do this and you have to, it's like, you're being assholes because you want me to rent your thing and I get it. But this is the path of least resistance for the time being. So that's
fair.
Yeah. So we have this fucking here. It's like we have this cable that's just running like down and we just like move it as we need it. You know.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I used to do that when I was living in the Glendale apartment. At a certain point, though, like I needed everything wired, so I was just like I bought like 100-foot wires and just found some way to hide them in aesthetically reasonable ways.
Right. That's what I did in San Francisco too. Like, I ran it down like, like under the molding, bought like those like staple like things, you put them down. Yeah, I did all of that. But, and we had some really ugly thing where it had to go over like the rug at one point in front of a door. And so we just like put like duct tape over it. It was just, and over the years, it just like
Oh,
wore
yeah.
all the way out to like where the duct tape just disappeared. So yeah, I've been there. So yeah, that's the way we have it set up here. And really, it's an easy fix. It's just like I'm scared of the honest truth is that with any of these kinds of like consumer electronic services, so like my solar panels are a good example. Like there's all sorts of shit I can do to them, like all sorts of custom like meters and reading it this way and controlling them. I'm like, no, like they're like, or you can just do this basic thing, and if you just keep it like this, then we will take care of it for you, right? Like warranty and all that. But if you fuck with it, then it's kind of like on you. That's kind of what the Comcast people told me. It was like, we can't remotely, like, for instance, we can't remotely reset your connection if you have your own router. We can't like do certain things. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm somehow going to fuck this all up. I know that. I just know it, you know, about myself. I'm just not. It's like when I tried to put up I think I told you guys this, like a flag holder outside, like on like a piece of wood, like one of the pillars of my house. And the thing's like totally just fucked up. Like I just like screwed it in slightly crooked, like one of the screws doesn't go in all the way. It's like, yeah, there's just certain things I shouldn't be doing. And that's one, like electronics, tools, math, things like that. No.
Right.
Thank you for writing in, Cody. The Portal, by the way, or the Steam Deck will be very handy for you when you have your child, Colin, the second.
Right. Yeah. That's what I keep hearing in the comments. They got to have it.
If you,
for the baby plays it and stops crying. It's awesome.
Listen, if you name that baby Colin, I'll give you a year off paid.
Wow. A year off paid.
But you can't change the name.
Oh.
It's amazing how not real that offer is.
It's not real at all.
Like it's,
but first of all, I would be like
such a menial reward for
I know,
that.
it's like so ridiculous.
It's like so some kid shit. So what, Dustin has to go like, I love you, Colin.
Yeah,
like that's is that the only satisfaction?
Yeah, like deep. Like Dustin thinks he's winning, but like over the years he'll realize how much he's actually lost. You know?
Yeah,
like
yeah, because
and
you
how good of
socially
a value
conditioned
that
him
was
to love you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna name the kid Chris just to spite you.
Oh
you know?
God, we don't need another one of this.
But I would get Chris would pay me for the right. I'd have to pay him for the rights to his name. It'd be the opposite of a year.
Name him Chris Collin. Like my mom's name is Betty Ann. Like her first name
Chris
is Betty Ann. You name him Chris Collin.
Chris Collin.
Chris Collin.
And
Furman.
then my name and his middle name. Chris Collin.
Dustin Furman, get down here. So you're
That's disgusting. Oh man.
Chris - Colin Dustin Furman.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get it.
That kid will be brutalized.
He deserves to be.
Yeah, with a name like that.
Whoa.
Not your kid, I'm saying with a name like that.
Oh, with a name, yeah absolutely.
No. Well, otherwise
there'll be a boy named Sue situation, you know.
Yeah, right,
maybe I'm not going to be around. He needs to be taught.
Nothing's going to happen to that boy on my watch. Matthew Foley wrote in, said AC/DC. So this has happened more than once recently when the genre SoulsBorne is mentioned, particularly in relation to games like Rise of the Ronin and Stellar Blade. Colin seems to get immediately turned off to some game or appears to have a distorted understanding of the genre, as if SoulsBorne solely denotes that it's going to be a really difficult game. He's mentioned in the past that being extremely difficult is synonymous with SoulsBorne, but I don't think that's an accurate representation. The genre has evolved significantly since Demon's Souls, and I would argue that while a SoulsBorne game is often challenging, it's not just about the difficulty. If you tell me a game is SoulsBorne, it suggests to me that a game probably features spawning dungeons with interconnected paths and Metroidvania-style exploration. It likely boasts great combat mechanics centered around a stamina bar and perhaps includes guarding or parrying mechanics. One of the most relevant features associated with SoulsBorne is a leveling system based on reaching checkpoints to spend experience gathered while defeating monsters, along with the metagame of deciding whether to push your luck and explore further or return to a checkpoint to level up. Additionally, respawning monsters whenever you rest at a checkpoint are common in these games. My point is perhaps the genre has evolved more than you realize, Colin, and the fact that you've been deterred from these games by their difficulty means you've been inadvertently missing out on the evolution of the genre. Maybe you would appreciate what the genre has become if you dedicated more time to one of the more recent entries. You've often mentioned that there should be an organization tasked with creating an official lexicon for game genres, and I think that when writing the entry for SoulsBorne, difficulty won't be the most important characteristic for the genre. I don't know if I agree with this in many ways. I think I agree with it in some ways. You're trying to tell me the community of people that are the most get good level of gamer in terms of the way they act, like, and it's funny most of the time, like get good scrub kind of stuff is often found in fighting games and in SoulsBorne games. And so if that's the case, then I just, what is the easy SoulsBorne game? If difficulty isn't a huge part of it, then what is the easy one? Or like the mediocrely difficult one? Because it seems to me that everyone talks about the difficulty first and foremost with these games. Some of the things you're explaining, like, I don't really feel like SoulsBorne games have Metroidvania style exploration at all. Metroidvania, to me, suggests you are earning moves and items that allow you to explore more, not unlocking, arbitrary fucking paths and abilities to get into other places, but rather like double jumping or...
Right.
That's why I don't even like, that's why if I was part of the lexicon committee, I'd be like, Metroidvania is not a 3D game. Like, that's different. Yeah. Like, just inherently a Metroidvania can't be 3D. That's my take. I know a lot of people don't disagree with that. So I or agree with that. So I don't know. I think some of the things you're saying make sense. But a lot of what you're describing are difficult things like dodging and parrying and all the mechanics. That's all part of the game's difficulty, like the demands of the game. If the game demands certain things of you, then that's part of the gameplay. And that doesn't mean that those aren't the only Soulsbornes aren't the only hard games or even the only hard 3D games. That's why I was asking you, Chris, about Stellar Blade, or I was saying about, like, is it like Ninja Gaiden? Is it like Neo? Is it like, these games are different and people are describing them like they're the same. And I'm like, no, they are different. They can't both be part of the same genre. Devil May Cry is not the same as Demon Souls. They're very different. One game can't be one, or you really are one or the other, in the 3D space. Yeah. So which is it?
I would, for Stellar Blade, I would say like layout and like movement is very Souls, or very specifically very Sekiro or like Elden Ring. But I do feel like it plays more like, I think it's more like the Jedi Fallen Order kind of on that side of it, where it doesn't feel super hard. Like it doesn't feel like impossibly difficult. I granted, Dustin's put the most time into these games than any of us. I've put like a little bit more time than I think Colin has.
The last one I would say that I've even played that people would consider one is the first Jedi game. So that was 2019.
Right. Yeah. Did you beat that one?
And I would say that's the easiest one.
I did beat it. What did you say?
You mentioned like what's the easy Soulsborne game? It would be Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order for sure.
And I found that game difficult, by the way. I thought that game was hard. So yeah.
I feel like it's more on that side of it. Like it, although I'm granted, I'm talking from the perspective of a demo. Like it only really threw one boss at me, and I died. But then like the second time I played, I won. So like I don't know how difficult the game will be at the end, because at a certain point, like I've seen trailers, like you get a gun at some point in Stellar Blade, or like some laser cannon thing. So like that's got to be that's not really a common. I guess Elden Ring, you have like spells that can do that kind of if you build or spec out towards a build like that. But I don't know. If I were a betting man, I wouldn't bet that Stellar Blade is particularly difficult. And by the way, like I'm not like super adept at these games. Like I went through like 90 something hours of Elden Ring, and I didn't finish it. Like I'm proficient enough at it that I can do well, but I never beat any of the Dark Souls games. I never finished Sekiro. And I got through the first main boss of the Stellar Blade demo with like that naked suit on that got rid of your shield. So like I don't feel like I don't feel like Stellar Blade is going to be prohibitively difficult based on the demo. Is my gut feeling.
All right, fair enough. Where
I think they're aiming for more of an action game.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Good. Dustin, what do you feel? Is there? I think there's a little bit of consternation with some of our audience that I even see an issue here, but I really do feel like I'm on to something. Like in my mind, I see what a Soulsborne game has been positioned, and I've seen that definition has expanded and overtly taken over some other things. But I'm like, I don't know that we're explaining the same things anymore. Now we're on like pieces of a Venn diagram. A game having respawning enemies is not unique to Soulsborne's. Game like where you go back to checkpoints and then enemies respawn. That's like Ys, and like there's like a bunch of games that have done that in the past. Like That's not unique. Resident Evil does that in some games when you go to when you use the typewriter or go to certain rooms and stuff like that. So especially in the later games. So by the way, just to remind you, at some point I'm going to mute and have to take a phone call. So you guys are going to have to do the rest of the show, or at least a little bit of the show without me. Go on.
Yeah.
All right.
So I wouldn't say it's just respawning. Anyone who says that is undercutting and not fully explaining it properly, because it specifically for a SoulsBorne game, it's the idea of you need to get from point A to point B. And if you rest at a specific location, it will reset all the enemies. So let me back up here. I have a wild food analogy here with SoulsBorne games. Is that you think about like pizza as SoulsBorne. Pizza is made up of bread, sauce, and cheese, right? And someone can have a burger and has cheese, and they'll be like, well, this is kind of like pizza. It's like, well, not really. It has this element. It's the combined factors of these things that may be in other games being in a SoulsBorne game that I think makes it what it is. It's this combination of the respawn and the resting mechanic, the potentially the if you die, you lose all of your currency that you can then go and pick up. And then, I mean, combats, you could technically have a game that you could argue has Souls-like progression, but doesn't have Souls-like combat. It just gets so messy because it's all these. SoulsBorne is really a set of mechanics or combat styles that, when put together, become SoulsBorne, I would say. So going into this idea of like, are SoulsBorne games hard games, period? I would say overall, yes, that is the case. But I totally believe that you could make a game with SoulsBorne mechanics that is not hard. It's just that if you're making that type of game for that type of audience, then you're going to make it difficult. And that's why we brought up Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, is it has all the trappings of a Souls game. If you play it on normal, it will be tough, but not as hard as a Dark Souls game. If you put it on the hardest mode, then they are going to bump it up. Or if you play it on easy, it won't be as bad. Because that's another tenet of what people consider SoulsBorne game, is that a common enemy can kill you easily if you are not careful or paying attention. You just can't spam attacks. And that's what makes it so tough to define, is just that it's a combination of all these different things at this point. So it's tough too, because I think the waters got really muddied when Dark Souls came out, where people would describe games that were hard as Souls-like just because
they were hard.
They were really hard.
Isn't that Crash Bandicoot?
Oh yeah, I think that was one.
It's a Souls-like, yeah.
Even
insane.
Even when Cuphead came out, I feel like I saw headlines or something that said it's the Dark Souls of platformers. No, it just simply was difficult, and so they added that moniker. So that kind of blew the wall off the meaning for a lot of people. But
I got to take this.
One thing I'd mention too is like, you don't lose, as far as I recall, when I was playing through the Zelda demo, I don't think there was anything to lose when you died. I do think you just sort of like respawned at a recent checkpoint, and then that was it. I don't think you lost any, like, correct. I don't think. I have to play it again, because I was kind of like, whenever you play a new game and you're just kind of like trying to figure everything out, it's you might miss on some of the details. But I don't recall being like, oh, I'm like under leveled or like, oh, I lost all of my souls or whatever, and I got to go back and, like, when I went back to the boss, there was nothing to interact with to be like, oh, pick up your lost fucking. Mm-hmm. But it is very designed in that way. Like, the corridors are very reminiscent of those kinds of games, like the rest stations, but there's like also like a Final Fantasy VII type item shop at the rest station too. So it's like, I don't know, it's doing a lot of interesting things. Stellar Blade. I'm really. You've not played the demo yet, have you?
Oh no, I finished it.
Oh yeah, you did.
I had so much other shit to talk about that since you were playing it, I just would chime in a little bit. But yeah, I really liked it, and I felt like it was. I'm curious how difficult the game gets, because I saw a lot of people saying that the end boss they had some trouble with, and I'm not trying to be like big dick energy, but I beat it and I was like, oh, it's done, because I think some of the Sekiro came over. I wasn't even thinking about parrying enough to to kind of break its poise, and then I did, and then I killed it. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, I died once because I was.
You were on nude mode
it.
though. I was just had the normal suit. So,
but it wasn't. It still like wasn't like the only. But it was an annoying death too because I had it like at the last dots. I had it at the very last dot, so I had to do the whole fucking thing again. So I was like, oh my god, you gotta be kidding. But yeah, no, Stellar Blade's pretty solid.
Right.
But are we? So should we move on to Brody Lowe?
Yeah, let's do this. I'll go ahead and read it here and put the time stamp. It says from Brody Lowe, hey boys, did any of you hear about or catch the debut of Pixel Pitch? It's a show from Asmongold on Twitch. It's basically Snark Tank, or not Snark Tank. Oh, whoops. It's basically Shark Tank for indie devs. I watched the first episode and five games were showcased personally by the teams, and each of the judges had $5,000 to award to the devs. The audience also got a vote at the end for Best of the Show, which awarded an additional $5K. It ended up being very wholesome and inspiring to see these devs, some of them working completely solo, showing off their work. I immediately thought of you, Colin, who's not here, because this seems like the type of content that would interest you. Take care, guys. So I saw this in passing, but I did not get to watch it. I don't really know anything about Asmongold. I know some people don't like him. I know I've seen his nasty room. That's like a thing for him. And that's really all I know about him. But it's a very neat idea. Chris, have you followed this at all?
I think I heard about it in passing like you. I don't know much about Asmongold outside of like I've seen some of his opinions and some of his takes that I don't agree with, but like whatever. Like it's I don't really, I don't really care. That nasty room of his though was what. There's a video of him grabbing a roach barehanded, like a giant, like
throws it off. That's
like that to me
that is wild.
That to me is concerning because you should look, man. I don't know if you're handling roaches barehanded with that level of sheer calmness. That's concerning to me, but it's a good idea.
It means it's happened before.
It means it's happened before.
Many times.
Many times. It means you've grown adept at it. It doesn't even phase you anymore. Like because I think it's a natural, like almost beyond conscience or consciousness. It is just a baked in response to insects that your average human should have. If an insect is crawling on you, just evolutionarily speaking, you should be like, oh, that's the natural. It's okay. Like you don't got to be like, oh, I got to be so tough or whatever that I got to pretend like this doesn't. But no, that's many years of evolution telling you that like stay away from anything that looks vaguely like a fucking 8-legged demon for good reason. So like I don't know, man. Colin's running.
He keeps coming in and out.
He keeps coming in and out.
He's back.
Nope. It looks like those scenes in Scooby-Doo where like the monster is chasing them through the hallway.
Oh, and they're like, yeah.
But yeah, no, I saw this in passing. $5K, not a huge sum for dev money, but it's pretty cool. It's a good way to give back, and it's cool that a Twitch streamer is doing it. Yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's a really dope idea. And if anything, just getting a spotlight on these people, I think is probably where the real value is in some way. But yeah, no, it's a good idea.
That's like Shark Tank. Sometimes like clips or interviews and clips show up on my Instagram or YouTube shorts and stuff. And they say that like one of the biggest things is that even if you're not selected, you get the amount of marketing just from appearing on the show alone is huge. So
yeah, there were people who don't run off that show. There are people who run off that show who are like, they're like, you're just here to be on the show. You're not here for a deal. Because they have some ridiculous demand. They're just like, I want $10 million in exchange for 2% of my company. It's like, what?
What?
I'm not getting that.
Sorry, I'm back, by the way. Oh, am I loud?
You're here.
Do I sound on?
No, you're good.
Okay, good. Yeah, I know you're on this question, the fifth question here. I was just going to say, the interesting thing about Shark Tank is you might have already said it. I just came into the conversation, but you do give up a piece of your company just to be on it. Like,
oh, I didn't know that.
Like you give up, I think something like 3% or something just to be on the show. So that stops people from doing what you're
Is that was that like a newer rule though? Because I feel like
I don't know. I don't know
if
if it was always instituted or whatever. Yeah,
that was. I feel like that was probably like a safeguard at a certain point.
it's also probably an option. Like it's not an automatic sale. Like you don't necessarily want to buy, but you have like first right of refusal at a certain share or whatever. By the way, I'm just coming back into the conversation here.
Yeah.
That was such a great example. I love my lawyer is great. It's such a great example of what I'm talking about why it's so annoying owning a business, like, and all the different things you get distracted by. So like there was something passed in the US Congress so we're represented by a big tech law firm in San Francisco, and they're really great. They've represented me since I left Kind of Funny. The first thing they did was my like severance from Kind of Funny. And so they've always been really good to me. And they send up what's called legal alerts or law alerts about things that happen that might involve you. But often the things that happen, because I'm such a small client of theirs comparable to the big companies that they deal with, the law alerts like never have anything to do with me. It's always like, oh, if you're like a fucking publicly traded company, and it's like, there's all usually things that like this, and this, then it's involving you. And it just so happened that a law alert came through that did involve a company our size specifically, which is so weird. And he was explaining, so they emailed one of these law alerts, and they're like, they kind of CC'd me, like, Colin, you should pay attention to this one. This one actually is for companies that make less than $5 million a year, that have fewer than 20 employees. Like, this is actually you. For one, like, that you have to deal with. And so I emailed them back because I tried to read the PDF and I just glossed over. Like I just couldn't do it. Like and I was making them laugh on the phone. I'm like, I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't read it. It's just too much. And I need you to explain it to me. So he explained it to me, and it's like something called the Financial Transparency Act apparently was passed. And part of it is to stop money laundering. So you have to, and they're worried about small companies specifically being like used as shells or whatever. So you have to just report your information via a website to like this new private government entity or whatever, so that you can be vetted or they have the information you need. And I'm like, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Like, I had to have like lawyers explain to me what I have to do. And then I have to go report to some random government agency because I am specifically a small company working in the United States. Like, this is like every day, dude. So it's just a great example of that. Maybe it would have been more timely for Constellation, but thank you for your patience on that. I was on Sacred Symbols Plus last week, and we were supposed to have the call, and I had to cancel because we were going over, and I was like, I can't do that again. So, So anyway, there's that.
Well, don't worry.
Did you guys get through that Brody Lowe inquiry?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
he did mention you specifically though. So like, because he said he thought of you.
Oh, he said he thought of me. Well, yeah, so first of all, it's a great idea. I don't know. I would be interested to know, like, I'm sure they don't have any back end rules like Shark Tank does or whatever. But actually, the thing that stuck out to me the most, and it's not to focus on the most irrelevant part of all of this, but this Asmon Gold guy, I've only seen him pop up recently, but it seems like people have a problem with him. Who is he? Like, who is this?
We were talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gone. All right, never mind.
We were talking about his room is nasty and he has roaches, and that's really all we know about him.
Oh, gross. But because then I saw that Capcom put him in Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah, I saw that.
So why would they want to work with someone that's presents like that? It's strange. No offense to him. I mean, it's like,
well, I don't think he's like explicitly controversial. He's not like I don't know. He's not like a Destiny or something like that, where it's like the whole point is to kind of like go out there and be controversial. Like I think he just says things that a lot of people kind of disagree with or will devil's advocate a lot, but he's not really. That's not really like the main thing he does. It's just sort of like he'll have a clip go viral for like a little bit. Like I remember he was talking about he went viral for like an AI art take that he had a while ago, where it's like who cares. Who cares if the artist isn't? But he's really just talking about like from the perspective of your average person.
Yeah.
And he's right. So it's, I don't know.
Yeah. People were mad at him, I think, because he made some stuff about Sweet Baby Inc. And so the normal cabal, that was around when Dragon's Dogma 2, and they're like, oh, they have this guy.
The sinking Titanic.
Contributing to Gamergate 2.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Bullshit.
Speaking into like, they're like rearranging chairs at this point. It's like so funny. Like, regardless of how you feel about the current day happenings in the industry, like these people are just like They're oblivious that they think anyone gives a shit.
Yeah, I think I think what's happening right now is fringes are getting crazier, and everybody in the middle is just sort of like, all right. You saw that a lot with the bridge.
Oh my god,
the bridge in Baltimore, where it's suddenly like this massive. It's an accident, clearly. Like everything, like Occam's razor is, it's an accident. But there's always like a million people like.
The bigger question is, why is it going to take so long to rebuild? They were like, it could take 10 years. It's like, what is going on here? You know, get that thing the fuck out of the water. It's too bad we can't. First of all, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Make sure to tell everyone at the weapons manufacturers, go ahead and drop some bombs on it first. It's already fucked up. Then you can get it out of the water, and we can get going on building a new one.
Yeah, tape it up again.
It's
not like it didn't get exploded. It just sort of fell, you know, just take all the
kind of lift it back up.
Put them back up.
Still going to be a little, you're going to have good shocks in your car, but you'll be all right. You know?
Terrible.
Gerver wrote in, final inquiry, says, hey, CDC, and thanks for taking control, guys. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Have you guys ever sunk so much time into a game that you feel a bit empty when it's complete? Having put in more than 100 hours into Rebirth over the last month, I can't help but feel a bit melancholy now that it's over, really missing that wonderful cast and simply existing in that world. I was curious what games, if any, have given you a similar feeling over the years. Dude, so many games have given me this feeling. You know, I get this kind of feeling, though, when I've spent a lot of time with a game, which is often when I like a game a lot. But Dragon Quest XI, I remember being a really good example of that in 2020 when I platinumed it. It's like that was 130 hours or something like that. And at the end, I don't know if this is I don't think this is a spoiler because it's not about the story. It's like at the end, they kind of celebrate the end of part of the ending, like when the credits are rolling, actual credits, they show like the Dragon Quest games throughout the years. So they'll show like the start screen for Dragon Quest 1 and some gameplay. And then they show Dragon Quest 2 and gameplay. And it was very nostalgic. And I remember watching it, getting ready for bed because it was like 7 a.m. because I had just pushed through. I was like, I got to just get through this last dungeon. And I did it. But there was like a definite melancholy. It's like, wow, I've spent a really long time with this. Like there's a familiarity with the world. I just know this game very intimately. And so it's not only about the quality of the games and walking away from them, but how much time you've spent with them. Frankly, I feel that way about Far Cry games after I leave them because I spend so much time with them. Like I played Far Cry 6 for like 100 hours, you know, and you get used to just flying and bopping and zipping around and just fucking shooting shit. And like, you just kind of live and immerse. So it's not only about being sad about the story and the characters, but about just existing in those places too. So I've had that happen very often. I remember feeling that way when I beat Wild Arms the first time, like this real distinct level of sadness. What about you, Chris? Anything to say about this?
Yeah, I think, I feel like Skyrim was one of those games for me. I think when I first got into Skyrim, there's no accurate way to keep time on 360 as far as I remember. I don't think there was like an in-game clock that was like on the system level that was counting all that stuff. But I put in a really upsetting amount of time into the 360 version of Skyrim. I think definitely over 100 hours for sure. I don't know if it was approaching 200, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I specifically did that all ignoring a lot of the main quests. I got far enough into the main quest that I just kind of like got enough of my abilities and then just kind of like went off and did other shit. And I decided at some point, it's like, I should finish this. And when I did, I was like, it's that's it. And there was nothing left to do. And it was weird because I remember being like, wow, I feel like I live here almost. And it was like such a part of the routine for me for a while in college, especially. So yeah, I think that's the one that I think of. I think BioShock Infinite got me. Like when I finished BioShock Infinite, I was like, oh my God, I want more. And I played it again. I've replayed BioShock Infinite probably more than I've replayed any single player game, I think. I replayed BioShock Infinite, I think 15 times, actually. It was ridiculous. I was obsessed with that game. But those are the ones that stick out to me. I'm sure there are other ones, but none that are coming to mind at the moment. Those are the big ones though.
What about you, Dustin?
Usually it's really story-focused games. Obviously, games like Elden Ring that I put so much time into in a short amount of time felt sad after it was done, especially because it's like, man, now I gotta wait for the next From Software game. But particularly Persona games, I think, just because with Rebirth, it was sad that it was done, but it feels unfinished because there's another game coming. So I don't feel like I'm truly saying goodbye to these characters quite yet. But with Persona games, yeah, there's spin-offs, but I don't really care about those for the most part. But when Persona 3 was done, it's like, man, these characters, I'm saying goodbye forever. Now it feels like until I play again, and then it's like, it's not the same the second time. It's still good, but so that's what's really hard for me is, that when you spend, like I said, Persona games, particularly 80, 90, 100 hours, and that's it. There's no Persona 4 2. And yeah, maybe the dancing game is technically an extension, but it's not really canon. It is I don't know. So, but yeah, it does suck when you're done with the game, but you gotta move on. You gotta find a new lover shortly after, and you'll forget quickly.
Bed to bed.
Bed to bed.
That's right. All right, my friends. Well, somehow there was no news, but we still went really long. I don't know how that happened, but it usually does. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you, my friend. Thank you for being here today. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
I should. I haven't eaten today, which is the first time that's happened in a while.
Just like last week.
Yeah.
Did you see the comment?
I knew at the end too, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm just going to let it go. Yeah.
No. Oh, listen, Chris at the beginning of the episode was like, literally eating a burger.
Oh, no, I know.
Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like when he said at the end that he hadn't eaten all day, I'm like, yes, you did, but I'm not even going to let it. I'm not even going to let it. Just let it go. It's like, whatever. I don't have time to deal with this.
He's so used to saying that. It's impulsive.
It is. I did not eat today. And so I'm going to go stuff my. I think today's a Five Guys day.
Ooh,
I'm feeling Five Guys day. I haven't had a burger in a while. I haven't had a Five Guys burger in a while. I just had a burger last week. It's different.
Yeah, it's different. Then you really haven't had a burger in a while, to be honest.
That's true. So I'm going to gorge myself and get heart disease. And
good.
And then I'll see you guys next week, God willing.
Yeah, that's great.
If I survive.
302, episode 302. All right, well, be well. Dustin, goodbye to you. Have a good rest of your day. You were talking about how you put on all that time and really banged out Elden Ring pretty quick. Those days are over for you soon, right? You're never really gonna be able to play a game like mainline games like that ever again, probably, right? Like,
I think I'll be all right.
You think so?
Yeah,
I'm gonna study you closely for my own experience.
Yeah, I truly don't know. There's no way of really knowing, but part of my thought process is, yes, I work from home and I want to spend as much time as possible with my kid, but it is going to be an important part of my day to schedule out playing games for sure. It's definitely going to take a hit early on. Absolutely. When the baby's first born, but I don't know. I'm getting lots of interesting feedback from people, some saying that they never played a long game again. And then some people are like, yeah, it's overblown. So who really knows? But yeah, we shall see. But as far as goodbye, yeah, this is a fun episode, long episode, another gate in place.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I was thinking, Colin. All the precinct gates, all involving me. I'm tired, boss.
No, okay. You want me?
I need you to target Chris.
Yeah,
next
okay,
time.
fine. That's fair enough. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You're just.
I'm tired, boss.
You're just an easy target. Chris.
I understand.
I can go for Chris next time. We can create a new gate with Chris.
Let's take Chris down a notch.
Yeah. Burger Gate.
Burger Gate.
It's happening.
Yeah. Heart disease gate.
Yeah.
I just throw gate in front of literally everything.
I know.
That you could possibly imagine.
I hate it.
We already had Gate. Recently.
Really?
Yeah. I'm trying to.
What?
Well,
because we had too many gates, I think. Wasn't that what it was?
Oh, right. No, I thought you meant like in real world had a gate. And I was like,
in our fake world.
Okay, yeah. In our fake reality that we've built here.
Right.
All
right, boys. Well, thank you again. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Appreciate you. See you early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, merch, laststandmedia.store. Till next time, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.